Welcome, chat. We are back, and this is the day we've been waiting for. By Judgment Day, Sahaj, by Judgment Day, बोलेंगे इसको उससे कम कुछ भी, would not really highlight how important this day is.
Absolutely, bhai. Absolutely. Terminator 2 की feeling, bhai. Judgment Day is today. Gukesh, of course, the world champion playing against the GOAT of chess. GOAT is not in the best form. The world champion also has not been in the best form recently, at least. But एक वो remnants दिख रहे हैं 2024 गुकेश के. So chance है, but the GOAT is definitely hungry, bhai. We cannot understate how hungry Magnus would be feeling at this very moment.
I can see the hype in the chat. Real questions being asked. For example, I just don't find the reason to like Janvi Kapoor keh rahe Sudhir bhai. I love crazy, so related to the stream. I love that. Let's go full screen on the camera of Gukesh and Magnus because I know dono late aayenge Sahaj bhai, but this is the moment in waiting for. Carlsen kal Pragg se haare. We saw him, struggle to control his emotions. You could see it on his face, Sahaj bhai. He was a bit broken inside. He couldn't believe what was happening. At one point, he was winning, but completely the tide turned and Pragg won at the end. And aaj Gukesh के पास सुनहरा मौका है to win another game against the goat of chess. अगर आज जीत गए तो भाई 24 का गुकेश पूरा पढ़ा सकते हैं हमारे सामने.
Completely, bhai, completely. And basically this pattern that we are seeing with Magnus's, let's say, classical losses, जो गुकेश के साथ start हुआ था in 2025 Norway chess, we saw like some remnants of it there, yeah, because वहाँ पर भी Magnus was winning, he got into a time scramble and then he blundered the game. And after that, against Jordan, against Firouzja and against Pragg yesterday, सेम सॉर्ट ऑफ पैटर्न वाज फॉलोड. या एक वो टाइम स्क्रैम्बल आता है एंड देन मैग्नस मेक्स अ मिस्टेक. तो आई एम थिंकिंग लाइक इन ऑर्डर टू बी एक वो जो पैटर्न होता है एक प्लेयर के जीतने का हारने का, जीतने का पैटर्न तो पता ही है हमें मैग्नस का. ही इज गोना ट्राई टू ग्राइंड डाउन सम एंड गेम, सम पोजिशनल स्टफ्स, सम स्ट्रेटेजिक एलिमेंट्स देयर. बट टाइम प्रेशर में अगर गुकेश मैग्नस को ले आता है देन आई थिंक जीतने के चांसेस बहुत बढ़ जाएंगे.
Agreed. And there we see it. Let's go. Gukesh is at the table drinking water, bhai. Victory stands visualizing Sahaj bhai. कहते हैं ना manifest कर रहे हो यहाँ पे चीजें. But Magnus Carlsen जब आएंगे, do you think he's going to look confident? I feel like कहीं ना कहीं थोड़ा प्रेशर, थोड़ा क्या बहुत प्रेशर उनको फील हो रहा होगा. एंड मेरे हिसाब से टुडे इज गोना बी द डे जहां पे वी कुड सी टू थिंग्स सहज भाई. अगर मैग्नस जीतते हैं, suddenly he will gain his mojo back and then what happens. He could win the event, but if he loses, then maybe this could be this unprecedented situation jahan pe I don't even know what we can expect in future events. And there he is, Magnus Carlsen at the board.
Wow, 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 wow. This is, this scene you can never get tired of seeing. Because this match is going to be, it's always going to be one for the ages. And एकदम 2025 वाली फीलिंग्स आ रही है भाई. बिल्कुल सेम कलर भी थे, सेम सिचुएशन थी भाई. लेट्स गो, लेट्स ब्रिंग इट.
Oh.
चैट, क्वेश्चन फॉर यू. डू यू थिंक दिस मैच विल लास्ट like 5 hours at least? क्योंकि लास्ट वाला काफी लंबा चला था भाई. It was around some more than 60-70 moves, something like that, because it went into an end game and it went to a time scramble which Gukesh won. Do you think something similar could happen today, or do you think this match will be shorter in comparison?
Oh, that's a good question. I feel like maybe it might be a bit shorter than last time. And maybe the longer it gets, I kind of feel like Magnus, with the kind of pressure he's facing, maybe Gukesh ke chances badhenge. But even more than Sahaj, why do you think so कि आज classical में खत्म होगा or will we see Armageddon? What do you think?
Bhai, that's a great question because Magnus Carlsen has lost both of his classical games with black.
Oof. Wow.
So the only time he went into an Armageddon was when he was playing with the white pieces against Vincent, and then he won that Armageddon match. So historically, Magnus दोनों matches black से हारा है, but we cannot use that as a metric to say what's going to happen. But of course, the most logical result would be a draw. Most logical thing is to say कि भाई ये Armageddon की तरफ जा रहा है. but something tells me कि it's Gukesh, it's Magnus, कुछ तो आग लगेगी भाई for sure. And before anything, I really hope Gukesh plays e4 on move 1, because Magnus Sicilian तो नहीं खेलेगा.
That's a good point actually. आज I think after what happened yesterday, C5 pawn बहुत देर तक अपने original square पे रहने वाला है. And also it's very interesting, कल जब वो हारे, उन्होंने इंटरव्यू में बोला कि आज की प्रग की गेम was very similar to how I lost against Gukesh last year. So that game is still in his subconscious mind, सहज भाई कहीं ना कहीं float हो रही है. And he's still making comparisons to that game because that was kind of a shocker where he couldn't convert a winning advantage. And chat, Kal was a tipsy-turvy game. Pragg was better throughout, was winning. Magnus fought back, then he was winning. And then suddenly, एक चाल में, दो चाल में, twist हो गए time pressure में and Pragg won. आज क्या होगा? Chat, your predictions. Is it gonna be a Gukesh win or a Magnus win? There are no draws at Norway chess. अपनी predictions spam कर दो. सहज भाई, I'm gonna put you under the scanner here. क्या लग रहा है, Magnus या Gukesh?
भाई यार स्कैनर पे आज मत डालो. आज मत करो यार, आज थोड़ा सेंसिटिव दिन है, तो आज स्कैनर, आज यू नो व्हाट, आई विल टेक अ पेज आउट ऑफ तानिया's बुक एंड आई विल बी द वेसल. भाई
you
chat,
know
today I am the vessel for you. What did we? Okay,
नहीं
no,
नहीं, वो तो
that's the
ceremonial
inaugural
move.
move. Ceremonial move, yes. English opening choose करा उन्होंने, and Gukesh फटाफट वापस लेगा इस pawn को, because that's not what he's gonna play, and there it is. And by the way, just speaking about the patterns that you were saying, ke it was similar to the match against Gukesh, the one he lost to Pragg yesterday. Bhai, also the match that Magnus lost against Jordan in the Tepe Sigemen event, वहां पर भी नाइट ऑफ खेली थी मैग्नस ने. So and Jordan surprised him with that f4 variation, and Pragg surprised him with this h4 stuff. And last time जब गुकेश जीता था, गुकेश ने भी e4 खेला था, but Magnus played e4 e5. So then in the back of your mind you're thinking, भाई Sicilian नाइट ऑफ चल नहीं रही है, e4 e5 लास्ट टाइम जब मैं खेला था तब मैं हारा था, तो लाइन बची कौन सी?
भाई लाइन कौन सी बची है अभी पता लगेगा. एंड इट इज D4 बाय गुकेश. जो गुकेश ने
अरे
कहा, मैग्नस भाई आई अंडरस्टैंड योर ट्रॉमा, मैं आपको वो चॉइस के थ्रू नहीं लेके जाऊंगा. पॉन टू D4 ऑन द बोर्ड. एंड मेरी सहज भाई, आई एग्री विद यू. आई थिंक मेरी मैग्नस इज हैप्पी अबाउट पॉन टू D4 हियर.
I think he would be a bit surprised, because if I am thinking that both games I have lost against with e4, and last game also I lost in one e4 against Gukesh, like I would have expected Gukesh, and this is probably why you can see Magnus is thinking on move 1 itself. Why, that's rare.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think maybe it's a surprise for Magnus. And of course, Magnus Carlsen के अगेंस्ट लोग कह रहे हैं लंदन तो नहीं आएगा. आई डोंट थिंक सो. आज गुकेश के सेकंड्स ने क्या बोला होगा सहज भाई गुकेश को? Are they telling him, you know what? You can play a very safe opening जहां पे you can play for 2 results and play in the Armageddon? Or is he thinking कि भाई मैग्नस घायल है, घातक होने से पहले ही उसको हरा दो. This is your opportunity to beat Magnus Carlsen, right now at Norway Chess, in that rematch, in the classical itself, and maybe कुछ sharp देखने को मिल सकता है. What do you think? Safe or sharp?
But I think you should play like your natural style. And I think the fact that you're playing against the GOAT of chess should not change your style. I know it's easy to say that as a commentator. I know it's very difficult to apply it over the board. But I would still stick to my plan. And if I had any like kind of advice, I will just say, try to get Magnus in time pressure. Because we know that in situations में there are moments where Magnus can make a mistake. It's very rare that Magnus makes mistakes, but Magnus does make mistakes when he is in time pressure. So I would just tell him, try to play fast, try to get your theory on the board, and try to keep that 20-30 minute advantage if possible. And hopefully that can bring home a point. But let's see, he has just gone knight f6. And now Gukesh के पास एक option है, he goes for pawn takes pawn basically. So we have Carlsbad structure in front of us.
But we saw Gukesh play this yesterday against Firouzja, right? He had that bishop g5, queen d2, bishop d3 setup. So मेरा मानना है Gukesh sticking to the same opening feels like Norway chess के लिए उन्होंने d4 से ये opening ही prepare करी थी. He sticks to it, and इसका मतलब ये कि सिंदारो के against ये opening नहीं आने वाली.
नहीं नहीं भाई, सिंडारोव के अगेंस्ट भी ये ओपनिंग आ सकती है, बिकॉज टाटा स्टील में जब सिंडारोव के साथ पहला राउंड हुआ था गुकेश का, गुकेश प्लेड कार्लसबाड विद ब्लैक, एंड ही, इवन दो द मैच वाज अ ड्रॉ चैट, आई थिंक इफ यू गो एंड लुक एट द गेम, गुकेश कंप्लीटली आउटप्लेड. Oh, by the way, that's a difference, because now this is no longer Carlsbad, this is now
Hmm.
Ragozin, because bishop e7 पे नहीं है, it's on b4 right now, and you could have transposed by playing bishop b4 first, and then up, you can capture on d5 and so on and so on. So this could be a slight surprise for Gukesh.
Definitely, I think. Absolutely agree with you. You can already see Magnus get up from his seat. He knows Gukesh thoda to time lenge. I don't expect Gukesh to take like 10 minutes here, but at least 3 to 4 minutes to consolidate his thoughts, chat. Why is he thinking right now? It's not the obvious choice from Magnus in this position. It's a slight surprise. Now he's going back into his memory. क्या मैंने यहाँ पे lines देखी थी, कौन सा, और क्या पता दो तीन lines देखी हो. For example, यहाँ पे E3 is an option, which is the most commonly played move. Queen B3 also looks very logical, attacking that bishop instantly and kind of asking, भाई तूने लाइफ में करना क्या है भाई आगे? What's your goal in life? मार दे knight या फिर पीछे जाएगा? Or you could also play knight f3, other options, rook c1, like multiple options possible. Let's see what the world champion plays. I expect Ukesh to take around 3 to 4 minutes here.
Yeah, for sure. But I think E3 is pretty, I would say, standard, because you're still not
Hmm.
committing anything. The commitment will be
Hmm.
अगर आप knight f3 खेलते हो या फिर knight e2 पे जाते हो, because that's the main, basically the main difference in the position. So I think E3 should be pretty quick. Checking the games, yeah,
Hmm.
around more than 1,000 games have been played with E3. And the second
Hmm.
best move actually is Queen B3, which only has 96 games. But it's also, I think, an interesting try as well. And an interesting fact, Magnus has played this himself and lost with the black pieces against Vincent Keymer in 2023, Tikubai.
Oh, very interesting. Very, very interesting. And मुझे लग रहा है
Bhai,
कि भाई,
Magnus has played this with white also against Nepomniachtchi, and that match also he lost
oh,
in 2021. It's a stat that we don't get to say often, yeah?
भाई, I think
The-
I think Magnus Carlsen का ये है कि is it in an online game या कौन सा गेम है ये?
it says, I mean, if I click, then it will change the board.
हाँ हाँ हाँ
So I
हाँ.
can't really do
But
that. So,
yeah, yeah,
but
yeah, yeah.
I'm guessing it has to be like because 2021 ka, दूसरा 2023 ka, very unlikely that it would be a classical game from Magnus. But um, yeah, with white also he lost one game, and with black also he lost a game here.
Ah, very interesting. And by the way, 2023 की game है. You know where these guys played in 2023? At the World Cup, Sahaj bhai. So I don't know if that's the game,
Oh,
but that would be crazy. जहां Vincent 2-0 हराने वाले थे Magnus को. So regardless, मुझे लग रहा है गुकेश यहाँ पे सोच रहे हैं, एंड सहज भाई जितना वो सोच रहे हैं उतना मुझे लग रहा है वो E3 के अलावा कुछ और ना खेल दे यहाँ पे. लाइक ही माइट ट्राई टू पुल अ सरप्राइज विद अ सरप्राइज.
I think Queen B3 ही है जो एक
हम्म.
अलग सरप्राइज है बिसाइड्स E3, और यू जस्ट प्ले नाइट F3 खेल दिया तो ये तो नॉर्मल रागोजन हो गई, बिकॉज
हम्म.
दैट्स जस्ट अ क्लियर ट्रांसपोजिशन. बिकॉज इफ आई गो, लेट्स से आई प्लेड नाइट F3 हियर, दिस पोजिशन इज, इट हैज लाइक द मोमेंट यू प्ले इट, इट्स फ्रॉम लाइक आई थिंक 400-500 गेम से आपके 5,000 गेम हो जाते हैं, बिकॉज एक ट्रांसपोजिशन आ रहा है एकदम प्रॉपर रागोजन पे. सो आई थिंक गुकेश हैज टू मेक दैट चॉइस as to whether he wants to transpose into proper Ragozin, or whether he wants to play E3 and go with this knight E2 idea, which he has been which he has used basically in this event against Firouzja.
वाओ भाई, बाय द वे गुकेश की आंखें बंद है अभी. यू नो व्हाट, लुक एट हिम. चैट, दिस इज अ साइन ऑफ अ स्ट्रांग प्लेयर. आंखें बंद करके दे कैन सिंपली कैलकुलेट द एंटायर गेम. इनफैक्ट अर्जुन तो दीवारें, मतलब वो दीवारें घूर घूर के मतलब वो चेस खेलता है भाई. ही, आई कैन गारंटी यू, there are many players in the world, if you ask them would they prefer calculating looking at the board या फिर looking away from the board, they will say away from the board, सहज भाई, because of piece, जो current pieces they don't get in their vision somehow.
Correct, bhai. Correct. I think after a certain time, things become more clear in your head. But I think for me personally, I like to keep looking at the board. Like I will take my eyes away and I will try to do some deep calculation, but then I will again look at the board just to get like an understanding of what I'm
हाँ.
thinking is not wrong. तो मैं
हाँ.
like mix करता हूँ उन दोनों को. But I think it depends from player to player. Yeah. Mukesh already
Agreed.
thinking. I mean, this is. I mean, E3 is normal, but I'm curious what he's thinking about here. I mean, for sure Gukesh knows E3 here. But is it like
Yeah, for
is he
sure.
trying to hide something, or do you think he's thinking of a different plan? It's kind of interesting, yeah.
It's very interesting, actually, because I feel like it's not such a surprise, right? I know it's something maybe that's not the first choice you expect from Magnus, but Ragozin काफी common है सहज भाई, especially in the last 10 years. इतना मैंने नाम सुना है, मतलब कई बार अपनी बीवी को भी Ragozin बुला लेता हूँ, like well it's so common like nowadays. And इतना सोच रहे हैं तो इसका मतलब basically for me is he's choosing between two options, I think. He knows two options, maybe it's E3, Queen B3 both or something else, and he's basically choosing ki by which option do I want to play right now in this game. And A3, for example, chat carry hai. I think A3 is possible, but usually it's just forcing black to do Joe very likely will do anyways. And maybe there are better ways to force that trade, and one of them might be Queen B3 because you can take with the Queen then.
Yeah, exactly. Also, by A3 is just a waste of a move. Na Black Bishop B4 आया ही तो इसको मारने के लिए तो आया, तो let's
हाँ,
finish our development, then play A3. जब castle वासल हो जाए उसके बाद A3 जैसी moves will make sense. I do like Queen B3 though, because Queen B3 के बाद Bishop C3, like you mentioned Tikku bhai, Queen takes C3, not damaging the structure there, keeping control of maybe the C file, and double bishops भी मिलेंगे आपको, Queen भी develop हो रही है आपकी. Looks, I think, promising to me. But
Sahej
Gukesh
bhai,
is in deep thought. Why? Look at his posture.
like mate in 21 calculate कर रहा है वो. You know what? Look at Bang's body language. I have no expert chat. मतलब मैंने कोई psychology में PhD नहीं करी. But कहते हैं मैंने कहीं पढ़ा था like if you're talking to somebody and their feet are pointed away from you, they want to get out of the conversation. Like random मैंने कहीं fact पढ़ा था. Magnus की body language already towards the door, brother. Like he feels
भाई
like I feel like maybe he doesn't want to be there. Like he's kind of mentally struggling with this tournament जहाँ पे he's at the last place in the standings.
exactly. And it's like if you look at the picture, it's like one guy is I am here, and the other is why am I here?
हाँ, exactly,
That's what it
exactly,
looks
exactly.
like.
You summed it up perfectly. Look at him. Yeah, I,
You
I
know,
can
by
guarantee you. ये हमारी तरफ क्यों
and
देख रहा है
chat,
भाई?
you know,
He's looking at us. Why he's looking at us?
हाँ भाई
Chad,
क्या
he's looking
बोल
at
रहा है
you.
भाई?
बोल
What
दो.
do you mean? What do you mean, Tikku? What do you mean that why am I here? And Tikku bhai, like I think I kind of share this sentiment as well, in the sense, because when you have a bad tournament, like, and especially a bad start, you often wonder why मैं आया ही क्यों यहाँ पे? Because it's not about like chess,
हाँ,
because it's like
हाँ.
नहीं आता तो यार सब अच्छा होता. I could have done something else, and all of that. But of course, I think with one good result from Magnus, we could see, like, some the old Magnus back. So let's see what happens. Right now, he's not looking very motivated to me.
And he's looking straight in the lens of the camera. Chat, Magnus Carlsen is looking at you. Yes, you sitting at home watching this on your phone or laptop, he's looking at you. बोल दो जो कहना है Magnus से. If Magnus Carlsen was in front of you, chat. Let's say Magnus was in front of you. What would you tell or ask Magnus Carlsen, chat? What would be that statement or question? Magnus Carlsen सामने है, क्या बोलोगे? By the way, he's very tall, yeah. Like it's very intimidating to be around him because he's a strong personality. तो क्या बोलोगे ध्यान से? Sejai, what would you ask him if you were in front of Magnus Carlsen right now?
Spy, you're putting me on the spot. I don't think questions like that, भाई. कि if Magnus मेरे सामने होता तो मैं क्या पूछता उससे भाई. Like, I mean, I think, of course, I have a lot of chess related questions that I would love to pick his brain on, and I think my questions would be like extremely technical, like how does he handle this, how does he handle that, and stuff like that. But right now, I think Magnus is in no mood to be answering questions like that. Let's just uh,
या
so yeah.
मंथन भाई ने सबके लिए बिल्कुल करेक्ट जो एक्चुअल में लोग आंसर बहुत लिख रहे हैं बट एक्चुअल इज फोटो लेता मैं एंड लुक एट दिस नाइट टू F3 सहज भाई सो दैट्स व्हाई ही वाज थिंकिंग आई थिंक ही वांटेड टू काइंड ऑफ ट्रांसपोज द मेन लाइंस एंड कीप इट अ बिट मोर नॉर्मल या
Yes, for sure. So we have now proper Ragozin on the board, and chat. I'm just going to show you very quickly. So d4, d5, c4, e6. Gukesh here played knight c3. Instead of that, आप knight f3 खेल सकते हो यहाँ पे, जिसके बाद knight f6 is one of the main moves. You play knight c3, and now here black has a bunch of options. And bishop b4 is basically one of the, let's say, the more trendy, like newer variations जो आजकल बहुत बहुत ज़्यादा famous है, and this is called the Ragozin. And once this is played, you can take on d5, black can take on d5, and you play bishop g5. All main lines, by the way. And this is a direct transposition into the Gukesh game. So we are in proper Ragozin territory.
भाई मैंने कहा ना, ये ओपनिंग का नाम मैंने इतना सुना है कि लिटरली मुझे भी रटना पड़ गया. एंड कोई स्टूडेंट कह रहा है तू शेर है रोर कर रोर, ये किसके लिए है शोश भाई? बिकॉज हाँ, मैंने एक सीओबी का कमेंट पढ़ा. यस, सीओबी इज कमिंग. इट्स जून 1 to 4th. आई थिंक समय रैना विल बी प्लेइंग. I don't know who's your favorite for that event. Chat. आठ खिलाड़ी हैं OGs, including Balraj bhai is playing, Sahaj bhai, in COB
Oh,
this
that's so
time. That
cool.
is crazy. I was like so happily surprised he's playing, because he was such a great commentator at the World Championship, and he also like played chess along with Samay kabhi kabhi side mein. So it's nice to see him play as well.
भाई मजा आएगा भाई. I mean, wishing the best for the both of them. But भाई समय, after doing what he did last year, winning that 10 out of 10 whatever it was,
Hmm.
भाई like he's on a completely different level. तो मजा आएगा भाई देखने में for sure.
And I think the strongest player on paper is clearly Tracy. She has a blitz rating, Sahaj bhai, of almost 1800. Blitz, not
Ah,
rapid.
really?
And you know how
I
many
think
games she
Samay
has?
also has that rating, no?
नहीं, समय का ब्लिट्ज है 1450. एंड बाय द वे
हाँ,
चैट, डू यू नो
okay,
हाउ
sorry. I
मेनी
think he
गेम्स?
plays rapid only, ना? Rapid में
हाँ
1800
हाँ
1900 तो
हाँ.
है ना वो कुछ तो. हाँ.
चैट, डू यू नो हाउ मेनी गेम्स ट्रेसी हैज ऑन chess.com? Any guesses? Said by any guesses how many games she has on chess.com? Take a guess.
I actually don't know like what is the average metric, for someone. I don't even know how many games I have, for example. Like
हाँ.
I don't have a way to like measure what is a lot and what is. I know like if
So
it's like 100K or something, that's a lot, I know, but I like just give me a
so I
ballpark.
have I have 19,000 games.
Okay.
My
I think I
wife
have
has
less than
two and
you
a half
probably.
thousand games. हाँ, you might have less because I think हाँ कम होंगे शायद. You probably play less than me.
But पिछले एक
Um,
महीने में I have more games than you for sure.
हाँ,
I'm
but
playing a lot.
total she has almost 50,000 games. Only
Wow.
10,000 less than Hikaru. So for me, on paper, I think she's the clear favorite. But मजा आएगा chat. That's from June 1, सहज भाई. उसी में मजा आएगा कवर करने में जितना भी कुछ कर पाए हम लोग. But meanwhile, Norway chess is the big deal. And भाई सहज भाई, I have to ask you a question. Will we ever see these two guys sit in front of each other and play a classical chess game after this? Like ever? Like there's a genuine possibility this might never happen. Because Norway इंडिया के साथ खेलेगी ओलंपियाड में, guaranteed नहीं है. And we don't know any classical events that Magnus and Gukesh are playing. Gukesh himself is not playing many, and Magnus तो वैसे ही नहीं खेलता है. Could this be the last classical game between these two guys ever?
नहीं भाई, अगर गुकेश वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप अगर वो डिफेंड कर लेता है तो नेक्स्ट ईयर नॉर्वे चेस का इनविटेशन इज कंफर्म्ड, सो दैट कैन हैपन
But
नेक्स्ट ईयर एज
Magnus
वेल.
खेलेगा नॉर्वे चेस अगले साल.
भाई
That's the.
नॉर्वे चेस है, कम ऑन, उसके घर पे है ये तो खेलेगा ही नहीं तो. आई
But yeah,
थिंक.
उसके लिए
But
I feel
yeah,
like
good, interesting point
it's
regardless. But we
possible,
might
no?
see in classical may, yes, you could be right. It could be one. But okay, they're playing again in this event with a different
हाँ
color.
हाँ
But
हाँ हाँ
I
हाँ.
think overall you might have a point. This could be one of the last matches that they could be playing against each other. But depends. But depends on how long
Hmm.
Magnus plans to stay in classical. I really hope that he stays for a long time, bhai, because Tepe Sigemen and then this event, like एक अलग feel आई भाई, because
Agreed.
just because it's Magnus, you get to see this level of chess, and I think it's beautiful.
I cannot agree with you more भाई. मैग्नस खेलता है ना, टूर्नामेंट का ही ऑरा बढ़ जाता है भाई. लिटरली लाइक द स्टैचर एंड द हाई बिकम्स सो एक्साइटिंग कि मैग्नस खेल रहे हैं. एवरी प्लेयर हैज अ चैलेंज. नोदरबेक खेले ही टेप सिगमन इसलिए थे कि भाई कार्लसन से खेल पाए. एंड आई कैन गारंटी यू दैट्स द केस फॉर मेनी मेनी टॉप प्लेयर्स. लेट्स सी व्हाट हैपेंस. मीनवाइल लुक एट मैग्नस, बाय द वे. It's his move, Sahaj bhai. And he's put his head down on his arm. I mean, he's clearly like, under pressure, man. That pressure is an understatement.
I think like maybe opening ka phase hai to like he still maybe Magnus is also thinking between multiple options ke like
Hmm.
what Gukesh could have prepared here, because Gukesh ne bhi socha like around 10 minutes, like almost 10 minutes. And there are different ways to play here. There is one line with h6 short castle, which is very trendy, very solid. Then there is this other line with knight bd7, and you try to go h6 g5, and or knight goes to e4, and उसमें बहुत sharp हो जाती है position. So black के जो next two moves है ना, that kind of decides how the game is gonna look. If he chooses that h6 g5, then we have a sharp game in front of us. But if he chooses
Oh,
castle, then वो slight edge positional वाला is what we are looking into.
Oh, so Magnus को decide करना है. Does he wanna take some risk with h6 g5? Does he wanna go for the most ambitious choice? In chat, as we know, he's gone for the ambitious choices. He went for Sicilian yesterday. Night off खेला उन्होंने, but it backfired. And sometimes हम एक choice लेते हैं and it doesn't go our way. We are hesitant to do it again. Magnus is human. We've seen it. And I think आज ये बहुत crucial choice उनको लेनी है. Does he just castle, keep it simple? But you look at him right now, he doesn't look super happy. And we want him to do well, Sej bhai. We want to do well. And maybe this is the, Rakesh bhai message कर रहे हैं कि भाई एक बार वेस्ली
भाई
का गेम
भाई
देखो.
भाई या ही इज
हाँ.
एब्सोल्युटली राइट बिकॉज एक महान खिलाड़ी है जिनको हम बहुत सॉलिड प्लेयर कहते हैं
हम्म.
एंड वो वाइट से खेल रहे हैं और उनकी ये पोजीशन है. I just want to say this is Wesley is the player I'm talking about. He's not even on the board. And Tikku Bhai ki shakal is like, priceless.
I've
As
played
soon as he
this.
saw the position. क्या बात कर रहे हो?
I've played this as black.
You have a game here?
I'm sure King F2 के बाद नहीं होगा. I don't know if it's there, but I've
Okay, I'm
100% played a
checking.
line जहाँ पे नहीं
Bishop
होगा.
G.
Maybe I'm misremembering this. बहुत पुरानी गेम है. But anyways,
H6 basically same ही position है जो basically what Gukesh went for. Remember
let's
Magnus
get
played bishop b4 here
हाँ हाँ.
instead. तो h6 के बाद bishop f4 गया वो, bishop f5 and now f3. wow, and g4 and then king f. भाई काहे का solid player. g4 h4 just this is already just mayhem on the board. भाई black first of all black castle किधर कर रहा है? That's the question. को short castle भूल जाओ, long castle भी almost आप भूल ही सकते हो भाई. c file पूरी खुली हुई है. I mean the moment you play knight d7 rook can come to c1 knight b5 knight d5 ऐसे करके पिन वाले आइडियाज आएंगे. ब्लैक कासल किधर कर रहा है?
By Wesley is reinventing his image. I think he's like मैं बहुत सेफ प्लेयर हूँ यार. इतना सेफ मतलब मैं एफडी में भी कहता हूँ मतलब 5% इंटरेस्ट दे दो. इतना सेफ. और सडनली भाई वो याद है वो कौन सी मूवी थी वो रब ने मैं जोड़ी भाई दिन को मतलब बिल्कुल काम चश्मे वाला हस्बैंड रात को मतलब लाइक डांसर. सो आई थिंक वो एक वाइब चेंज कर दिया है वेस्ली ने आज यहाँ पे गेम में मुझे लग रहा है.
भाई I don't think that was the point of the movie.
नहीं मतलब he's
That
showing
was
his other
like the
side.
most irrelevant part of that movie, bhai. But since we are actually moving, to Wesley versus Firouzja, let's take a quick look at Vincent versus Pragg as well. Because, oh, by the way, knight e2, very nice move. Knight f4 से capture करने का threat. And Tikku bhai, look, try to guess what opening this is.
E4 E5.
No, actually.
क्योंकि आजकल G3 होता है. E4 या G3 खेलते हैं लोग
हाँ
भाई. सो
पता है मैं मेरे दिमाग में भी सेम थॉट आया था बट ब्लैक का पॉन c5 पे है. अगर आप नाइट f3 नाइट c6 खेलते तो पॉन c7 पे रुक जाता.
हाँ ये.
So that's the difference and I'm just gonna walk you through the first few moves. So रेती opening से start हुआ था ये. Knight f3, g3, bishop g2 and castle. Best by test. This is what you play like when you wanna have a game on the board. Black plays e5 to try and play this King's Indian type का setup. And of course white does not allow this. This is something कि आपके पास बहुत सारा center आ जाएगा. And even though आप black से खेलते हो ये just white से you generally don't allow this. Bishop e7 के बाद he plays c4. c4 is I think for sure new for me. I'm used to seeing d3, knight c3, h3. You try to play more on the king side and you try to go for some f4 breaks later on. ये c4 थोड़ा नया idea है I think by Vincent. And Pragg did not think here actually. 22 seconds only. a6 trying for b5. Vincent plays knight c3. He goes b5, sacrificing the pawn, and he says b3. And now Pragg is thinking. Basically, I feel Vincent ने surprise किया Pragg को, but still Pragg का time ज़्यादा है.
And I think B3 ऐसे मूव देख के मुझे ऑलरेडी लग रहा है अभी Pragg is doing okay. I know D5 square थोड़ा सा ऐसे इरिटेटिंग है कि इट्स कंप्लीटली इनवाइट्स कंट्रोल बट अपने पास भी D4 है भाई. सो आई थिंक वी आर काइंड ऑफ ऑन प्लेइंग ऑन इक्वल टर्म्स हियर. एंड क्लॉक पे 13 मिनट का लीड है. दैट मीन्स Pragg इज डूइंग ओके. ही इज प्रिपेयर्ड फॉर व्हाटएवर इज हैपनिंग ओवर द बोर्ड. एंड ये बड़ी लंबी मैन्यूवरिंग गेम लग रही है मुझे सहज भाई जहां पे आई थिंक we're going to see knight maneuvers, d5, f5 square is looking tempting as well. So काफी यहाँ पे लंबी एक strategic game देखने को मिल सकती है.
Yes, and Vincent I think is I think usually he goes for such setups. यार रेती हो गया वो जो knight f3 g3 वाला लाइन जो आप पहले बता रहे थे with e4 e5. I think he's very used to playing setups like that. and it's just a fresh setup. So I think एकदम proper, no preparation on the board. I think आप proper game खेल रहे हो, and कोई भी piece trade नहीं हुआ है, कोई pawn trade नहीं हुआ है. I know BC4 हो सकता है, but it doesn't look very promising for Pragg
Hmm.
actually, because I would argue that B5 and just like if you ever wonder, like, you know, in a position like this whether B takes C4 is a good move or not. I was taught something which I think has stuck with me for a long time. You are not actually trading this pawn and this pawn. You're actually trading B5 with B3. And then you have to ask your, क्योंकि B3 का pawn तो C4 पे आएगा ना, तो you
Hmm.
have to ask yourself कौन सा pawn ज़्यादा, मतलब it looks better. And in this case B5 just looks better because it's more
Hmm.
advanced, it has more space, and so it wouldn't make sense right now to take on the c4 pawn unless you're getting something tactical. So tab tak ke liye wait karo. I think he can play short castle, he can play d6 and just try to finish his development. I think it looks like
Yeah.
a good position.
Very decent, actually. I think let's go full screen. I think Prag, by the way, is right now thinking about what to, play next. It's his move. Vincent Keymer, by the way, had, that crazy game against Magnus as well. I think it was, right. Insane game there. Almost lost, then drew. He's also had like crazy games in this entire tournament. It's an important tournament for him, by the way. I think it's his first appearance at Norway Chess, right? First time he's playing this event.
Vincent, yes, I think so. Yes, I
So
think
he
so.
would love to crush this and come back every single year. That's why I have an urgent 1 minute call. He'll be back. एक second में.
Yeah, yeah,
But
no
let's look
worries,
at
no.
Divya also and Humpy also. I'll be back in 1 minute.
Yeah, yeah, for sure, for sure. So, chat, let's take a look at Divya versus Anna Muzychuk. Divya, by the way, winning 3 Armageddons in a row. Bhai, I think she's on a different level right now. And right now, it doesn't look like she's in a mood to go into Armageddon because a crazy knight d2 move. Actually, let's go from the top. She plays e4, e5, and knight c3. Very interesting. Yeah, at the top level, players are just avoiding those Spanish and Italian or the Scotch, which used to be like the mainstream variations. Players, I think at the top level, they're kind of trying to avoid that to surprise their opponent, early on, and just to have a game. I'm seeing this so often now. But knight c6, bishop c4 आता है, knight f6 d3, black plays bishop to b4, and now if I remember correctly, Gukesh here played knight to e2 and defeated Vincent Keymer. वो जो bishop h6 वाला जो sack, I'm sure chat में किसी को याद रहेगा. It was very similar to this, but she goes knight f3 instead. d6 आता है, short castle, takes, black plays h6, bishop b3, short castle, and now finally knight goes to d2. Divya is still in prep, going for this f4 break, and some problems, I would say, for Anna to solve. अरे chat क्या लिख रहे हो? I see a lot of you are wanting to go back to Magnus versus Gukesh, so let's take a look there as well, and after that we'll also check out what Humpy G is doing. So Magnus has made a move, and you were right, chat. This is something that is definitely worth mentioning because Ragozin, by the way, is my main weapon as black. अगर मेरे साथ कोई d4 खेलता है तो Ragozin is something that I can play without, let's say, without, if I'm surprised and my opponent plays d4, I would go for Ragozin because it's the one that I'm most comfortable with. I have never ever seen this move, Queen d6, in this position. Never even thought about a move like this. Now, just optically, it kind of makes sense why he played this, because he wants to unpin the queen, sorry, unpin the knight so that he can go knight e4 and put some pressure on c3. But इसका drawback एक ये है कि if Gukesh just takes on f6, then ये जो queen directly f6 पे मारती है, वो queen d6, queen f6 से एक, I feel he is losing a tempo, more or less. And if I look at the how many games have been played by, there are around, let's say, 100 games in total with queen d6, and previously before queen d6 the number was like 3000 games. So out of 3000 games, 100 games have been played only in queen d6, and the strongest player who has played this move is actually Hao Yifan, and
Oh,
okay, Yu
wow.
Yangi as well, and Hao Yifan and Katspur. So not like is not a 2700 player. I don't think has tried this before, but I feel Chinese players are playing this more often. Like Yu Yangi, Hao Yifan, I see,
Hmm.
and some others as well, actually.
Why it's very interesting, Queen D6. And I feel like, Magnus is trying to confuse his opponents in the opening. We saw that yesterday with Prag, जहां पे वो H6 मूव उन्होंने खेली थी, बाद में बहुत काटने को आई थी उनको मूव पूरी गेम में. He's trying to avoid the opening prep of these youngsters completely and then try to confuse them in the middle game, which does work to some extent, has always worked for Magnus, but it also has some inherent risk, right? If you kind of, as you mentioned, if I take on f6, आपने फालतू में एक extra move waste कर दी. White is now 2x white, right? I'm 2 moves ahead. Now that should mean something here.
एग्जैक्टली एंड चैट यू माइट थिंक दैट बिशप F6 एकदम घटिया चाल है इस पोजीशन में, बट एक्चुअली यहाँ पे अगर आप क्वीन D6 नहीं खेलते ना, अगर आप H6 खेलते हैं यहाँ पे, तो लाइक बिशप F6 इज okay, it's like the second most popular move in this position with like over 1,000 games, bishop F6. So this is played like quite often actually. So I'm sure Gukesh is thinking, अगर मैं यहाँ पे bishop F6 capture करता हूँ, black goes queen F6, तो what is the difference when the pawn is on H7 and what is the difference when the pawn is on H6, and ये किसको benefit होता है इसमें?
Bhai, knight d2 is the
Wow.
best move according to the engines in the position, and by far it is the best move. So Gukesh, I don't know if this was prepared or he found over the board. This is the way to counter this queen d6 move. Said, what is this knight d2 idea?
Bhai, I think he's unpinning the knight
Hmm.
somehow. Maybe he's planning E4, I guess. There's also bishop F6, knight D5 ka threat, which I think is the
Hmm.
most dangerous to me. I like this move.
Yeah.
I like this move actually a lot. And by the way, chat, आपसे एक सवाल, ठीक है, एक थोड़ा ट्रिकी क्वेश्चन है, ठीक है. Queen D6 has been, apart from Magnus Carlsen, who just played Queen D6, Queen D6 has been played by one world champion in the past. ठीक है, सिर्फ एक वर्ल्ड चैंपियन क्वीन D6 खेला है. एनी गेसेस हु दैट वर्ल्ड चैंपियन इज?
Oh, wow. Good question, bhai.
डू यू नो द आंसर? टिक भाई.
नहीं तभी तो गुड क्वेश्चन बोला. अगर
Actually,
पता होता तो फिर
actually,
हाँ.
I know this because I actually did like a group class, like a group session on this exact game like 2 days ago.
Oh,
So I
interesting.
remember it very, very deeply. I see a lot of names. I see Kasparov, Karpov, Magnus, Vichy Sir. How you fun already we mentioned. Steinitz. No one has said the world champion yet. And actually, it's a very, very important game. Like in terms of the Carlsbad structure, अगर आपको Carlsbad structure सीखना हो ना, तो you actually definitely should start off by looking at that game because it's beautiful. It's very instructive. And I'll give you another hint, chat, because I don't think anyone has guessed it. He was the longest reigning world champion. And I believe it was around 27 years that he was a world champion for. Any
Oh, wait,
guesses?
is it
No, no, bye, 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 bye. Let the
अच्छा.
chat do this, bye.
Chat, come on, do your job, chat,
And
come on, guess.
also this world champion, I believe, knew Albert Einstein. Like he was a good friend of Albert Einstein.
Oh, wow.
Yes, chat, you got it this time. It is indeed Emanuel Lasker who played Queen D6 in
Wow.
1936. By almost 90 years ago. Yeah, that's crazy.
90 years ago खेला गया भाई. 90 साल पहले ये ओपनिंग खेली गई है एंड 90 साल बाद हमें ये सिचुएशन दोबारा ऑन द बोर्ड दिख रही है. एंड आई मीन दैट जस्ट टेल्स यू कितना डेप्थ है चेस में सहज भाई. मतलब इतनी वेरिएशंस हैं, इतना कॉम्प्लिकेशंस है कि द पोजीशन एक्चुअली रोज आफ्टर 90 years एट द एब्सोल्यूट टॉप लेवल. भाई दैट इज क्रेजी एक्चुअली.
Exactly, and that's why we speak so highly of the previous world champions and top players because they did not have access to engines, they did not have access to computers, and yet the moves they are playing are still being played.
या.
Like 1936 में Queen D6 उसने board पे निकाला होगा most likely, and 90 years later the goat of chess is still playing that move. Yeah, that says something for sure.
Wow, and look at this. Magnus is still thinking, chat. So the fact कि Magnus 9 D2 के बाद सोच रहे हैं, clearly either he didn't see that move or underestimated it, or clearly he understood it's the best move and now he knows कि Gukesh found the best weapon against that. So Sahaj bhai, what should Black do? Because as Black, I feel like castling. That feels like the way to move forward. But as you mentioned, then White has some options. Okay, maybe I can't take on F6 just yet because you will take on D4 at the end or something. Can I play E3
Mm-hmm.
instead then and then
So
threaten
let's say
it?
castle. What you are saying is that bishop takes f6, queen takes f6, Knight takes d5 is not possible because queen takes d4 hangs a pawn. So what
हाँ,
you're saying is that instead of taking bishop f6 first, I will defend this pawn taki now I can take this and take on d5. Is that correct?
yeah, yes, exactly.
I like that move, bhai. I think this is beautiful. So maybe black should also make some effort to defend this pawn. It's very sad that I cannot play bishop e6 because then the queen's view of the knight on
Mm.
f6 is restricted. So maybe something like c6 or knight d7 looks interesting to me, Tiko bhai.
Yeah, C6 I think should be an automatic move in these structures anyways. I think काफी logical है unless you want to at some point plan C5, which I'm not sure would be ideal, but definitely a possibility. And anything apart from castling Sahaj by or C6 does not make sense to me. For example, Bishop F5 could be a move, developing a piece. But वहाँ already Queen B3 मुझे काफी tempting लग रहा है because then B7 could be soft, the bishop on B4, A3 incoming, and that could be risky in some cases. So हमने देखा है castling जरूरी है, let's castle, and वो move तो खेलनी है ना, let's play the move which we have to play anyways.
Correct, bhai, correct. But firstly, I mean, of course, it's Magnus's, call here. Of course, he has to take his time because knight d2 would definitely be a surprise for him. So actually, we have a game in front of us. And Gukesh, I mean, slightly better, maybe not like, unbelievably better, but slightly better for sure.
Hmm.
Because that queen on d6 looks a little uncomfortable. And Tikubai, maybe we can do a bird's eye view just to catch all the
Yeah.
games because we haven't looked at, I think, Humpy G. We haven't also done a deep dive on Divya as well. Tikubai, question
Yep.
for you. कितने रिजल्ट आएंगे आज जो आप सवाल मेरे से करते हो आई एम पुटिंग यू बिकॉज आई एम द वेसल टुडे राइट सो यू टेल मी हाउ मेनी रिजल्ट्स टुडे आर पॉसिबल
मैं समझ रहा हूँ तानिया 15 साल से कमेंट्री कर लिया वी आर लर्निंग फ्रॉम हर सहज भाई नाउ लाइक शी इज आल्सो
भाई
अंडरस्टूड कि वेसल
आई
क्यों
हैव
बनना
लर्नड अ लॉट फ्रॉम
है.
तानिया yesterday on alone
हाँ, but I would say results के terms में I think Wesley So Firouzja does feel like a result kind of game. I mean king on f2, king on c8, b4, b5 आ सकता है कभी भी. So I would say that should be a result. Gukesh Magnus, knowing the rivalry, knowing how Magnus has suffered in this tournament, if he does not win this, by the way, let's say draw होता है game, right? Let's say game draw होता है. He, I think, is guaranteed to be in last place, Sahaj and chat.
what do you
Last
mean
place, you're tied last place. Because other
Magnus?
classical. Oh, we have
Oh, that
confession of Magnus Carlsen, Sehaj bhai. What are his thoughts? Let's dive into it straight, chat, just for you.
My coach Peter generally tells me that if I manage to surprise him, I probably surprise my opponent as well. And this time I've kind of surprised myself. I was thinking like knight f3 is not like generally the move people play, kind of transposed to a line of the Ragozin, which is generally, black is just fine playing these bishop f5 lines these days. And then I started thinking, I've seen this move queen d6 before, but I didn't really know a ton about it. And then I was thinking, well, if I can refute it over the board, then I should not play it. But if I cannot, then I might as well. And so here we go. I'm pretty much... I wouldn't say clueless. Not completely clueless, but fairly clueless. And I have no idea what he knows, but should be interesting.
Wow. So Magnus Carlsen कह रहे हैं क्वीन डिक्सन को याद था, मुंह कहीं देखा हुआ था. And maybe that was the game, Sehaj bhai, where he saw it. The 1936 game.
by of course Magnus would. I mean, 100% Magnus knows the game. Like 100%.
Hmm.
There is I can put like 100 Maggies there. Like 100, I think probably that's where the memory came from. But bhai,
Hmm.
that game was actually a model game for white, actually, not for black. Emmanuel Lasker black से खेला था, but Emmanuel Lasker lost that game against I believe it was Floor, also a very strong player, like top three
Hmm.
player of his time. And वो मॉडल गेम लेकिन white के लिए था black के लिए नहीं था.
Okay, maybe that's the bad memory. कई बार होता है like we remember something, but it's like a Not a positive memory, but actually a warning. But let's see, मैग्नस कार्लसन कितना याद है उनको, कितना ओवर द बोर्ड कैलकुलेट करते हैं. राइट नाउ ही इज होल्डिंग अ पेन इन हिज हैंड. ये तो टिपिकल वो स्कूल में वो बॉल पे होता है ना सहज भाई, वो लग रहा है मुझे. आई डोंट नो कि स्टिल लाइक नॉट इन अ हरी टू प्ले एट ऑल. सहज भाई टाइम ट्रबल आने वाला है आज भी. मैं अभी बता रहा हूँ, जिस तरह से मैग्नस बैठा हुआ है ना, ही डजंट लुक इन एनी हरी टू प्ले द गेम हियर. एंड लास्ट में टाइम प्रेशर हिट करेगा एंड देन वी कुड सी अ मिस्टेक. सो गुकेश के चांसेस मुझे बढ़ते हुए दिख रहे हैं.
Yeah, I think for basically the same story as Wojo. I mean, as Pragg's game, because Pragg also got, I think, a good position out of the opening. He had more time on the clock, but Magnus did fight back then. So
Hmm.
of course, a lot of chess yet to be played. And bar ke hisab se I'm seeing 0.3, which is a decent advantage. But Sessi, on a deeper depth is saying that it's like 0.1 or something like this, like more or less equal. And Tikubai, it's surprising to me that here the best move for black, according to Sessi at least, is bishop takes c3. Like,
Oh.
I would not consider this ever, because why should I give up my bishop for your knight when you're not forcing me to do it? Right? I will go castle or I'll do something else. But wo jo plan tha knight d5 ka, that could be the reason why bishop takes e3 is the best move.
Agreed. Like there's no, you've not played a3, you've not played queen b3, you've not really forced me to do it. Bishop f6 is still not possible, at least not for the next move. So I'm in no hurry to take that knight on c3. So why should I? And maybe that's why maybe SSC is something which we don't. But c6 played, I think that's a much more human move. What you would all play in this position: defend d5 and keep more flexibility with the bishop on b4. Maybe I will take it, maybe I will take it after you play a move, or at least waste a move attacking it. But I'm not committing to anything just yet.
Bhai, but that was not the best option for Magnus. And
Hmm.
by the way, Magnus's posture once again, he looks very tense about the position. I don't think I've seen Magnus in this posture before, Tiku Bhai. Like, this is, I think,
Hmm.
for the like one of the first times I'm seeing this. But now the advantage, I think, is there. You can play e3, just like in the previous move, with the
Hmm.
idea of bishop d3 and carry on with the development. And I think why white is better is largely because this queen is kind of uncomfortable, more or less misplaced on d6. Had this queen been on d8, let's say मैं कभी a3 खेलता हूँ, आप अपना बिशप बचा सकते हो d6 पे, आप उसको e7 पे लेके जा सकते हो to not unpin the,
Hmm.
like to unpin the knight. So this queen on d6 just feels very, very uncomfortable to me. Like, unless Magnus is planning bishop a5, bishop c7, and kuch, h2 ke pawn pe pressure when Gukesh is gonna castle on the short side. But this idea itself feels very far-fetched for me.
Agreed. And I think queen on d6 is a very comfortable square, but usually black plays bishop d6. White takes on d6, black takes with the queen, and queen काफी comfy रहती है, with that ऐसे couch पे लेट के ऐसे lazy Sunday afternoon की तरह d6 पे बैठी रहती है, because there is no piece that can attack it. Right now, I could play e3, and next move, whenever you play h6, I have a free tempo on the queen, bishop f4. Right? So it's very uncomfortable for the queen on d6.
Hmm.
Look at Magnus Carlsen, by the way, right now, chat. Like he's definitely like, bhai yaar, matlab, it doesn't look like he wants to be there. Like not every cell in his body is in sync right now. A part of him doesn't want to be there at least.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it looks a bit uncomfortable. Maybe also like the opening also didn't go as well. Queen d6 jo half
Hmm.
maybe something he remembered, but then turned out knight d2 maybe was a surprise. And yeah, also like considering the fact that Magnus lost both of his black games in classical itself. Yeah, it's a tough situation to be in for sure.
या सहज भाई काम करते हैं. लेट्स हैव द बर्ड्स आई व्यू. एक बार ना आप हमें चारों इंडियन प्लेयर्स की गेम्स के थ्रू जस्ट टेक अस थ्रू, बिकॉज आई नो शायद वी वांट टू लुक एट ऑल द गेम्स, आई वांट स्टिक टू दिस ओपनिंग बिकॉज बहुत क्रूशियल मोमेंट है. एक क्विक अपडेट ऑन ऑल द फोर इंडियन गेम्स सहज भाई, एंड देन वी जंप बैक टू मुकेश मैग्नस, एंड लेटर ऑन वी विल गो इनटू डेप्थ इनटू द अदर गेम्स एज वेल.
I think out of all of the Indian games, I think Divya's game is looking very spicy to me because f4 aa chuka hai board pe and f file is completely opened up and double bishop advantage also she has. So nice attacking prospects there. Not sure if she's better, but it looks more comfortable for sure. And speaking of Humpy G versus Zhu Jiner, looks very solid. That typical Carlsbad structure जो Gukesh भी खेला था पहले, remember with the knight on e2. This is what basically Gukesh was hoping to achieve. Very, very early on, I would say Humpy's position looks very good to play as white, very comfortable to play as white. Still not sure if this is an advantage yet. Vincent versus Pragg looks roughly balanced, but more comfortable for Vincent. If I had to choose a color, I would choose Vincent because that knight on d5, the fianchetto bishop on g2, it feels more comfortable to be playing with the white side. And of course, Gukesh versus Magnus, we have done a deep dive. Would you agree with these, things, or do you think in any game you feel differently?
No, I agree with you. I think Divya's game looks nice. The rook on f4. Once the bishop on c1 opens up, the queen comes into the king's side. I think maybe I don't know where the queen comes in exactly, but white के सारे piece ready हैं वहाँ पे. I think for an attack. Even bishop on b2 could be a monster on that diagonal towards looking towards g7. And of course, Pragg की game मुझे बहुत interesting लग रही है. Actually, ये closed position है, right? मतलब ऐसे सारे pawns अटके हुए हैं. So यहाँ पे कौन अच्छे से maneuver कर पाएगा? It's gonna be the stronger man who wins usually in these structures. The one who has the patience, भाई. Patience बहुत जरूरी है. And knights की advantage बहुत बढ़ जाती है. So let's see how that game progresses. सहज भाई, maybe jump back to Gukesh Magnus full screen. And मेरे को आपसे ये पूछना है कि भाई अभी के लिए 6 मिनट की लीड. Who is the first player you think falls below the 1 hour mark today?
Magnus भाई.
Magnus ना लग रहा है Magnus. Like it looks like he's a bit lazy in his calculations somehow. ऐसा लग रहा है.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, not really lazy, but yeah, I mean, okay, like after having two classical losses, you're not in the best frame of mind also because I think tomorrow is a rest day, and I think after that maybe Magnus will maybe feel a little bit different, but right now he's still in that rhythm. That momentum has not been with him, and I think he's still feeling that. Also, by double black bhi hai na black Magnus ko, like he got a black against Pragg, and then he also got a black against Gukesh back to back.
भाई अगले वाले सेक्शन में जो रीमैच होंगे 2 वाइट भी मिलेंगे मैग्नस को. सो अगर बदला लेना है, नॉर्वे चेस 2 बनानी है, जियो और व्हाटएवर इट इज, हॉटस्टार पे व्हाटएवर, इट कुड हैपन. बट मीनवाइल सहज भाई, I think Gukesh is the one thinking, why is he not playing e3? Like that should be an automatic move, right? E3, bishop d3, queen c2, rook c1. Like I don't see any alternatives. Do you see an alternative to e3 here, for example? That's a move you have to play.
I was just kind of thinking e4, but that's way too much, I think, in this position. I don't think Gukesh is gonna go g3. Like that's the other option, right? Either you develop via d3 or you develop via fianchetto. I don't think g3 because already ये जो pawn chain है, it kind of restricts the bishop as it is. But उसका benefit एक ये भी है bishop g2 पे रखने का कि कभी आप अगर e4 खेलते हो तो ये bishop एकदम boss बन जाएगा. That it could be a huge problem in the position as well. So we saw, for example, in the Vincent game, like it's the same principle, yeah, because his pawns are also restricted by the fianchetto bishop, but at some point you can think about opening it up, and I think maybe this is what Gukesh is thinking about, where to put this bishop.
That's a good point, actually. I think at least an option he is considering for sure. And look at Magnus. Magnus इतना पीछे चल गया, कैमरा को zoom out करना पड़ा वहां पे for a second just to get him in frame. And time is अब बिल्कुल बराबर होने वाला है क्योंकि 7 minutes I think he's been thinking so far. Chat, आप कहाँ से join कर रहे हैं? Would love to know the cities where you're joining from. True cities, right? True cities, not Mars. Not Pluto, not Andromeda galaxy. कहाँ से are you joining us? सहज भाई, आई थिंक चेस यूनाइट्स अस ऑल समहाउ. आई थिंक दुनिया भर से लोग आते हैं. एवरीबडी हैज देयर फेवरेट्स. आई कैन सी पोल में 70% पीपल सेइंग गुकेश विंस ऑन द चेस 24 इंडिया चैनल एंड 59% सेइंग गुकेश विंस ऑन द चेस.com इंडिया चैनल. डू यू थिंक इफ वी हैड दिस पोल बिफोर यस्टरडेज गेम देयर वुड बी मोर इन Magnus' favor?
I think so, yes, for sure. But I think now we're based on the recent form, of course. एक वो recency bias रहता है ना कि if the player is not playing well, then okay, but that's normal. That's normal.
हाँ, yeah, I can see many people. भाई दुनिया भर से लोग हैं भाई. Nice to see that भाई. बुडापेस्ट, ढोलकपुर.
बुडापेस्ट से कौन है भाई? बुडापेस्ट से
भाई
कौन है
कोई तो था चैट में, कोई तो
भाई?
था.
कौन सी लाइक विच एरिया? थोड़ा कुछ बताओ भाई. फिर
वो
आपसे
गली के
कुछ
पीछे
सवाल
भाई.
पूछता हूँ बुडापेस्ट के मैं, टू वेरीफाई whether you are in whether you actually live in Budapest or not. ओहो, राकेश भाई also saying जर्मनी. भाई आप यहीं आ जाओ ना.
Frankfurt, Rajgarh, Delhi. Bhai, दुनिया भर से लोग हैं. That's so nice to see. And by the way, chat, I think, by the way, Sehaj bhai, just thinking about it. Um, Gukesh lives in Chennai, and I don't know where we asked this, but basically, Pragg Gukesh ka ghar is like 1 or 2 kilometers away, something like this. Like literally 1 से 2 किलोमीटर दूर रहते हैं एक दूसरे से, and they have never met each other, like कैसे सड़क पे कभी या whatever. Do you find that
भाई
crazy or normal?
मैं तो कहता हूँ कि उस एरिया की एक अलग ओलंपियाड टीम बना दो। एक में वहीं से ही मेडल आ
हाँ.
जाएगा भाई। The Chennai is so strong, yeah. This is ridiculous. Like,
We
Tikuba, you and I have discussed this like off camera. We've discussed this so many times. Like someone like Adiban is like not even like top 10 in
damn.
Chennai, which is ridiculous. Like, how is that possible?
भाई इमेजिन करो विजी सर कोई कन्विंस कर ले तो लिटरली 2 किलोमीटर के रेडियस के अंदर 2 वर्ल्ड चैंपियन और 3 वर्ल्ड टॉप 10 प्लेयर्स होंगे. भाई उनकी
दो
अलग
वर्ल्ड
ओलंपियड,
चैंपियंस और
चेन्नई
प्रग।
ओलंपियड टीम अलग बन सकती है भाई. दैट वुड बी क्रेजी.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep, and chat. I think Magnus still sitting at the board. Usually he would walk away in these positions. जब opponent 10 minutes से सोच रहा है, but clearly the position is not convinced. He's not convinced with what he has in front of him. So he's still thinking about this. Ki bhai, what resources do I have? Do I have some other option? I think Castle should be an automatic move, Sahaj bhai. And we talked about G3, we talked about E3, but Sahaj, Bishop on B4 क्या करना है? At some point you have to take, right? You can't envision bishop a5, bishop c7. That's too much, I think.
मतलब wishful thinking है, because whether
Hmm.
I play g3 or whether I play e3, this bishop f4 is always a defense if your bishop is ever on c7, क्योंकि मेरा pawn बचा लेगा bishop को. So either I think he has to take on c3, but then I'm still wondering where is the queen, what is the queen on d6 doing? Because generally in Ragozin structures, whenever you go bishop takes c3, आप c6 नहीं खेलते हो, आप c5 खेलते हो, then you go c4
Hmm.
as well, and then you try to expand on the queen side. So this move c6 is, I think it's going against, like, let's say how Ragozin is played. But of course, maybe Magnus has something up his sleeve. I think I see the position is still roughly balanced. I still think that Gukesh ke liye it's much more comfortable because you can get the double bishop very, very quickly. And yeah, as I mentioned, the black queen is a bit exposed. Yeah, it's going to
Sahaj
be a
bhai,
fun match, bhai.
chat. There's, by the way, just an update. There's only 2.5, 3.5 hours to go. 2.5 hours to go to the 50% off membership ending, of the offer ending. So if you do want to get a membership, this is the perfect opportunity to level up your game. And Sahaj bhai, I think last time these two guys played, we saw some table banging. I think हमने कुछ crazy देखा था. मतलब दोनों के king गिर गए थे. The pieces kind of jumped around. Moonwalk कर रहे थे chessboard के ऊपर. 3D में हमने देखा है भाई. Sahaj bhai, I don't think Magnus will bang the table, but somebody has to, भाई. Somebody has to keep the tradition alive. So कुछ कर दो ऐसा कि भाई pieces ही गिर जाए सहज भाई. कुछ तो कर दो.
Bhai, Magnus was like, like staying at the board after the match was finished. And yesterday also, like, he looked so upset, like visibly. But I'm not sure table bang hoga, because I think right now he's probably not feeling the best overall. So, but last time also, I'm guessing table bang isliye hua tha because I think Magnus, until the moment he made the blunder, when that king walk happened last year, he played literally a perfect game. Like it was
Hmm.
like Magnus बढ़िया से एकदम, from move one it felt like he was taking control, but then it just, the control slipped away at the last minute. But here I don't think he's in control right now, because simply because of the tournament situation, right? So he has to pick up a
Hmm.
couple of classical wins, which I'm sure Magnus is going to. It's Magnus at the end of the day, but until that happens, वो control लाना थोड़ा जरूरी है.
और मैं कहता हूँ कंट्रोल लूज ही कर दो सहज भाई. एक दो की दबा दो तो थोड़ा राकेश भाई ने जो हमें बताया अभी क्रेजी, वो कभी ना कभी सहज भाई
Yeah.
करेंगे. बट मीनवाइल गुकेश का टाइम कम हो चुका है. ही इज गॉन बिलो मैग्नस नाउ. सो नॉट श्योर व्हाट ही इज थिंकिंग, बट जितना वो सोच रहे हैं उतना मुझे डर लग रहा है सहज भाई. इज थिंकिंग ऑफ समथिंग लाइक E4 और G3 और समथिंग डिफरेंट देन व्हाट वी एक्सपेक्ट. बिकॉज लुक एट मैग्नस नाउ गेट अप, इवन ही इज लाइक भाई सब हो गया है, चल लो यार.
Yeah, I'm trying to clarify, like I'm trying to understand. But yeah.
सहज भाई एक काम करो.
Adiban is strong. Yes, yes, chat. Of course. The point, the fact being that Adiban, a player like Adiban who's 2700 peak rating, is like in a city जो top 10 में नहीं है. Imagine how strong that city is. Essentially, that was my point of, not to say that Adiban is, of course, I think one of the like, I think one of the best talents that we have had. But it's very surprising, we talk about it a lot. वो जो 2700 से 2500 हुआ, like it's very very shocking for us. But hopefully he can make a comeback there. But still, yeah, but I mean, Chennai is just way too good.
चैट, समय का एक फेवरेट डायलॉग है. समय रहना आपको पता होगा, एक फेवरेट डायलॉग है. वो कहते हैं डैश इन चैट. भाई वो क्या डायलॉग है सहज भाई, आपको याद है क्या वो डायलॉग क्या था समय भाई का फेवरेट वाला?
Dash in the chat. It was F in the
हाँ
chat, bhai.
हाँ, सो एक बार दबाई दो भाई एफ सहज भाई, बिकॉज समय रंगा सीओबी आ रहा है इन हिज लाइक मेमोरी. एक बार एफ दबाई दो भाई बोर्ड पे.
Abhi F.
हाँ दबाओ.
Oh, what? Wait, what? ये कैसे? What? Bhai, when were you? What? I
The
didn't know this was
perfect collab.
possible.
The perfect collab between Norway chess and COB भाई.
What? I didn't even know this was possible. This
भाई
is so
रिफ्रेश दोबारा
funny.
करो ना भाई.
भाई
Let's
थोड़ा
show it
heads
again.
up दे देते यार.
Let's refresh it and let's do it again. एक बार वो कर दो. Let's see.
Let's go.
बेचारा घोड़ा रुक कैसे
Boom.
टेढ़े हो गए भाई. एक और बार. Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go. अच्छा अच्छा चैट, चलो क्वेश्चन. इस बार अगर मैंने F दबाया तो कौन सा पीस गिरेगा अकॉर्डिंग टू यू? चूज वन. चूज अ पीस. चैट, चूज वन पीस. टिकू भाई, चूज अ पीस.
Knight on D2 भाई. I'm hoping history repeats itself.
नहीं नहीं भाई, it has to be the king, if you know what I mean.
भाई
Let's go.
गुकेश का किंग
Okay.
है. गुकेश का किंग नहीं करेगा.
Oh, भाई हार गए तो. ये these were not in my cards. एक बार और करते हैं. Oh, there we go. But wrong king,
Oh!
wrong king. But wow, this is such a nice thing. Yeah, I didn't know this could be possible here. Funny, very funny.
Bhai, anything is possible in Norway chess. And by the way, Gukesh is still thinking. Still no moons. I think E3 is the one way. Zuxion also possible, by the way. But I feel like he's about to play, though. It looks like he's just about to play. And as he thinks, Sehaj Bhai, maybe one look at the Pragg game seems like the bar is suggesting he's now even slightly better, actually.
Okay, so we were at knight d5 and he went short castle, and now Vincent took knight takes e7. Now, I think knight takes e7 is maybe a strange decision because the knight on d5 is really strong and the bishop on e7 is considered to be, let's say, not the most active piece in black's position. You can also argue it's probably the worst piece in, at least right now, in black's position. But maybe Vincent did this to create an imbalance in the game. क्योंकि knight e7 queen e7 के बाद ठीक है, temporarily bar says you're better, you're worse. But at the end of the day, you have double bishops and black has a bishop and a knight. That's an imbalance, and that means chances of a result increases.
Indeed. I think time pe aage, position pe aage, this looks amazing. And Sahaj bhai, chat carrier, Divya is apparently really, really better. And there's a beautiful line where she can sack a pawn for a strong attack. And if she finds it, it's not easy. She could be on path to win this game. But it's very tough to play that move. Let's go full screen and let's have a look at the move here.
Wow, look at Divya, by the way, in deep thought. She does sense the moment. And you can see from the blue arrow chart, bishop b2 is that move that gives her a very good position. I wouldn't say it's winning yet, but very close. It's like one mistake from Anna, it could be winning.
But what's the idea, Sahaj bhai? Bishop b2 ke baad, what if black just takes the pawn on e4?
I think the idea is bishop b2, pawn takes, and then you're supposed to sack this and not capture back on e4, which I think is a very, very difficult decision. But c4 is the move. And देखने के बाद ये easy लगती है, but देखने से पहले it's a bit hard because you are allowing pawn takes d3, but at the same time you want to go bishop f6, queen g4 check, knight e4, and you want to just carry the attack on the king side. And remember chat, for a successful attack, we need 3 pieces minimum because एक sacrifice होता है और 2 से चेकमेट होती है. तो if that does happen, you'll have the queen, the rook and the knight going in for for the king, which basically has no defenders right now.
सहज भाई एक काम करो. You know what? I think Divya is asking us to do it. एक बार ब्लैक किंग को टच करो. किया. अब टी
हाँ.
दबाओ.
ये तो पॉन चला गया भाई.
हमने पॉन टच किया होगा भाई.
राइट. ओ लाइक दिस. अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा. टाटा बाय बाय.
भाई क्या क्या टाइम पास करते रहते हैं हम लोग भी.
भाई
बट या आई थिंक
अगर बिशप B2 देखो, अगर मैंने यहाँ पे F दबाया, ठीक है, और बिशप हिला, मतलब दिव्या बिशप B2 खेलेगी. ठीक है, डन.
नहीं, बिशप गिरा तो नहीं खेलेगी ना. बिशप
नहीं नहीं,
गिरा तो नहीं
अगर
खेलेगी.
बिशप मूव किया तो टच मूव हो गया ना भाई. तो बिशप को एडजस्ट करना पड़ेगा फिर.
बट
बिशप
बिशप
यू
गिर
हैव टू
गया तो
मूव.
मतलब इट्स लाइक गॉन. नो, लाइक इट्स सैड बिशप नाउ.
तो
क्राइंग बिशप.
चैट फॉर टुडे, अगर व्हाट डू यू थिंक इज मोर फेयर? अगर पीस हिले तब उसको मूव करें.
सहज भाई खुद ही मूव हो गए भाई. सहज भाई का इंटरव्यू भी थोड़ा मूव हो गया. बट मस्ती नहीं टिक. मस्ती तो करेंगे यार. मस्ती के बिना कैसे रहेंगे. आई थिंक चेस का इतने बढ़िया फीचर बनाए हैं. आई मीन वी हैव टू यूज देम. क्या आज मैग्नस की एक्यूरेसी 80% जाएगी? आई थिंक विल कम टू इट. एंड बाय द वे दिव्या ये गेम पे आई थिंक शी इज डेफिनेटली कंसिडरिंग इट. द फैक्ट दैट शी इज बीन थिंकिंग फॉर 5 minutes and like there are obvious moves you could take on d5. You can't even take easily because then knight d5 के बाद rook is hanging, pawn is hanging, and it feels like white is actually struggling. So she has d4 as a move. That's an alternative. But I think bishop b2 could be fantastic. So let's hope so. She finds this move, bishop b2. And तीनों matches जीती है दिव्या. But she's won them in the Armageddon. And she's second in the standings. If she wins this one, she might as well be the leader after today. So crucial game for Divya Deshmukh. She's the only one among all the 6 games who has a clear edge on the board right now.
Yeah, 100%. And also it's a tactical edge, so I think it's a big thing. So yeah, I mean before I got, cut out there, I just wanted to ask, so if I press the F and the piece moves, is that an indication that she's gonna play, or what do you think, Tikku bhai?
But 4-5 piece और move होंगे ना सहज भाई. So it's very hard.
हाँ, तो
I
उनमें
think.
से एक चाल होगी ना.
हाँ ठीक है. लेट्स डू इट. चलो ठीक है. लेट्स डू इट.
Let's
क्या
do
पता
it भाई,
बिशप
let's do it.
c1
Let's see.
pawn c3 और ये सारे ही हिल जाए भाई. दैट विल बी क्रेजी.
हाँ हाँ, बड़े मजा आएगा. तो अगर अगर बिशप मूव हुआ, मतलब दिव्या इज गोना प्ले बिशप. बाय द वे, दिव्या इज लुकिंग ऑन द क्वीन साइड. जस्ट वाना पॉइंट दैट आउट. ओके, 3 2 1 गो. ये तो कुछ भी मूव नहीं हुआ भाई. ये क्या था?
सहज भाई की मुट्ठी मारने से कोई पीस ही नहीं गिरा. कोई भी टेबल पे
सॉरी,
हाथ
व्हाट?
मारा और कोई पीस. सहज भाई जोर से मारो. जोर से मारो
सॉरी,
टेबल पे.
व्हाट?
जोर से मारो भाई. जोर से मारो.
Okay, this is the last time I'll be pressing this, just so you know, after hearing that.
भाई पीस क्यों नहीं गिर रहा है?
मुझे क्या पता भाई.
What?
What? Okay, we'll just ignore that.
वेट एफ दबाना है ना भाई. मेरे तो सारे पीस गिर गए भाई मेरे बोर्ड पे. तो ये क्या है भाई? ओके दैट्स वियर्ड. बट एनीवेज, सो भाई मत करो सहज भाई. लगता है दिव्या बिशप नहीं खेलने वाली भाई. सैड लाइफ. भाई we have moving Carlsen game. We are moving Carlsen game quickly. Let's jump there. Queen c2 choose किया गुकेश दमराजू ने. That was not the best move. And h6, the best move played by Magnus. And look at this, bishop h4 pe. There is a move now for Magnus which I have never seen in my life being played in this opening, Sahaj bhai. And that is queen to f4. What is this move?
I mean, we were wondering queen का कुछ फायदा है कि नहीं, but d6 पे रहने के लिए. But queen f4, I guess, justifies it to some extent because black can play bishop f5 in the next move.
Oh. बाप रे भाई. bishop f5 is scary, because I have to move my queen again. But does Magnus find it? Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what did he just play?
That's
Look
correct.
at the move.
It's correct.
Ooh,
It was the best move in the position actually.
wow. Bhai, this is nice actually. Love this move. And what's that message, bhai? So now the queen is attacked. हमारा घोड़ा भी attacked है. And if you move the queen somewhere, where do you move the queen, for example, here?
By queen अगर आप d8 पे जाते हो for example, then bishop takes f6 forces you to capture back with the pawn. Because
Ah.
if you go queen takes, then knight c7 check and then goodbye. Basically. लो भाई काम ओ ये
Ah.
सिर्फ गुकेश के गेम पे ही काम कर रहा है क्या? ये तो सारे सारे पीसेस चले गए। ये तो सिर्फ गुकेश के उसमें चल रहा है भाई।
अरे damn. Okay, I don't know why that is happening. मेरे तो सब पे चल रहा है
ये
सहज भाई.
भाई सब पे तो नहीं चल रहा है भाई।
चल रहा है भाई, चल रहा है. But okay, knight b5 के बाद, so what's the best move for Magnus here, Sahaj bhai? Like, and I'm glad कि Ukesh saw knight b5. Like, he had seen all of it before he played that move queen to c2. But what is the best plan for black then?
Bishop takes d2, bishop takes d2, and then you move the queen somewhere. But okay, again, the same principle as the Vincent wala game. Gukesh will have a double bishop advantage. And yeah, I mean, at least there is an imbalance on the board. But position is more or less now completely equal.
Bhai, can I show a line?
अभी थोड़ा डेंजर को अभी कुछ शो मत करो भाई। थोड़ा
Show करना है
डेंजरस
भाई.
थोड़ा डेंजर हो गए
It's
तो अब।
it's it's time to show. And after, bishop d2, bishop d2, so queen e7 makes sense. Now bishop f4. Now I am threatening knight c7, right? Trapping the rook and also other stuff. Knight d6 check. Only move for Magnus after bishop f4 is queen to b4 check.
Bishop f4 right now, you mean?
Huh? Bishop f4 and now knight c7 aa raha hai. So only move is queen b4 check. Knight c3 only move for white, and black just wins a pawn, the central pawn on d4. And now bishop d6 only move for white, and next move white की e4 है. Why? I have no idea who's better, but bar keh raha roughly balanced and there's enough compensation for a pawn. I don't know, what do you think about this?
I think black cannot castle, so I think this is very good compensation. Plus, I mean, getting Magnus in those dynamic positions means वो ज़्यादा सोचेगा, फिर वो time pressure में आएगा, and then that can only be good. So I think such a position I think could favor Gukesh, but we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves I think here because I think bishop d2 queen e7 तक तो forced है, but bishop f4 के बाद क्या queen b4? अच्छा queen b4 भी forced ही है।
Only move है.
हाँ बिकॉज नाइट डी सिक्स मैंने मिस कर दिया था। आई थॉट ओनली नाइट सी सेवन। आई वाज थिंकिंग नाइट ए सिक्स खेल सकता हूँ मैं, बट यू हैव नाइट डी सिक्स चेक व्हिच इज वेरी वेरी अनोइंग इन दिस पोजीशन एंड चैट इज लेटिंग अस नो दिव्या ओपी। मतलब दिव्या प्लेड इट।
She played
यस
it.
शी डिड।
Wow.
लेट्स गो भाई। C4 अनदर ओनली मूव इनकमिंग भाई।
Wow. And now if she fight, and I think she could just take on e4 with the knight. That is like roughly slightly better for her. But c4 would be a killer move. Sahaj bhai, let's have it on the board once. Aapne bishop khol diya. And now what is black's best try? Because if you take on d3, I'm going to take on f6 and you might as well resign. Yeah. Queen g4 incoming. Rook is on the fourth rank. Sahaj bhai, aapke
आपने
दम नहीं
क्यों
है सहज
बताया
भाई.
मुझे? Why did you tell me about this?
राकेश भाई told us on the group, no, उससे
No
मुझे
no,
याद
you
आया.
told me about this. क्यों बताया
हाँ,
मुझे?
मुझे याद आया. I had forgotten about this, but I remembered suddenly. And
अरे भाई. But I think
she
it's
has
only working in one game, yeah.
wait, I'm trying to check in if it's work. Wait, it's not working for me either now. What?
भाई वो आई थिंक वो सिर्फ एक ही गेम में चल रहा है।
ये ऐसा क्यों? Okay, weird.
आई
Huh?
वंडर व्हाई ऐसा क्यों चल रहा है टिकू
No,
भाई?
but
व्हाई डू
you
यू
can.
थिंक?
The T is working.
कुछ स्पेशल है उसमें, कुछ स्पेशल बोर्ड है,
The
कुछ
T button is
व्हाट डू यू
working though.
थिंक?
Says why you touch the king, it's working. F button is not working. T button is working. I think Ukesh maybe it's for Magnus game, na. That's why the
हाँ टी इज वर्किंग, यस टी इज
T is
वर्किंग,
working.
करेक्ट।
Yes. By the way, chat, crucial moment. Let's go full screen. Crucial moment for Divya. Will she find C4? If she finds it, she could win the classical section. Sahaj bhai, that could be 4 wins in a trot for Divya Deshmukh, and she could be the leader in the women's section.
100%. She's only behind Bibisara, and one classical win can change everything. By those 3 juicy points are waiting, and she is very very close. I'm seeing some comments in the chat. Bhai, just a suggestion, like you are IM and Sehaj Bhai is the GM. So can you tell why Sehaj Bhai is not playing these games? We as audience don't know this. We only know certain GMs. Basically, it is because I'm not, let's say, an elite grandmaster. I'm not like a 2700 player, and I think to play in an event like this, you need to have minimum. Norway just minimum 2720, 2730 is, I think, the bare minimum. But as far as other events go, I don't really play as much as I should. I do play, but like not as serious events anymore because okay, I'm commentating, I'm coaching and
Sahaj
doing
bhai,
other things and stuff like that.
maybe this move will inspire you because C4 on the board by Divya, and now it's close to winning the position for Divya Deshmukh. And Anna has only one move to continue the game, and that is play knight to d4 to block that dangerous bishop. But look at that bishop on b2, an absolute beast on the board.
भाई बिशप F6 को रोकने के लिए नाइट D4 तो फोर्स्ड ही है, बट भाई नाइट D4 के बाद इफ आई गो नाइट टेक C4, यू गो नाइट टेक C4, रुक टेक C4, ये नाइट को आपको फिर से हटाना पड़ेगा यहाँ से. एंड यू कैनॉट कन्विंस मी दैट दिव्या इज लाइक, आई फील लाइक शी इज वेरी क्लोज टू बीइंग विनिंग हियर समहाउ.
Wait, c5 पे क्या हो रहा है?
भाई बिशप D4 ही मार दूंगा ना मैं, पॉन तो मर जाएगा आपका.
Ah, okay, okay. Maybe I don't have queen g4 though because there's f5, right? That's why I was worried. Like
I mean, not right
c5.
now, but isolated तो isolated ही रहेगा ना. I'll
हाँ,
just
true,
take and
true.
okay, I'll play whatever. I'll play rook e5, rook d5. I'll bring the queen. I'll bring the rook. कभी ना कभी तो मर ही जाएगा पॉन.
हाँ, कभी ना कभी तो जाएगा ये pawn. And I think इसका मतलब Anna Muzychuk is under huge trouble now, and Divya does look confident about her position, and I think she could have her fourth win in a row, chat. So great news for Divya fans. And meanwhile, Sahaj, I think Anna has a very, very tough choice. Can we just move the knight on f6 somewhere in the live position? For example, I don't know, knight to h7, let's say. Just move the
भाई
knight
good
away.
luck.
भाई good luck तो but कैसे कैसे कर Divya will convert that? For example, if you could see 2-3 moves after knight h7.
If you go knight d7, भाई good luck, because after knight takes e4 you are getting into the same position because मेरे
हाँ.
पास bishop भी है, knight भी है, एक extra piece है मेरे पास भाई, तो attack will just be even more dangerous here I feel for Divya. So I think Anna should try to consolidate with this knight d4 move because इससे at least एक knight तो trade हो रहा है board पे.
Very interesting. It's not an easy choice for Anna. I think choosing between two bad choices is never easy because you know you're gonna suffer in either of them. And yeah, Divya ke liye a great position to have right now with the white pieces. So good news there, Sahaj bhai. Maybe we can jump back to Magnus ek baar because he's still thinking after knight b5. Do you think he missed this move potentially, or maybe underestimated the power of knight b5 here? And he's now looking at these bishop f4 lines. And he's like, bhai, यहाँ पे कुछ complications possible हैं?
या वो जो bishop f4 queen takes d4 वाली जो लाइन थी, that is definitely possible for sure. या क्योंकि black के पास तो और कोई ऑप्शन नहीं है ना. Maybe you can play, can I go queen e7 though, like bishop f6 just gf6? Is this really that bad? I remember this game of Magnus and Kramnik जहाँ पे Magnus created this like very cool idea of playing this knight e2, knight g3, knight f5 ऐसे करके. Black का bishop g6 में फंस गया था, bishop d3, bishop f5, knight h4 पे बैठा था, उसने
Yeah.
g3 खेला था. It's some Carlsbad position, and even though Magnus was playing that game with the white pieces, and Chad, I think it was like Sinkefield Cup or like it was not like a world championship or like a world cup type of an event. Not, it was like one of the elite events,
Hey, look at Magnus.
open events, and that was like an iconic game by Magnus, by the way.
Look at Magnus Sage by, and I remember that game, very famous game. I think in that line, जहाँ पे bishop f5, queen f3 करके मारते हैं f6 पे, and I think even I followed that plan. I think instructive game from Magnus, and look at Magnus by. Wait, what? Why he's rotating in his chair right now, and he was literally
Magnus
looking
doesn't
backwards
look
for a second.
Yeah,
like
he
ulti
doesn't
direction
look okay. He doesn't.
Hi.
Yeah. Like I'm not. I mean, like, it doesn't seem to be in the right
Headspace.
let's say Yeah, headspace for sure.
भाई वो उल्टी डायरेक्शन में देख रहे थे फॉर अ सेकंड लिटरली. ओ लुक एट हिज एक्सप्रेशन. या ही इज नॉट हैप्पी विद व्हाट ही हैज राइट नाउ. इट्स लाइक भाई थोड़ा सा कॉम्प्लिकेट हो गया, इतना मैं सोचा नहीं था. एंड चैट यूजुअली इन क्वींस गैम्बिट स्ट्रक्चर्स में अब तक तो कैसल करके मतलब रुक बी1 खेल के b4 b5 करके c6 पॉन पे अटैक आ चुका होता है. लाइक इट्स सच अ कॉमन प्लान. But both players coming up with innovative move after innovative move and not really even moving to the middle game. Like we're still stuck in the opening. राइट नाउ मजा आया देख के सहज भाई ये बैटल ओपनिंग से ही.
Yeah, for sure. I think maza to ab aayega bhai, because I really would like to know what Magnus is going to play, because Tiku bhai, I don't think Magnus goes for that pawn sack line, because वहाँ पे बहुत ज़्यादा risk है and Magnus could get very low on time as well. I think he will play queen e7 or queen e7 probably, and bishop f6 gf6. He'll accept that strategic worse structure. At least double bishop है and कुछ direct नहीं हो रहा उधर. So that I think he will be more comfortable playing, and also he would be able to make a couple of moves quickly.
I absolutely agree with you. I think he has a choice here. या तो उनको कहना है okay, I see the disadvantage double pawn से. I've played such structures before. I can manage the slightly worse position जहाँ मुकेश grind करेंगे. I am the end game goat. I can hold that position. Or he can sit down and calculate now for the next 10 minutes or so, already been thinking for 12 minutes, and then navigate all those variations. And look at Gukesh on the left right now. He is absolutely locked in, as Rakesh Bhai says. वो कह रहा है भाई, I have an opportunity here. I'm not gonna let it go. And that's the problem of being the GOAT, Sahaj Bhai. For everybody, you are the one to beat, right? You are the one they really want to challenge. They will not, you know, bring their B game if possible. They're prepared. Their openings are the best. Their tactics are the best. They've had 8 hours of sleep. Like they take your game the most seriously.
Yeah, for sure.
Let's see what
For
happens,
sure.
Magnus.
Let's see. भाई मुश्किल लग रहा है अभी के लिए. Chad, do you think Magnus makes a move in the next 5 minutes? Tiku bhai, do you think he
That's
makes a
a
move in the next 5 minutes?
that's a very good question because it's basically saying does he accept the double pawns or does he go for the queen d4 line? Because अगर 4 मिनट में मूव चली तो डबल पॉन्स, अगर उसके बाद चली तो देन क्वीन d4 सहज भाई.
Yep.
Chat is completely divided. More people saying no though. I think people think Magnus is gonna think. So wow. Gukesh, by the way, looking at the screen right now, chat, हर top level event में there's a screen जहाँ पे सारी games live होती हैं. It's mostly also for the audience there who can watch the games live sitting there. Sahaj bhai, what's your craziest experience of being in a tournament, being part of the live audience, for example, right? Experiencing a chess tournament in real while the top players are playing. Because his story है which might be interesting to hear for somebody who's never been there.
What do you mean? Like in like in which sense?
फॉर एग्जाम्पल जैसे कि आप आईआरएल इवेंट कोई कवर करने गए, चाहे कमेंट्री के लिए, चाहे एज अ फैन कभी बचपन में गए हो टू सी लाइक द सम इवेंट जो टॉप लेवल इवेंट आप कभी गए हो देखने के लिए, लाइक हाउ वाज योर एक्सपीरियंस सीइंग
Bhai,
इट इन रियल
I
टाइम?
think I have one of the greatest like matches that I saw in person. आप मानोगे नहीं.
व्हिच वन वाज इट?
I actually saw the World Championship match of Topalov and Kramnik, like OTB. I was there in Elista in 2005.
क्या बात कर रहे हो?
Anji, I was there. I actually saw, and that's the first time actually I met Kramnik as well.
तो टॉयलेट पे कौन था?
And actually also I have
नहीं,
a
मजाक
picture
कर.
with I have a picture with Topalov as well. Like and I have this story, like I remember it really well, that he actually knew who I was, because I had recently just become a world under 10 champion. So he knew my name. Like he knew who I was. So that was like such a big moment for me, because world champion mera naam janta hai bhai. That's crazy.
भाई सहज भाई was world under 10 champion, chat, just keep that in mind. That is insane. दुनिया में 10 साल के बच्चों में सहज भाई सबको बीट कर सकते हैं. सहज भाई वो टाइटल मिला, like how did it feel? Like I really want to understand, how did it feel जब वो टाइटल मिला? वो
GM title या world title?
वर्ल्ड अंडर 10 भाई.
Bhai, I didn't know the um I didn't know what it was when I was that age. Let's just put it like that. Okay? I only got to understand this much later in my life as I grew a bit older. But actually, the main reason why I won the why I played so well there, you would not believe it, Tiku bhai. My mom told me कि एक्चुअली आई टोल्ड माई मॉम कि मॉम मुझे मुझे वहाँ पे ना एक ग्लास की कोई तो बड़ी बहुत बहुत बढ़िया सी बॉल थी which I really wanted. ठीक है, when I went to the event, it was in France, it was in Belfort. पहले दिन I was like, mom, can I please have this ball? And my mom was like, तू world champion जीत जा, तू world champion बन जा, I'll get you the ball. True story. The moment I became a world champion, I asked her for that, and 10 minutes later, I lost the ball. This is a true story. Tiku bhai has no words.
I have a lot of words, Sahej bhai, but I think I have to understand and breathe for now.
No, but seriously, this is exactly what happened. Like this is मैंने जाते ही बोला, my mom is crying, वो मुझे hug कर रही है, बेटा I'm so proud of you. Mom, वो बाहर चलते हैं ना जरा, मेरे को बॉल चाहिए.
But I think everybody has their thing. Gukesh, for example, went bungee jumping, right? And I think when he became world champion, Magnus dropped into a pool, and I think it's a huge accomplishment to be best in the world at something, even at an age. I think it's crazy. And सहज भाई वो insights अब तक हम लोग benefit ले रहे हैं आपकी insights का. And एक तो ये सामने चल के क्यों जाते हैं लोग यार, मैं डर जाता हूँ पता नहीं क्यों. I think they've kept the walking space too close to the camera. I get scared for a second. वो horror movie का मुझे वो vibe आता है ऐसे, वो like वो एनाबेल वाला ऐसे वो चल के जा रहा है कोई घोस्ट ऐसे. हाँ. Why Maggie only 1.5 time मतलब?
1.5, I don't understand.
Chat भाई मैग्नस का पोस्ट देखो एक बार. Can we go full screen again? भाई मैग्नस is like giving every single pose known to mankind. सहज भाई लग रहा है every single pose in the world you can think of. मतलब he's too into the game maybe, yeah, and he's already 10 minutes behind by the way. Magnus cooked. भाई किसी ने कुछ तो कुक किया है बिकॉज डिनर तो मैं निकल गया. आई डोंट नो. Okay, still no moves. Come on. Okay, now he's sitting straight. I think maybe he's about to play. Yeah, chat bishop d2 is the move I think we are considering as the best move. Queen e7 is second one जहां पे you're accepting the double pawns. His score, oh man, he's 1.5. He's last in the standings. So can we have the standings on board एक बार just to comedians on board सुना है तो standings on board भी दिखा दो because
Dubai,
this never happens.
Dubai, I'll
Bhai.
just
This
be right
never
back in a
happens.
second. Yeah.
हाँ हाँ.
This is it.
This never happens. Like look at this. Magnus Carlsen is last in a classical event. Last out of 6 players. Last कब देखा था आपने भाई? And this is not after 1 round or even 2 rounds, 3 rounds के बाद. Alireza on top, Pragg in second, Wesley, Gukesh and Vincent के बाद last में Magnus. And let's keep in mind, अगर Magnus classical में नहीं जीतते, the max he can get is 1.5 points if he wins the tie breaks. So even then he'll be in last place. Assuming Vincent loses, he's going to be in tied last place. And Vincent, by the way, has a decent position. So अगर draw भी करते हैं Vincent, like Magnus is guaranteed to be in last place if he does not win the classical. So 4 round के बाद Magnus very very likely to be in last place unless he beats Gukesh in the classical 7. Chat carry, of course, he'll come back and destroy everyone. That's what he's done every single time. But what if he doesn't do it this time? And look at this. Queen e7 played. Iska matlab he did not like that pawn sack line. He does not want the tactics. And now bishop f6, only move for Gukesh, but it gives him a long-term edge, a clear edge for Gukesh now. जैसे ही knight मारेंगे, आप queen से नहीं मार सकते because knight c7 check would pick up the rooks. So pawn से मारना पड़ेगा and बहुत ही घटिया pawn structure होगा Magnus Carlsen का. Chat, I have to be honest, अगर मैं किसी बराबर के प्लेयर से खेल रहा हूं ना, एंड GF6 इफ आई फोर्स, आई एम थिंकिंग इन माई हेड, भाई ये गेम तो अपनी है, मतलब समझ, लाइक दैट्स द थॉट प्रोसेस आई हैव. ऑफ कोर्स यू आर प्लेइंग मैग्नस एंड इट्स टॉप लेवल चेस, देयर आर लेस मिस्टेक्स, बट इन लेट्स से बिटवीन एनी मैच बिटवीन टू इक्वल प्लेयर्स, यू आर थिंकिंग भाई ये गेम तो व्हाइट से जीतनी है. ब्लैक्स किंग इज नाउ वीक फॉर एवर, द pawn structure is damaged, उसकी डेवलपमेंट भी नहीं है, एंड like what does he have in return for this, for these so many advantages, disadvantages. So I feel like Gukesh in the driver's seat, absolutely, both in the position and the clock. Chad, do you agree with that, yes or no? Because I feel like this is not where Magnus wanted to be when he played that queen d6 move. Yeah, definitely not. That was not the dream. वर्ल्ड वाइड ऑल गोट्स, इसका समझ नहीं आया भाई. Why are goats sad? But okay, come on. Saj bhai, Queen E7 played.
Yeah, bhai, as expected, because he does not want to go into that sharp variation. And now bishop f6, gf6 makes slight, discomfort. But I think Magnus would be comfortable in this position because he has played the model game here as white. If we think about it, right? It was
But
the,
as
like that,
white,
वो जो
no.
Carlsen Kramnik wala game hai, right?
हाँ, बट उनको ट्रॉमा भी अलग याद होगा ना भाई, कि यार व्हाइट के पास ऑप्शंस कितने, ही नोज, ही एग्जैक्टली नोज द
But
नंबर
I
ऑफ
mean,
ऑप्शंस व्हाइट हैज.
I think I'm maybe it's just me, but if I am very comfortable with a setup as white, I would also be very comfortable with black as well because मुझे पता रहेगा ना कि white के plans क्या हैं, उनको कैसे रोकना है, and all of that. I think that's why he chose to go queen e7 and not go into that. And I think that's a good decision, from like a very good practical decision from Magnus because at least here, even though the pawn structure is going to be ugly, it's still not like कुछ आप कासल नहीं कर सकते, मतलब आप मतलब कुछ अटैक आ रहा है, मतलब क्रेजी सा. It's like a static, slight edge maybe for Gukesh so far.
I think that makes a lot of sense. I think Magnus feels like this is the one I can defend, and इंजन के लिए बोलना बड़ा आसान है, okay, let's go for the
And
other line, because it can calculate very easily. That's
but
not the case for a human. Hmm.
surprisingly, Tikku bhai, like this can also backfire, because like I remember I once played against a very strong grandmaster. His name is Ni Hua from China. His peak rating was around 27. When I
He
played
was
him,
second
he
for
was
Ding,
around
no?
26. Sorry?
He was second for Ding, I think.
Yes,
At
of course. Yes, he was
World
a second
Championship,
for
yeah.
Ding. Yes, he was. And I played him like in some Paris, it was a Paris Fanat Open, the one in Delhi. And Ni Hua is an expert of French, like basically one of the
Hmm.
leading experts of French for a long, long, long time. So literally, I actually played French against him. And and जब आप I think as a surprise ये खेलते हो, then it can also backfire for your opponent because they tend to feel more comfortable from the other side. So
Hmm.
इसमें थोड़े nuances रहते हैं, but लेट्स सी. इन फैक्ट जो मैग्नस और क्रामनिक वाला गेम जो मैं कह रहा हूँ उतने टाइम से, उसमें नाइट D2 पे नहीं था बाय द वे, उसमें नाइट H4
Hmm.
पे जाता है. एंड ब्लैक का बिशप मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंटली वाज नॉट ऑन C8, इट्स सपोज टू बी ऑन G6, एंड ब्लैक का पॉन
Hmm.
H7 पे रहता है ऐसे. तो स्लाइट डिफरेंस इज देयर. बट लेट्स सी. बाय द वे, नाइट C3 प्लेड, नाइट टेक्स D5 का इमीडिएट थ्रेट क्योंकि बिशप C8 पे हैंगिंग है. सो लेट्स मूव दिस बिशप.
I love this position of Gukesh though. Like, I mean, I think Magnus had a difficult choice. He chose one of the choices, then okay, I think that's fair. But if Gukesh was given this position as an option at the start of the day, कि आपको Magnus के साथ ये position मिलेगी, I think he would grab it with both hands, Sage. But I think he should be very happy with what he has. ठीक है, Magnus has the bishop pair, but you have a solid structure. Kingside castling is very, risky. And आई फील लाइक एक लॉन्ग टर्म एज है गुकेश के पास, स्लाइट एज है, बट लॉन्ग टर्म एज है. इट्स नॉट easy for Magnus to get rid of these double pawns now, almost impossible hai. And Gukesh can try to squeeze a very long game, put Magnus in time pressure, and maybe Magnus gives in a couple of mistakes later on in the game.
Absolutely. And I think this is, by the way, Magnus has just played a move as well. Knight D7. He does not move the bishop, but still the bishop is defended. So Knight D5 का threat नहीं है. So I think it's still a good move. Maybe Magnus wants to put the knight on B6 first and then decide bishop को किधर रखना है.
Hmm.
That's, I guess, his plan. And at any cost, do not play bishop C3 anymore. because that is literally your
हाँ
only compensation. जो ये
hmm.
pawn जो खराब हो रखे हैं, ये bishop is the only reason why it's not like clearly worse for Magnus right now. So bishop c3 is something, it's an idea we have to abandon immediately.
सहज भाई को मार के दिखा दो. Let's say white plays e3 या g3, whatever the best move is, and let's
चलते.
show chat की बार कैसे गिरता है. And I absolutely agree, because bishop pair is the only counter play you have. There you see the bar jump up, chat. It went from plus 0.5 to more than plus 1. And यहाँ पे तो भाई, I mean, Gukesh is gonna just crush Magnus, like slowly but surely. It's gonna be impossible to play. You need that dark square
It's
bishop now.
It's definitely a very good position for Gukesh. Again, with static advantage, but it's just a lot more. Like I feel it's a very big
Hmm.
stable edge, and Magnus would have to defend for a very very long time here, bhai. So it does not look pleasant. So do not play bishop c3. You have to let go of that thought. And chat में कोई पूछ रहा है सहज भाई, your have you ever won a match without castling in classical? By many, like hundreds. I'm sure by Tikku bhai, have you you've won hundreds of games like that, yeah?
Yes भाई. Yes, yes, yes पे रोक देते हैं उसको वहीं पे. Yes, 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 yes. सही, हाँ जी,
चलो ये
बिल्कुल.
बोल दे, चलो ये तो बोल सकते हैं कि यू हैव प्लेड 100 गेम्स विदाउट हसलिंग.
Yes, 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 yes.
ये वाला यस
Absolutely.
बहुत ज्यादा कॉन्फिडेंट
अलविदा
था
ना
पहले
कहना
वाले
कभी.
यस से.
Yes, yes, yes. But नहीं, I think usually beginners के लिए it's highly recommended to castle. I think put your king in the corner, because ऐसे बहुत सारे miniature games होते हैं कई बार, you delay castling for other games and then they don't work out. And the best advice for a beginner is castle quickly. The game will definitely last long. It's much tougher to reach a king on g8 or g1 than on e1 or e8. Meanwhile, chat, I think I know chat दिव्या की डिमांड कर रहे हैं, but कुछ वहां पे updates है सहज भाई. That's exactly what we looked at. Let's do a 30-second recap of what's happened in Divya game, and then let's jump back to Magnus, because crucial moment वहां पे भी.
भाई ये तो आई मीन लिटरली मेरे एनालिसिस
Hmm.
बोर्ड में ये पोजीशन है एक्चुअली, बिकॉज
हाँ.
आफ्टर C4 शी प्लेड knight d4 which we analyzed, takes हुआ, and now Anna is thinking where to put the knight, and of course Divya I think is in a fantastic position. I mean, I would say it's kind of like two results. I cannot see White actually having to fight for a draw in this position at all. Bishop, of
I
course,
agree.
pawns on both sides. Bishop is a superior piece. You have long-term pressure on the king. The g7 pawn is a target. अगर आप end game में भी जाते हो तो फिर भी bishop is going to be superior than the knight. So it's like all scenarios are really, really favoring Divya right now.
I agree. Only two results possible. Either Divya wins in 15 moves or wins in 25 moves. I think clearly. And the knight on d4 has a tough choice to make. कहाँ जाऊँ मैं, क्या करूँ life में? What's my purpose? And look at that bishop on b2. घर बैठ के भी sniper की तरह black king के ऐसे डर बना दिया उसने, वहां पे माहौल बना दिया डर का. So Divya in
Hmm.
the driver's seat. Let's jump back to Magnus. I don't know why I keep crawling back to the Magnus game. It feels like ऐसे वो होता है ना एक, I don't know, I've been waiting for this game for so long. अब आ गया है तो भाई यहाँ से हिलने का ही मन नहीं कर रहा है.
हाँ, मैं मतलब कल भी हम डिस्कस कर रहे थे ना कि एक एक वो सीन लगा देते हैं जहाँ पे मतलब ये गेम चलता
हाँ.
रहेगा, इवन दो वी गो ऑन अदर मैचेस एज वेल, एंड but yeah, it's going to be an exciting game. It's already I think heating up. So good news there. And by the way, chat mein people were asking what is my highest accuracy in a tournament. Why? I don't think that is easy to evaluate, because you can evaluate an accuracy of a game but not really of a tournament. Yeah, because that's like 10 game, like 11 games, हर game की उठा के आप accuracy देखो फिर उसको आप 11 से multi, I mean that's just like too much I think to do. I mean you can spend that time improving your chess instead. I think.
Yeah. Agreed. And also I think accuracy changes with the recent engines, right? It can sometimes change. So
Uh,
अगर वही
someone's
accuracy का
asking,
measure
sir,
कर.
someone's asking, sir, can you please tell me how AICS select players for under 8 for Asian Championship or for Commonwealth Championships? I'm not sure what the selection criteria is. It used to be that आप nationals के through, but आप donor entry के through भी जा सकते होते थे. But I'm not sure what the selection criteria now is. But I'm assuming if you have played like your state championships or if you've played nationals, then you should be able to play the Commonwealth Championships as well. जो भी श्रीलंका में हो रही है, I'm assuming that's the one you're talking about. जो अभी हुई थी, sorry.
By the way, Magnus not at the seat right now. Gukesh thinking about his options. Said by now G3 is the first preference of my computer now, with Bishop G2 and kind of safening of the king before a potential attack could be launched on the G file. So I know where White's king is kind of planning to go. Could go king side to queen side. Black king queen side जाने की planning कर रहा है क्या यहाँ पे? Like, is that the goal for the black king?
Black has to go king side. Oh, sorry, queen side. Yes,
Hmm.
100%. King side तो एकदम टूट गई है. And actually, you might have to play h5, h4, h3 just to like get rid of this pawn. Yeah, somehow. Or at least h5, h4
Hmm.
तो खेलो कम से कम यहाँ पे थोड़ा powerful होगा ये. If you play g3 for example, h5, h4 can be an interesting idea. But देखो भाई, Sesi is letting us know that here e3 is basically the best move.
Hmm.
I feel like Sesi जब बोलता है ना तो फिर उसके बाद like it's a. But I think in terms of like practicality, g3 is what Magnus play, that idea with keeping the knight on h4 and playing g3, bishop h3, bishop f5 ऐसे करके कुछ तो बैठा था bishop, तो उसमें भी pawn g3 पे था.
Hmm.
And I'm sure Gukesh has studied that game. By everyone has studied that game because that game kind of changed how that end game was played.
But एक आकाश पर लिखते सैसे कपूर.
भाई बट मुझे पता क्या है, घर की याद नहीं आई तुझे सैसी.
Damn यार. भाई
my
साहब
Sessi
भाई.
is
हाँ.
What Sesi? Sesi is that supercomputer chat. In fact, if you just search on Google's SESSE, you will see the game, and it's like on some super strong processor. So it's a very strong engine. It's basically like knowing the truth of this game. And Sesi is always following Magnus's game. So yeah, it's a good tool to have.
By the way, we have huge updates in the Prague game and worth checking them out because White is planning to launch an attack. And जो हम कह रहे थे कि ये close position है, nothing could be further from the truth now. That close position has opened up drastically and feels like कि भाई यहाँ पे कोई तो attack करेगा and फिलहाल White के chances बढ़िया लग रहे हैं. Can we go through the last few moves, सहज भाई?
So we were on knight e7, queen e7, knight e1, जहाँ पे engine started saying black is a bit better, but we know that Vincent wanted to go for some imbalances. Pawn takes आता है, pawn takes, knight e8. That's already something that's not liked by the engine. I'm guessing Prag's idea is to put the knight like this to d4, c7, e6, d4. Engine had some other plans here, but I think it's very nuanced. So knight c2 was played, knight c7, and now finally f4 on the board to create some pressure on the king side. Black takes, and now white he captures back with the pawn on f4. So g file खुल चुकी है. Knight e3 आने वाला है. वो bishop b2 पे एक बार बैठ गया तो g7 के pawn पे बहुत प्रेशर बन सकता है भाई.
This looks dangerous, भाई. At
कोई लिख
first
रहा है
glance.
सेसी जैसी कोई नहीं. अरे चैट.
That's true, actually.
हाँ, सेसी जैसा कोई नहीं है भाई. सेसी जैसा सिर्फ एक ही है.
चैट आई थिंक जैसे इतना मेहनत करके लोगों ने बनाया होगा, हजारों डॉलर रखते होंगे फॉर एवरी गेम. आई डोंट नो हाउ मच कॉस्ट इट, नॉर्वे गवर्नमेंट इज पेइंग फॉर इट या व्हाटएवर इट इज. तो इतने मीम्स मत बनाओ. बट सहज भाई, इस गेम में क्या लग रहा है? अगर मुझे देखा जाए, किंग h1, रुक g1 एट द राइट मोमेंट, व्हेनेवर आई कैन प्ले बिशप b2 में बिशप d2, बिशप c3, व्हाटएवर, समहाउ गेट द बिशप ऑन दैट डायगोनल. लाइक ब्लैक का प्ले मुझे दिख नहीं रहा है. इतना आसान नहीं है टू अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट इज ब्लैक गोइंग टू डू. फॉर एग्जांपल, इफ आई इवन प्ले 96, like f5 is kind of begging to be played, right? With some f6 ideas as well, just to open the
भाई
king side.
f5
So
f6 तो जिंदगी में कभी नहीं अलाउ करना.
हाँ, तो डर लग रहा है भाई देख के कि मतलब हाउ डज ब्लैक हैंडल दिस?
I mean, when you face a flank attack, you break the center always. So d5 is not possible because there are too many pawns here. You would just be losing the pawn. So f5 is basically the only other option. That it's not tech. I mean, it's still breaking the center because you're putting some pressure on the e4 pawn. And I'm guessing the idea should revolve around that. Plus, when you do play f5, then queen also provides some support to the g7 pawn. कभी rook f7 आके भी आप g7 को बचा सकते हो. So I think some. Oh,
हाँ
amazing. We're getting another confessional by Magnus. Let's go.
भाई.
Very soon, chat.
Yeah. And by the way, they have played Sehjwai. So before we have that confessional, maybe we see those moves. ताकि क्या पता उसके बारे में बात कर ले Magnus. In fact, E3 was played by Gukesh, and now knight to B6 played. So opening up the bishop, and maybe this is the time to hear what Magnus Carlsen has in his mind brought to you just for you, chat. देखते क्या करे.
Questions you may ask: did I miss knight b5? Yes. Was it an unpleasant surprise? Yes, at least initially. Do I think my position is playable? Yes, I also think it's playable now. That's all.
Sehjwai, was that confessional goated? Yes.
भाई
I think
मैं तो
clearly.
सिर्फ एक ही चीज सुन पाया बस. या इज माय पोजीशन प्लेबल? यस, दैट्स इट.
Matlab, hilarious, I think. I love that actually. Bilkul clear. Did I miss knight b5? Yes. Did I do this? Yes. If I design position playable? Yes. By must tha bhai. And I love that Magnus is kind of showing his funny bone there a little bit, even though he's under so much pressure. He's taking this a bit lightly. But yeah, he did miss knight b5. Yeah, that was a complete shock for him.
That's a bit surprising, yeah. But I think still he handled that pretty well, and I think now it's maybe slightly worse, but overall not really a big problem so far. By the way, best move here, Tiku bhai, is h5. Just to try and expand the h pawn as much as possible to get rid of this. क्योंकि अगर आपने h pawn नहीं touch किया तो कभी नाइट जैसे f4 पे आ सकता है, g3 पे आ सकता है, तो h5 can be a problem, and if it goes to f5 then h6 pawn can be a problem as well. So this is something that he has to watch out for. Do you think Magnus plays h5, Tikubai?
I think he should, because rook g8 he plays. Wow. I think also a decent move, but it's kind of forcing me to play g3 जो मैं वैसे भी खेलने ही वाला था. Like maybe then the plan could be like bishop h3 or bishop g4, like to avoid castling for white. Is that the goal?
Maybe he's forcing white to go long castle, yeah, because g3 bishop h3 के बाद आप short castle नहीं कर. But I think I would have gone long castle anyways, no? Okay, g3 played.
Bishop g4 पे क्या खेलोगे यहाँ पे was my question, because now you cannot long castle, I think.
Let's see if Magnus plays quickly. He also Magnus looks a bit sleepy, no?
I look at Gukesh. He looks pumped up right now. He looks really pumped up. Chat, I don't know if you agree. Like he looks like he's really motivated. He एक stare भी दिया Magnus को उसने वहाँ पे. I think he senses कि भाई यहाँ potential है position में. And look at this chat. Beautiful play. All the pawns on dark squares complementing the bishop on e3. This tells you the bishop is a good bishop. उसके pawns एक color पे, bishop एक color पे, and that makes it so much more difficult for black to use his extra bishop, that is the bishop on b4. So great pawn placement, and of course, a queenside castles is white's next move, unless black plays bishop to g4. हाँ भाई डर गया था मैं, इधर तो नहीं कौन आया सामने से. A3 is good. Yeah, A3 is nice. But what do you play after bishop g4? And bishop g4, I think you can't castle. And I really don't want to castle king side. I feel like it's a bit risky. So maybe I will delay castling for the time being and just play A3 then. Maybe your move, yeah, A3. Just to force the question कि bishop भाई, आप कहाँ जा रहे हैं? आप D6 पे जा रहे हैं कि आप मार रहे हैं C3 पे? अगर C3 मार दोगे तो भाई फिर ठीक है. फिर I might even go king side, because then you don't have bishop D6, H5, H4 putting pressure on G3. So maybe that's the plan after bishop G4, just to play A3 and ask the question to the bishop कि भाई कहाँ किथे? Oh, he goes bishop H3 though. Okay.
Okay, and now long castle becomes more or less, I think, forced, because short bishop f1 though looks a bit. Oh, bishop f5 maybe could be interesting, Tikubai.
Bishop F5.
Bishop f5, queen f5, and okay, they say that when your
Ah.
opponent has two bishops, you remove one of the bishops. So from that angle, I like bishop f5 a lot.
That is true. But I was thinking कि मतलब maybe some rook g5, like I might lose a tempo at some point. I'm not sure if it's great
Ah, rook
right
g5
now.
and f5, yeah?
Huh, and then suddenly queen has to move again. So maybe I will keep this as an option, like at the right moment. I'll keep teasing black here, like कब check दूंगा, अभी दूंगा, अभी दूंगा, अभी दूंगा. Like, I will not reveal when I'm going to give that check. So maybe just queen side castles, and I keep that bishop f5 check in handy at the right moment.
Not sure, bhai. Not sure. The position is like really strategic, and I feel like the top moves are not really top moves. Like 19-20 ka farak. If you play long castle here or if you play a3 here, I think it hardly makes a difference because
Hmm.
Gukesh seems to have a very stable edge. But Tiko bhai, one interesting fact here is that if I do play a3 in this position, like bishop c3 is something that is not a bad move anymore. Which is very strange to me. Yeah, like let's say if you go long castle, a3, and now bishop takes c3 is actually one of the best moves here. Whereas 2 moves ago, we had just said कि bishop को हमेशा d6 पे जाना चाहिए.
I feel like maybe that's partially true because after bishop h3, I am going to be able to play h4, right? You cannot play h4. So bishop h3 ki wajah se you cannot play h4 anymore and fix my weakness on h5. So maybe
Mhm.
I get rid of one of my biggest weaknesses. And now the double pawns is sure an advantage, but it's hard for you to reach these double pawns, right? I can't reach f6 and f7 easily. But I
Yeah, and
still
also,
feel कि हाँ,
Mhm.
continue by. But long term,
नहीं,
still I feel like white should be better. I think I would rather have black take on c3 than go back d6 as white. Like I would prefer that choice though.
100%. By the way, we do have a super chat. Thank you so much, Mayank Bhai, saying big ups to the commentators. GG's guys, love it. Thank you so much, Bhai. Love to see. And thank you for watching, Bhai. I think this is for sure one of the like highlights of the entire event. Yeah, maybe of the year as well. Top 3 moments हो सकते हैं भाई आज.
Agreed. And after what happened yesterday, the tournament standings, it makes it so much exciting to follow this. Gukesh, by the way, played the last move in just about 30 seconds. बहुत जल्दी जीत रही उन्होंने खेला. How much time will he take now? I think obvious choice है. Queen side castles. He should put that king there. Make sure कभी कोई issue ना आए. And then we're going to see queen side castles from Magnus Carlsen as well. बढ़िया पोजीशन है, मजा आ रहा है देख के. एंड सहज भाई, ऑल्दो हमने एक डिस्कशन किया था कि कौन होगा पहला बंदा जो 1 घंटे से नीचे जाएगा. राइट नाउ इट फील्स लाइक इट माइट बी गुकेश.
भाई उस मोमेंट पे इमेजिन अगर हमने गुकेश बोला होता तो जहाँ पे मैग्नस ओपनिंग पे सोच रहा है लाइक दैट वुड हैव बीन कंप्लीटली अनबिलीवेबल नो.
ट्रू ट्रू ट्रू. एंड 99% accuracy chat carry. I'm checking. Yes. So, okay, I'm checking Divya's game actually. Gukeshi game mein, yes, you're right, chat. So 97.5 accuracy is for Magnus and 99 is actually Gukesh's accuracy. So far he's doing well. I think we saw Gukesh play well in the Firouzja game yesterday, Sahaj bhai. He blundered at the end, right? वो जो like Bishop D1 आ गया था and Bishop F3 mate होने वाली थी. So conversion is still a problem for Indian players sometimes. We saw it with Gukesh, we saw it with other Indians as well in different tournaments. So, ant tak win karna hai. Pragg, for example, yesterday went from completely winning to equal to lost, and then he had to come back. So, a clean win chahiye Gukesh. That will be so much, like so impressive and great for his confidence.
पर भाई क्लीन विंस आजकल आई थिंक मॉडर्न चेस में होती ही नहीं है. I don't know. Like I it's very rare that you see. Yeah, okay, maybe Sindarov in candidates, you can say he had a lot of clean wins, but I think you can say that's mostly of the opening prep and उसके बाद जब वो momentum build हुआ, and then he just never let go after that. But one exception there, of course, there is always going to be an exception, but we very rarely see like clean wins like that. आई फील यूजुअली एट द एंड में वही होता है कोई प्लेयर कुछ ब्लंडर जैसे अगर आपको मैग्नस और यागिस वाला गेम याद हो जो टेपे सेगेमन में वो जो एंड गेम खेल रहा
Hmm.
था लाइक आई थिंक दैट इज बेसिकली द प्योर डेफिनेशन ऑफ लाइक ओके व्हाट अ क्लीन गेम शुड लुक लाइक बट
Hmm.
एट द एंड ऑफ द डे यू कैन से यागिस मेड अ ब्लंडर that's why it was that's yeah, or वो भी in the end game that's why Magnus won. So like I think वो blunders होना mistakes होना I think that's just part of modern chess because of how many different ideas and how many different ways we are playing the game of chess these days. By the way, a3 played, and now difficult question for Magnus. Does he take on c3 or does he retreat with bishop d6 and keep his double bishop advantage?
I think he should retreat somehow. I feel like marne ke baad na, you're going to be suffocating in this game till the very end. Um, your bishop on h3 is a bad piece. Your pawns are doubled. Um, I would rather put the bishop on d6, but I do agree with Sej. I think Archkel, especially, I think with so many the shorter time controls sometimes, like Novichess here, and also like so many youngsters coming up who have aggressive lines as well in the openings. It's very hard to find a clean game. But I think what Indian players really need is like a game jahan pe, like they're not lost, like they don't lose the edge. Like it's okay to go from +2 to +0.7, +1.5 sometimes, but -2 nahi jana hai bhai. -3 nahi jana hai from +3. I'm really hoping that's the sort of win that Gukesh can get in this tournament. Magnus adjusting his chair, and Gukesh has just played pawn to a3. Sej bhai, final call: bishop d6 or bishop c3? Chat, what do you think? Does he take the knight? Yes or no?
I think no. I think Magnus will go bishop d6 somehow. Feeling, but I think if he does take, he would have probably taken agar white bc3 nahi maar sakta, because this list looks like an annoying move. Because if you had gone queen c3, then I think I have relatively a clear plan in the game, which is ye knight jo b6 pe, I want to put it on c8 and then on d6, where where it's like the most active, controls all the important squares, and in the future you might want to play f5 as well, just to solidify your pawn structure. बट इफ आई गो bc3, देन हमेशा ये c4 का प्लान आपको अनॉय करेगा. दैट्स अ ब्रेक थ्रू, एंड दैट सेपरेट्स ब्लैक का जो पॉन स्ट्रक्चर है. अगर डी पॉन चला गया तो पॉन स्ट्रक्चर और ज्यादा टूट जाएगा. Maybe that's what Magnus is hesitant about. And remember, Tikku bhai, after bishop h3, long castle had you played a3, bishop c3 के बाद bc3 was not an option here, because queen a3 मर रहा है, तो उसको आप castle commit कर चुके हो.
Bhai, that is great insight, by the way, chat, because white has not committed the king. I have the option of taking with the pawn right now. And agar black ka bishop chala gaya Sahaj bhai, then I'm not really that scared of even putting my king on the king side someday. Like it doesn't look too difficult because bishop is not coming to d6, attacking g3. And then wo b file khulne ke baad, where does the king on e8 go? Because a4, a5 aa raha hai, c4 bhi aa raha hai, and it could be under fire even on the queen side. So Magnus Carlsen should not take on c3, I feel. Bishop d6 should be the move. Put that bishop back where it belongs.
Yeah, let's go bishop d6. Sessi also agreeing with this. Actually, no, Sessi is saying bishop c3, bhai. Wow, that's a big difference. Sessi is saying bishop c3 and mine is saying bishop d6, bhai. हमारे engines भी confused हैं यहाँ पे. The position is so complex.
भाई शशि कपूर को बोलो रिटायर हो जाए भाई. हो गया, उसने बहुत मूवीज कर ली उसने. उसको बोलो अब मैग्नस ही फॉर्म में नहीं है भाई, तू क्या फॉर्म में होगा. बैठ जा भाई, अब आ गया है एआई. अब लोग एआई फैंस हैं, अब लोग भाई ऐसे वैसे नहीं देखते हम लोग.
By the way, chat is really asking for Divya versus Anna game. Tikku bhai, let's take a very quick look to see how she is doing, because she has, I think, only improved her position further from the last time that we saw it after rook e4. She did retreat the knight on e6, queen e1 आया, queen d7, and now queen to g3, attacking the g7 pawn. Rook e1 का plan, and is this just like I feel like बहुत जल्दी ये गेम खत्म होने वाला है भाई. 40 मूव चलेगा ये गेम, you think?
चल सकता है. I think if black can
You think
somehow
so?
trade queens, like queen d6 for example,
भाई कौन
comes
खेलेगा
to mind.
क्वीन d6 यहाँ पे यार?
It's
Impossible.
suffocating,
Like
but I think
this
that's
is
the only
saying
way.
कि I'm ready to suffer. Like for the next like 2 hours or like 3 hours, however the long
But
the game goes.
agreed. But I think the alternative is suffering for 10 minutes and then losing maybe. For example, like, एक second दिमाग में है, F5 खेलते हैं भाई, अटैक करते हैं chat रुक को. Why can't black play F5 chat? Is there a move for white after F5 chat? What is white's best move? अगर black कहे, भाई मैं F5 खेलूंगा, I'll defend G7 with my queen and attack your rook भाई. Come on chat,
That's a
white to play.
by beautiful question. Love it.
And beautiful move also, Sahaj bhai. I love the move. भाई रुक को पीछे आना पड़ेगा भाई. रुकी वन I think.
हाँ, it's a nice like strategic maneuver, क्योंकि golden pawn touch हो गया
हाँ
तो position already खराब है आपकी, तो वापस ले आओ रुक
हाँ
को, right?
हाँ, reminds you of Vishisar and Pragg during candidates, right? Rook E2, Bishop C3 and Bishop E1 करके बिशप का मैन्यूवर कर सकते हैं.
Yep, for sure. And I think chat has found it. Even our mod
हाँ,
has found it, which is rook takes e6, sacrifice the rook, and boom, the game
खत्म.
is over.
क्वीन से मारा तो
And उसके
G7
बाद
पे.
उसके बाद ये देखो भाई, मैं भी
Indeed.
सीख रहा हूँ, मैं भी सीख रहा हूँ.
Indeed, indeed. So एक ही चाल में गेम खत्म. So that's why I think Anna probably has to find a way to trade queens. I don't know if there is one which she's convinced by, but अगर ऐसे ही पीस आते रहे, rook E1, rook F1, and H pawn can join in if needed. I think this is going to be very very tough to play, and you can see it. दिव्या चिल कर रही है, जा रही है फिर से वॉक करने दूसरे कैमरा में आके चलने. So Anna Muzychuk under huge pressure. Time पे भी देखो भाई, like almost like a 20-minute difference on the clock already. So tough position for Anna Muzychuk. And by the way, Divya did win last time at the candidates, by the way. वो क्वीन S3 का ट्रॉमा अब तक होगा आना को.
Yeah, for sure. So which game would you
Oh,
like to go?
Magnus took. Magnus took the
अरे
knight.
भाई,
भाई,
Magnus is भाई वो Sessi है भाई. If Sessi says, then Magnus plays. Yeah,
भाई.
basically crazy.
Does he take with the pawn now? Because if he takes with the pawn, it's not the best move, chat. Queen takes is the best move, but it really makes the game spicy if he takes with the pawn because b file khul rahi hai. And I'm quite curious what will he do? Chat, pawn या knight? किससे pawn या queen? किससे capture करेंगे? Say
भाई
bhai,
ये तो
what's your take?
50-50 क्वेश्चन है, and I think कुछ भी हो सकता है यहाँ पे.
हाँ,
My
हाँ.
gut feeling says he will take with the pawn because I think that's the reason why he played a3 now and not like one move after long castle जो हमने discuss किया था कुछ time पहले, because if black takes on c3, then pawn takes c3 is no longer possible. So I think Gukesh played a3 because initially he thought he wanted to capture back with the pawn. So I'm still gonna stick with that. bc3 is my option. What do you think, Tiku bhai?
I think BC3 is my go-to option, something I want to see on the board as well. Also, I'm thinking Ukesh could have done reverse psychology, like मतलब कि भाई मैं A3 अभी खेल रहा हूँ क्योंकि मैं पॉन से मारूंगा. तो इसलिए इसलिए तू भाई लाइक मेरा नाइट मत ले लियो, वो पीछे जाइयो. बट मैग्नस ने तब भी ले लिया. सो ही माइट जस्ट नाउ टेक विद द क्वीन. बट आई थिंक आई वांट टू सी पॉन टेक C3 ऑन द बोर्ड. इट डेफिनेटली मेक्स द गेम मोर स्पाइसी एंड मोर शार्प. एंड उसके बाद वाइट किंग कांट कैसल राइट नाउ बिकॉज F1 स्क्वायर इज कंट्रोल. ब्लैक किंग, वेल इफ यू गो टू द क्वीन साइड A45 आ रहा है, C4 भी आ रहा है. सो इट्स गोना मेक द गेम वेरी शार्प and very very interesting, and that's what we want to see. So मार दो pawn से Ukesh भाई, कर दो crazy सब.
Yep, only by the way, Gukesh falling under 60 minutes in just 20 seconds. So Tiku bhai, आपका
भाई,
जो सवाल था उसका आंसर मिल. By the way, नहीं, Firouzja is the first one. Firouzja is 42 minutes.
but okay, इन दोनों में से I think we were guessing. No,
Yeah,
come
इन
on
दोनों में
Ukesh भाई,
से it's
मार दो.
Gukesh, yeah.
मार दो मार दो मार दो इसके. Okay, he will get, अच्छा he will get note second. Come on, मार दो 3 सेकंड में, मार दो मार. अरे यार, it's okay, he's the first one.
Let's see. Difficult choice. And Chad, you might be thinking like कि इतना गुकेश क्यों सोच रहा है, ये तो सिर्फ रिकैप्चर है. बट बिकॉज एक कैप्चर पॉन से हो रहा है, और जब भी आपको पॉन की मूव्स के एटलीस्ट एलीट लेवल पे जब भी आपको एक पॉन की चाल चलनी होती है ना, दैट दैट कैन चेंज द एंटायर नेचर ऑफ द पोजीशन. क्योंकि यू हैव टू लिव विद दैट, यू हैव टू लिव विद द फैक्ट कि ये पॉन C3 पे रहेगा फॉर द रेस्ट ऑफ द गेम, एंड you really have to plan because the structure of the position is changing. That's why Gukesh is taking such a long think before making the move.
Agreed. And said by I don't know आज कितने draw होंगे, कितने results. I think we had 5 draws and 5 Armageddons day before yesterday. Yesterday, how many Armageddons did we have? I'm curious. I think we had 4, no? I think we had 4, if I'm not mistaken. We had 5 yesterday as well, Sahaj bhai, actually. Wow. So many draws happening and so many Armageddons. Divya Armageddon, Zhu Jiner Armageddon, Humpy Armageddon, Wesley Armageddon, Gukesh Armageddon. That's crazy.
Bhai, I think today there will be very little Armageddons looking at the games. मुझे आई थिंक एक ही गेम दिख रहा है आर्मागेडन की तरफ जाते हुए.
वो है वेस्ली और फिरोज जाया.
एक्चुअली नो. I think Wesley can win that still. Wesley has good
हाँ
chances, I think. I would say like Humpy G has a good chance. Maybe to go into Armageddon.
हाँ पॉसिबल, डेफिनेटली पॉसिबल. ओके, इसका मतलब मसाला बहुत है गेम में चैट, तो बिल्कुल तैयार रहना, कभी भी कुछ भी हो सकता है. मीनवाइल Gukesh's time dropping below the 58-minute mark. Why is Vaishali not playing? I think, chat, that's a good question. It would be nice to have Vaishali because we do have the women's world champion here, Ju Wenjun. So seeing them play would be awesome. But majority of invitations usually go out many months prior to when the event starts. So let's say event अगर May में है, तो वेरी लाइकली सब प्लेयर्स को इनविटेशन पिछले साल ही जा चुके होंगे सहज भाई. लाइक इट्स टोटली पॉसिबल कि 2025 के एंड में चले गए थे, एंड बाय देन
Yeah.
दे वुडंट नो कि वैशाली would win the candidates. So it's very hard to make predictions there, and
But
they
you know,
invited Humpy and Divya there, and fair bet, I
s-
think. Yeah.
speaking of invitations, I'm not sure if you caught that moment of Hikaru, I think it was,
Hmm.
who mentioned that he got an invite for this Norway chess. And I think he also said that Fabi also got an invite as well. I'm not sure that
Hmm.
I'm kind of telling you what I
Hmm.
heard. And both of them declined before the candidates even. Like जो
Hmm.
candidates होने से पहले they didn't play. And they had like some other reasons for it. But yeah, I mean, uh, that's a bit surprising.
I think Hikaru maybe makes sense. Like Hikaru has already said कि he doesn't want to play classical chess. In fact, last now उन्होंने बोला था कि this is going to be the last time you're going to see me and Magnus play classical chess. He had that emotional statement, and maybe he wanted to stick to it, and that kind of makes sense. Fabi is a bit surprising though, because Fabi के लिए तो भाई this is like, what did I say, a place of worship, to be honest, like the
Hmm.
classical, gad पूरा यहाँ पे खेलने का. And he takes with the farm, Sahej bhai. King side attacking, coming, queen side, दोनों attack. भाई मजा आ गया भाई pawn से कैप्चर देखने के बाद.
Yeah, I think now I think the intentions are clear. That's why he played a3. अब दोनों side castling नहीं कर सकती हैं chat. Like white cannot physically castle on the king side क्योंकि bishop है, illegal move है. Long castle जाओगे तो a3 मर रहा है. Black cannot castle on the king side, rook move कर चुका है, so it's illegal. Long side पे castle करोगे तो rook b1 and a4 a5, some problems on the queen side. So I think दोनों के लिए it's actually very surprising that दोनों के लिए it's good to keep the king in the center, at least for now.
Absolutely agree, Sahaj bhai. And I love the fact कि chat के लिए कि मुकेश की accuracy थोड़ी कम हो गई. Chat, it's a conscious decision. And there we see boom धड़ाका on the board by black के सारे piece गिर गए. By the way, knight c8 played very quickly by Magnus Carlsen. But I love the fact Gukesh went for this. He, I think, very likely even understood Sahaj bhai कि queen takes c3 might be objectively slightly better, but he wanted a crazy dynamic position जहां पे दोनों players कांप रहे हैं. He wants a battle. He's going for the kill.
भाई I think I agree with you. Practically, I completely agree with you that both players are going for the kill. But I took a look at Sesi bhai.
हाँ
And पता नहीं मैं क्यों देख रहा हूँ सेसी को बार बार. I
हाँ.
should stop. I definitely should. But
You should
it's
भाई.
Magnus. I should stop, I know. But Sesi is saying यहाँ पे दोनों को repeat कर लेना चाहिए. Like it's saying
And
queen d1, bishop
हाँ
g4, queen b1,
हाँ.
bishop h3, queen d1, bishop g4 draw.
Wow.
That's what Sesi is saying right now to me. कि भाई ड्रॉ
तो
करो खत्म करो.
अब मैं यही कहूंगा, शशि बहन, रक्षाबंधन में मिलते हैं भाई. लाइफ में आगे बढ़ो, बिकॉज ड्रॉ अगर यहाँ हो गया तो मैं तो मतलब भाई इरिटेट हो जाऊंगा भाई. नो ड्रॉ सहज भाई, नो ड्रॉ. लेट्स गो C4 भाई. व्हाट्स
भाई आर्मा में मजा आएगा ना.
भाई पर लंबी गेम खेलेंगे ना भाई. एंड गुकेश क्लासिकल में हराएंगे तो ही एंटर वर्ल्ड टॉप 14, एंड मैग्नस विल गो डाउन टू 2820 सहज भाई. Imagine the impact of that. Like that could go like in any direction actually. We might see Magnus. Chad, I have a question. Do you think if Magnus loses, like, do we see Magnus win the event? Like, if he were to lose this one, can he still win Norway chess? Yes or no? Sajaj bhai, your thoughts.
Can Magnus win Norway chess if he beats Gukesh?
If he loses to Gukesh, uske baad.
If he loses to Gukesh, oh,
हाँ.
that's very different. I think very, very little chance. But there
है
is a
ना?
chance, but very little chance. Yeah. If he
So,
loses this match, then I think very little chance. Like almost no, right? No.
हाँ. So I also agree. I think there will be no chance of him kind of winning the tournament because he's 6 points behind Firouzja. That's literally already 2 rounds of classical wins. In practicality, that might even be 3 rounds. So I think he needs at least a draw, if not a win. And if he were to lose this, I feel like he might go on a tilt. I know Magnus tilting is something we have not seen, but it might be something. Everything happens for the first time, Sehaj bhai.
Tough choice though. Tough choice. By the way, can I play c4 here right now?
That's what I want to play. That's my dream move, Sahej bhai यहाँ पे. मारोगे तो like knight से, and I'm even ready for your knight d6 now.
Knight takes c4 you mean, or bishop takes c4?
Knight takes c4. And if knight d6, I'll just take. And then I'll prepare
Apparently
castling
knight
rook
b6
b1.
जाना चाहिए यहाँ पे ब्लैक को.
You wanna come
Because भाई
back?
knight b6 आपने पता है यहाँ पे white की best move क्या है? King d2.
What?
Yeah.
Okay, there's no way.
Okay, no. There is a less crazier move. There is bishop f1 now, which is the best move. Sorry.
भाई मेरा knight a5 बोल रहा है. I just checked the engine. Knight a5
रोको
is the
रोको रोको
recommendation.
रोको. कल अच्छे से मैंने ठीक किया अपना इंजन. डोंट वरी.
भाई
रुको रुको
भाई
दिखाएगा आपको भी. Because कल कल थोड़ा वो I think it was getting a bit slow, so I was just trying to fix my settings, but yeah, it's working now. Knight d2 पे आ गया अब मेरा, by the way.
हाँ, knight d2 मेरा भी दिखा रहा है. Yes, knight d2 first, knight a5 second, bishop f1 third is my choice. But I think it doesn't matter. I think all are roughly similar. But do you think it's possible to play knight c8 and then knight b6 back? Like it feels a bit awkward, no?
You mean, I mean, knight d6 पे probably knight takes d6 also is dangerous, no? Because knight b6 के बाद I'm just saying कि ठीक है, मैं on the surface I'm offering the trade, but I think Gukesh knows he can never take here. Because इसके बाद only black is playing for a win. ये pawn हमेशा weak रहेगा. Black के pawn थोड़े ज़्यादा और connect हो गए. B5, putting pressure. I mean, this will be, I think, more favorable for black. So maybe that's the idea of knight b6. And Tikubai, once again, when you played knight c8, the position was different. The moment you push a pawn, that changes the nature of the position. It changes your plans. You have to just improvise after that. And that's why knight b6 in some way makes sense.
Yep. And c4 does change the character of the position. There are other moves, chat, as we discussed. Queen d1 is one of those moves. I'm guessing queen h5 could be in the air to attack the bishop and the pawn both. You could play bishop f1 as well. Is that a move you would consider here, Sahaj? Like bishop f1 just to bring the king to g2, for example?
Bishop f1. Now that is dependent on the fact that whether I'm taking on f1 or not. And I'm wondering, why did I even ask this question? Of course, I'm taking on f1. And
Like
because
queen
मेरा
e6
bishop
come
बहुत
to
खराब है.
mind. Queen e6 दिमाग में आ रहा है कि I'll take with the queen on h3 maybe then. After bishop f1, queen e6
Nah,
maybe
it's
for
fine.
black.
King f. I'll take bishop f1. What do you do?
I take with the
King,
king.
king f1, knight d6. Simple.
And now maybe just king g2, for example. And I
But
now
by this is,
prepare.
I feel this is too simple. Like to push
True.
long castle. Like again, if Magnus was playing here as white, like this is where he would be like an extremely difficult opponent to draw against. But Magnus यहाँ पे black से खेल रहा है. तो I feel this is too simple to prove an advantage. And अगर ऐसा हुआ तो I would say the game heads. It's most likely gonna head towards a draw. Or
I
unless
think
it's a
that's
very, Gukesh pulls that वो वे ही वाला मुझे गेम याद आ रहा है. If he pulls something like that, वो जो 6 घंटे के बाद जो उसने अपना crazy, अपनी form दिखाई थी, then yes, it's possible to win.
I think that's a very fair assessment. I think it's not going to be easy with just the knights. So let's see what Gukesh does. I think bishop f1 leads to a few exchanges. So does he go for c4 now? That also leads to potentially the knight trade. Does he just play something else like queen d1, the move we saw? Like what happens after queen d1 is after bishop g4. Are we going to repeat once? Are we going to see if Magnus repeats? Would you test queen d1, Sahaj? Because what's the alternative for black after queen to d1? बिशप g4 ही है ना, और तो कोई मूव है नहीं यहाँ पे.
हाँ, because आपका queen h5 आ रहा है otherwise. This is the repetition we were talking about, टिकू भाई. Queen d1, bishop g4, queen b1, bishop h3.
Possible, definitely possible. So I think मजा आएगा सहज भाई. ये लग रहा है ऐसी गेम जहाँ पे Magnus will have to play his A game, and we've discussed how Magnus's B game has been enough to win tournaments. Would you say in this tournament it's been Magnus's C game that we have seen so far?
I think the it's I don't think it's fair to assess the player's performance when there is not enough data. Like तीन चार game के अंदर maybe it's not fair. Um, yeah, I mean once the tournament progresses, we reach like halfway stage, then we can I think make an assessment. Okay, what went like where is he and all of this. It also goes to that point. Yeah, you remember when it was a basically a blitz final in the Tepese game, and I believe it was जहाँ पे I was mentioning that एक game के अंदर कोई भी किसी को भी हरा सकता है. But अगर if you play a best of 3 or best of 5, best of 10, then you can understand which player is better. तो आपको एक वो 10 गेम का एक वो मेट्रिक चाहिए रहता है. So I think let's wait until maybe the rest day, which is going to be tomorrow, and I think after that maybe we'll have a clear understanding. I think rest day के एक match और, and then maybe I can understand.
And that's crazy, chat. Thanks for reminding, Sej bhai. Kal rest day hai, by the way, chat. So now it's the format kya hai? It's 4 days of action, 1 rest day, 4 days of action, 1 rest day, and 2 days of action. So action ही action है, but 4 दिन के बाद 1 दिन का rest, which is necessary for players, commentators, for audience, everybody. And इसका मतलब जब वापस आएंगे सहज भाई after the rest day, it's gonna be Gukesh versus Pragg itself. So
अरे
after
भाई
playing
भाई
everybody else, it's gonna be 2 Indians battling it out against each other.
Chad, I don't think you. I think some of you will know this, but like one of my best moments, or like no, not one of my best, like the best moment of me of myself as a commentator was when Pragg and Gukesh were playing in that Tata Steel tie breaks finals mein bhai, after 6 hours of some 6 7 hours of streaming, it was some rapid, and to decide who's gonna win, some night end game, it was such a crazy moment. So ye match I'm definitely looking forward to, bhai, between Gukesh and Pragg.
Will be exciting. And then, of course, we have the reverse colored matches. So, for example, we're going to see Magnus have white against Pragg, and then Gukesh and Chad. The best part is, I think Sejai mentioned this on day one. Final round is Magnus versus Gukesh. Final round. So, I think tournament start धमाके से हुआ था, end धमाके से होगा. It's going to be a treat throughout to watch. So, 6-7 क्या है? I think इस पे we'll get back to it. I think इस पे रिसर्च पेपर लिख रही है हमारी गवर्नमेंट अभी 4-5. अभी हम डेटा देंगे इसके ऊपर. And by the way, Gukesh is now down to 46 minutes, Sahaj bhai, to play 24 moves. He's taking a lot of time actually. In 10 minutes से ऊपर हो गए उनको already. Like, once you take B takes C3, I would expect you to come up with your next move very quickly.
हाँ, but knight c8 थोड़ा, I think, I mean, it's still a plan. Yeah. I mean, also, again, Gukesh is probably considering whether he should play c4 or not. And c4 once again is a pawn move, and it once again
लो
changes
भाई,
the nature. Oh, bhai, he plays it.
बोलते ही भाई
Wow.
खेल दिया. सहज भाई बोलो साहिल टिकू को $10 million.
नहीं नहीं भाई, इतना भी सच नहीं बोलना. This is not how I will use my powers, भाई.
भाई 50-50 कर लेंगे भाई.
ओहो, साहिल टिक्कू को $1 billion, भाई. Let's go.
लेट्स गो भाई.
Love you,
लॉटरी
भाई.
से आना चाहिए, लॉटरी से भाई.
So by c4 के बाद pawn takes c4 तो forced ही है, because if white goes pawn takes d5, pawn takes d5, then आपका ये आइसोलानी बन जाएगा, and then it's not like black has less problems with the pawn structure. You don't need to create another one. So pawn takes c4 I think is basically forced.
यप यप. And मुझे याद है वो D5 pawn आइसो था कल फ्यूजा की गेम में, राइट? And it became a nightmare for him to defend. वो बिशप C6 पे बैठा हुआ था पूरी गेम में. So D takes C4 is pretty much forced. And then Magnus, as you mentioned, your move से knight B6 खेलना है उनको. And would you consider taking with a bishop here as well? Is that an alternative? Because मान लो हम knight से मारते हैं and knight B6 खेलते हैं Magnus. One of the moves is knight D2 back.
You mean
So
here,
might as
here,
well.
and here?
Huh. One of the moves, best moves is knight d2 back, right? So might as well take with the bishop, ताकि knight b6 पे I can go bishop f1 directly and just trade the bishops and get my king to g2. And now, like maybe this is like I've gained a move, right? In some ways.
I think knight d2 के बाद long castle. बिशप F5 चेक इज बेसिकली फोर्स्ड, क्योंकि अगर आप मिडिल गेम
Hmm.
में बैठे रहे यहाँ पे तो किंग थोड़ा अनसेफ हो जाएगा।
Hmm.
कितना
भाई
अनफेयर हो यार
चैट,
आप टिको भाई।
नहीं नहीं भाई, आई थिंक लाइफ में 1:1 मैन टू मैन मार्किंग करनी चाहिए। बाय द वे बिशप खेल दिया उन्होंने भाई, पॉन टेक C4। सो लेट्स सी व्हिच पीस डज गुकेश कैप्चर विद। इट्स अ क्रूशियल डिसीजन एंड इट भाई व्हाट, आई एम सॉरी व्हाट।
एंड नाउ नाइट D6 एंड सडनली टिक्कू भाई का कैमरा ही चला गया, बट सडनली आई थिंक इट इज Magnus who has a slightly more comfortable position, टिक्कू भाई, or is that too much to say?
बट हाउ, अभी तो सपने देखना चालू ही किया था मैंने सहज भाई।
भाई उसने रुक G5 मिस किया क्या? लाइक नाइट D6 क्वीन C5 मे बी इज थिंकिंग, बट मे बी रुक G5 ओवरलुक हुआ। दैट्स पॉसिबल, नो? Like,
भाई पर
I mean, imagine the queen on C5 is a boss. Like, you cannot castle. This is pinned. Without rook G5, black's position has no venom. Maybe that's what he missed.
भाई अरे यार, यू नो व्हाट आई थिंक ही वांटेड टू अवॉइड दोस ट्रेड्स बेसिकली। मुझे लग रहा है ही वांटेड टू अवॉइड द सिंप्लिफिकेशंस दैट वी डिस्कस, जो नाइट D6 या B6 क्या हो सकती है या व्हाटएवर, एंड टू ओवर अवॉइड सिंप्लिफिकेशंस ही इज एक्सेप्टिंग अ स्लाइटली वर्स पोजीशन, स्लाइटली वर्स वर्जन नाउ। भाई बार तो कह रहा है भाई, नाउ मैग्नस इज स्लाइटली बेटर। दैट इज
Bhai,
नॉट गुड
also,
न्यूज।
also, bhai, 22 moves to be played in 45 minutes. And that is for Gukesh, not Magnus. So, thoda issues for sure.
वाओ, I'm still surprised though that it went from plus like zero point 0.4 to minus 0.25 in one move, Queen C4.
मेरा
It is
तो
a
इक्वल
weird
है,
move.
0-0-0 अभी भी, ऐसे भी 0 है।
हाँ, दिमाग में ही
Not
आया Queen
worse for
C4।
him.
Like
It's
दिमाग
not
में ही
worse,
आया
Tiku
Queen
bhai. You
C4।
can still go ahead. You can still go ahead and respond to certain
नहीं नहीं,
things.
1:1 भाई, I'm 1:1,
तो
man
एक
to man
रिजल्ट लो ना
marking।
आप फिर।
हाँ
दोनों
हाँ
रिजल्ट
हाँ
कैसे
हाँ
ले सकते हो आप? तो एक कौन सा
हाँ,
रिजल्ट?
ओके 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 ओके।
तो मैं आपको दोनों दे रहा था।
नहीं नहीं, आई एम ओके विद वन रिजल्ट भाई।
अच्छा, ठीक है, डन भाई, ठीक है, जो हमारा जो था।
हाँ, डन डन। Okay, so now Queen C4, a move I did not even thought was legal, by the way. Like it doesn't make any sense to me, but it did happen. And now what does Magnus do? Knight D6 is a free tempo on the queen. Rook G5 एक अच्छी चाल है. Makes the rook very active. You can use it on the G file. Can swing over to the queen side if needed. क्या करेंगे यहाँ पे मैग्नस? छलांग मार दी भाई बार ने उल्टा।
हाँ, नाइट D6 तो वैसे भी फटाफट आना चाहिए यहाँ पे, नहीं? Like that's, I mean, knight C8 you played, so knight D6 should just be automatic here. So let's see what he goes for. By the way,
Knows
let's also
how.
take a look at
हाँ
Pragg versus Vincent as well. Haven't looked at
हाँ.
that in quite some time. Lots of updates have happened. He has played that move F5, Tikku bhai, जो हम discuss कर रहे थे. Like this is the, like you break the center whenever you are facing a flank attack. So EF5 was taken, and then he plays bishop to D7 to defend this knight, and then he's saying, okay, then I can capture on F5. But the computer did not like this move, and Vincent showed why, because he played the best move, D4. And now if you take on F5, I can play D5, and his knight के पास D8 के अलावा कोई यूजफुल स्क्वायर नहीं है, एंड इट्स सैड टू से कि D8 इज अ यूजफुल स्क्वायर. इट्स नॉट अ यूजफुल स्क्वायर.
Hmm.
द अदर बेस्ट मूव फॉर ब्लैक, टिकू भाई, आप गेस कर लो, मैं मान जाऊंगा आपको.
हाँ, CD4 ही होगा भाई, और क्या होगा
नहीं भाई, CD4 नहीं है.
फिर?
एक 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 चाल के बाद है CD4. तो यू आर क्लोज, यू आर क्लोज.
सो नाइट D4
एक्चुअली
क्या?
नो, यू आर नॉट. एक्चुअली नो. द मूव इज, कहते हैं कि रुक को ओपन फाइल पे रखना चाहिए, राइट? दैट्स व्हाई यू शुड प्ले रुक F8.
हम्म
That's the best move. It's not an open file. It's you can
It's
take the pawn on f5. You can put the rook on e8. You can do anything. But rook f d8 कौन खेलेगा भाई? It has no activity. Also,
ah.
remember the knight was supposed to go to d8. अभी अगर d5 खेला मैंने तो knight किधर जाएगा? That's another problem to solve. So I don't think Pragg will be able to find this because this looks extremely nuanced. So this could be a problem.
No, for sure, I think could be a problem. I think वो starting से ही लगा था white was the one attacking and ये अभी भी f5 pawn जिंदा है. So until you capture that back, Pragg is basically a pawn down. And there are holes in Pragg's camp. E6 square कितना available है. And as we discussed, d6 pawn can be weak now. Maybe that's why rook d8 is the move, right? To force d5, tempt d5, ताकि ये d6 pawn तक white के pieces ना पहुंच पाए. In some variations, apparently you can just play bishop a3 after c takes d4 and that d6 pawn could just fall. And it feels like Pragg under some pressure against Keymer. He's up on the clock though. That's a green flag. And it's not super intense pressure, but it's definitely some pressure जहाँ पे you have to be accurate. अगर एक और गलती कर दी ना आपने minor भी, it will become like serious pressure for Pragg. So I think he has to be on point for the next 5 moves or so, and he should be okay. Gukesh game दिखाओ. सहज भाई, let's do Gukesh भाई. आज तो वही दिन है भाई. Today is just
Yeah, let's go back to Gukesh. Magnus still thinking. Knight d6 is the move.
wow. Magnus भी शॉक रह गया. I did not even think Queen C4 was legal. Like हम इतना डिस्कस किए, नाइट से मारे, बिशप से मारे. एक सेकंड के लिए Queen C4 was not on my bingo card for today. So क्या करेंगे अब Magnus Carlsen? It might be a surprise for him also. By the way, my Bibisara is better against Ju Wenjun. So if she wins, so she's guaranteed to maintain her lead. Why Magnus blunder in less time? Why? Because he's human. As we can see now, पहले थोड़ा doubt था हम लोगों को. But पहले 3 round ने यही बताया कि he is human. By the way, we see Divya watching the Magnus game there. Why Gukesh got defeated 5.5 half in clutch chess? भाई I think ऐसे फास्टर टाइम कंट्रोल्स में इंडियन समटाइम स्ट्रगल. आई थिंक वो इंडिया यूएसए का मैच देख लो, 5-0 हारे थे हम लोग. बाय द वे 96 played on the board attacking the queen on c4. Now where do you put that queen? You pointed out Sahaj, by queen c5 there is rook g5. That's a problem. So where do you put a queen b4? There is a5 potentially. So कोई ढंग का स्क्वायर तो है नहीं यहाँ पे, to be honest.
Why a5 खेलोगे आप? Seriously? I was
भाई
not
इंजन खेल रहा है
thinking
a5.
that.
मैं तो मतलब
Ah,
कुछ भी
really?
खेलूंगा रेडियो.
Engine says
हाँ.
a5. Wow.
हाँ.
I would not have considered this, bhai. Because I thought like the whole idea of rook g5, like in the bigger sense, was to play rook a5 and somehow take this pawn. At least that's what
हाँ.
how I was explaining this to myself. So
हाँ. But now the point is rook g5, king f8, king g7, and I'm going to put the king on the king side actually.
Arre, oh, that's actually very cute, yeah. Artificial
Yeah,
castling Pro Max.
हाँ, and white cannot castle. White अभी castling से दूर है. So bishop f1 खेलना पड़ेगा maybe at the right moment to just allow that at least. So Magnus kind of doing Magnus things actually. The game is now at least equal for him.
At least, yeah. I mean, he should feel comfortable more or less. You see, this is, I think, what Magnus did not get against Pragg. बिकॉज वो सिसिलियन हुई, फिर उसके बाद वो रुक टेक c3 जो उसने रुक सैक्रिफाइस किया था, पोजीशन इतनी ज्यादा डायनामिक हो गई थी. आई थिंक मैग्नस नेवर गॉट दैट कंफर्टेबल पोजीशन. आई थिंक नाउ ही इज लुकिंग मोर और लेस कंफर्टेबल. आई थिंक द ओनली थिंग इज वो किंग थोड़ा सेफ हो जाए, then I think he will be more comfortable. So I think this is a worry for Gukesh right now.
यही हुआ. I think Gukesh did not anticipate कि वो king side भाग जाएगा king. I think that's the problem. He's banking कि okay मैंने queen b4 खेल दिया. Now it's very difficult for him to castle queen side. But he didn't go deeper into the king side castling option. And if he had, he would realize कि Magnus is actually fine there. And now rook g5 could happen very quickly by Magnus.
Or a5. A5 is what you were saying, I think, a bit earlier. A5 is another move. Or rook g5 just straight away. I like this idea, king f8, king g7. It is very much great insight, I think, there, because it's very much possible. Because आप तो यही सोच रहे हो ना कि किंग आप लॉन्ग कास्टल ही करोगे यहाँ पे. So king f8, king g7 is very easily could be missed. But the question
By
is,
the
does
chat,
Magnus play rook g5 or no?
I think मुझे तो आ रहा है. The only question is whether he plays a5 or not. A5 humanly थोड़ा सा difficult लगता है कई बार, but rook g5 तो आना ही है. And chat एक logo दिख रहा है आपको मैग्नस की शर्ट पे, chess.com का, and 50% off चल रहा है on all memberships. There's 1 hour to go for that offer to end. So not pitching, just किसी को भी अगर कभी लेने का मन था, 50% off है, and that offer will close in just about an hour. So if you want to get it, this is the moment to get it.
It's the perfect moment to get it, no? Such an important event happening. You get to practice, you get to play. Like I'm also, the more I'm commentating, the more also beginning to play Blitz, yeah? Like even yesterday I was playing Blitz until like 2, 3 a.m. or something like this, just because wanted to feel more in line with everything.
Yep.
I don't know if this is happening to you, Tiku bhai, but I'm playing
भाई हाँ,
so much more now.
I think I play a lot of glitches sometimes. एक कभी भी टाइम
Bhai,
मिलता है.
like I have this goal of this rating, and like I was so close. Bhai, I was 2 points away. Then उसके बाद
हाँ.
literally next game मैं 20 साल में आ गया. Like I was 2898 literally.
Ah.
एक गोल था मेरा, 2900 करनी थी, and I was so close. And yeah,
Yeah.
sad.
Happens by I'm trying to use 2700 in bullet. अभी I just
27,
touched
yeah?
2651 अभी peak. So अभी थोड़ा
That's
enjoy कर
actually
रहा हूँ उसको.
decent, very decent actually, yeah? Very
हाँ,
decent.
I'm enjoying it for a couple of
My
days until I.
2651 was my rating like 3 months ago.
हाँ, but I started playing seriously. I think थोड़ा time लगता है. There's this curve of when you gain rating exponentially and then you kind of settle around your level, I think.
मेरी तो नहीं,
And
I just have a bad habit that I play with a trackpad. Like I don't play with a mouse.
हाँ, हाँ,
That's a
हाँ.
very bad habit. And I just cannot get rid of it now.
Look at this A5 on the board, Sahaj by the
Wow, by
engine's first
Magnus.
preference. And Magnus is absolutely fine, Sahaj Bhai. And you know what, chat? Sahaj Bhai, I have a question for you. Ready okay, chat?
But I think I know your question.
You know my question, kya?
Yes, I think so.
Haan, so chat. Um I'm
सात
thinking how
square
to.
है भाई, सात है, सात.
Nahi, that's not my question, Sahaj Bhai,
Oh, that was not
actually.
the question. Arey, yaar, I
Nahi.
missed. How is that? Arey, crazy. So please ask.
So my question is कि भाई देखो नॉर्वे चेस के 4 दिन हो चुके हैं, अब कल रेस्ट डे है ना. सो गुकेश के कल के प्लान्स क्या हो सकते हैं? व्हाट डू यू थिंक, चैट?
भाई उसने
व्हाट डज अ
काउबॉय को वो किया था ना, वो एक लास्ट टाइम,
हाँ, लास्ट
वो
टाइम
जो
काउबॉय का थीम था जहां पे वो लोग गए थे घूमने उमने, कुछ खींचने वीचने, फोटो वोटो एंड एवरीथिंग. व्हाट डू यू थिंक ही डज टुमारो? एनी गेसेस?
भाई I think it really depends on how this game goes.
एक्चुअली इट
I feel
डजंट,
like that
सहज भाई. इट डजंट.
it really doesn't.
इट डजंट.
Oh, अच्छा हाँ, अच्छा it's his birthday. Sorry, I forgot.
Yes,
His
it's his
birthday. Yes,
birthday
yes, yes.
tomorrow, bhai. Gukesh turns 20 tomorrow. That's crazy. And last time he defeated Magnus on his birthday. So, Sahaj bhai, it's not that he's gonna not win this game. It's just कि अभी 1 घंटा 5 मिनट pending है 12 बजने में. He's waiting for the clock to hit midnight in India
भाई
before he
बट
strikes.
लेकिन वो तो नॉर्वेजियन टाइम पे होना चाहिए ना, तो अभी
नहीं नहीं नहीं,
तो
वो इंडिया
मतलब,
टाइम चलेगा भाई.
अच्छा
इंडियन
इंडियन
है ना
टाइम.
भाई. हाँ,
मैग्नस
इंडियन
से
टाइम पे कर
कंफर्म
देंगे.
कर लिया था ना आपने कि इंडियन
हाँ
टाइम
हाँ
चल
हाँ
जाएगा. अच्छा, ओके
हाँ,
ओके,
बात कर ली थी.
परफेक्ट
हाँ
परफेक्ट, दैट्स गुड दैट्स गुड.
हाँ हाँ
तभी वो ऐसे खेल रहा है मैग्नस, लाइक दैट्स व्हाई
हाँ
इज
हाँ हाँ
लुकिंग सो अपसेट.
हाँ.
By the way, Queen C3 played, and that was an inaccuracy, a slight one. Apparently, Queen B1 जाना था. I thought the question आप पूछ रहे थे ना, वो ये था कि मेरे पास 1 2 3 4 5 6 squares हैं, 7. There's like 6 or 7 squares, and which one is the best? And the best one is actually Queen B1. Who would have guessed Queen B1?
By talking about the
Okay.
best ones, have you seen what's the best move for white after Rook G5?
Dhurandhar.
Have you? Do you
Dhurandhar.
see?
That's the
Do you
only
see
way I
it?
can. Yeah, I see
One
it.
of the best moves is actually King E2 after rook g5. Like that's a legit move you can play here.
But do you know
So,
what the second best move is?
huh?
Bishop b2. Actually, I can see it on Sessi right now. It's bishop e2. The top move is king e2, second move is bishop e2. Like there is no correlation between these two moves whatsoever.
e2 square ने पैसे खिलाए हैं भाई. यही है correlation बस. That's the
हाँ
only
भाई
explanation.
एग्जैक्टली. कुछ तो
Wow.
गड़बड़ है. e2 स्क्वायर ने पैसे खेला कुछ भी होता है
और क्या
भाई.
भाई. होता है ना ऐसे कंपनी का टेंडर एक ही कंपनी को आता है. फॉर एग्जांपल कई बार ऐसी बड़ी कंपनी भाई एक मेरी शक्ल क्यों लगा दी है बोलते बोलते भाई मुझे कैंसिल करवाओगे. इसी टाइम पे समय भाई ने शक्ल लगा दी भाई.
ये
पहले
E2 के
बोल देता
स्क्वायर ने
एआई है
पैसे
कुछ है.
खिलाए भाई. ये मेरे को लाइफ टाइम याद रहेगा आपसे भाई.
भाई
और व्हाट अ
पहले
कमेंट
बोलता
भाई.
एआई है कुछ है.
साहिल
अब तो सीधा
ओपी
शक्ल
भाई,
दिखा दी.
साहिल ओपी भाई, कम ऑन साहिल ओपी. दैट वाज एक्चुअली वेरी फनी.
फुल स्क्रीन डाल दो भाई. फुल स्क्रीन डाल दो भाई. एआई
नहीं
है
नहीं
सब
भाई.
एआई है भाई.
सो गुकेश से गुकेश जूनियर से बाहर हो जाएगा क्योंकि लाइव रेटिंग फर्स्ट प्लेस पर है. यस एक्चुअली द बेसिकली इन द फीडे जूनियर रैंकिंग गुकेश हैज बीन नंबर वन देयर फॉर लाइक द लॉन्गेस्ट टाइम. बट I mean, he's a world champion as well, so I don't think he would mind that, that too much.
जूनियर पे क्लिक करते हो अगर 2200 चेस पे तो गुकेश इज नंबर वन. नंबर टू इज अ डॉगमस एंड इट शोज यू द रेटिंग ग्राफ राइट. तो गुकेश का बिल्कुल नीचे है डायगनली और डॉगमस का बिल्कुल ऊपर. सो इट्स काइंड ऑफ डिप्रेसिंग टू लुक एट दैट. अच्छा लिस्ट से हट गया नाम. देखने को ही नहीं मिलेगा वो ग्राफ अब. टिक्कू को चुप कराओ यार. अरे करवा दो यार. आ जाओ इधर भाई. साथ में गप्पे गप्पे मरते हैं. समोसे खाते हैं. जब समोसे खाएंगे तो मुंह अपने आप बंद हो जाएगा भाई. एंड मीन वाइल गुकेश के मूव्स बंद नहीं होने चाहिए.
चलो समोसे से याद आया चैट. एक्चुअली आई आस्क्ड, आई हैड द opportunity to ask Magnus. I mean, I did like this brief interview with him, and I asked him what is his favorite Indian dish. Can any of you guess what was that favorite Indian dish of Magnus? I don't think it's a very difficult one if you think about it. But what do you think? Maggie, of course नहीं भाई. Like मैगी तो थोड़ा डिफिकल्ट होगा ना भाई. बटर चिकन इज अ गुड गैस, वेरी गुड गैस. बट नो भाई, नॉट रियली. एंड एक्चुअली सॉ हिम ईट दिस डिश like many times, like because we were in the same hotel when जब वो टाटा स्टील चल रहा था in 2024, and I saw him like order that and like many times. And yes, some people did get it. It's actually paneer. That is true. That is true. Well done. कोई लिख रहा है चैट में that junior thing is being number one right now. What is bigger thing, being a world champion in this era or being number one rated player? I think both are pretty big. I think both have their value in their own way. But I mean, ultimately, I think world champion has like that ultimate claim, yeah. In the आपकी rating चाहे, I mean, let Gukesh is currently ranked what, number 13, number 14, something like this, but he's still at Norway chess because he's a world champion. I think world champion का जो aura होता है वो different होता है. So I would say world champion is, I think for me, is I think more important. But maybe for other people it's different. What about you, chat? What do you think is more important, being the world number one or being a world champion? Like, as in having the highest rating or being a world champion? Oh, by the way, let's go. We have 4K people watching. Welcome, chat, and do like the stream. As Magnus thinks his plans, there is Rook G5, which is something we have considered with the idea of King F8 and King G7. And I think we're just waiting for Magnus to make a move over here. Maybe he can also start with King F8 straight away, Tikku bhai.
किंग एफ इज डेफिनेटली अ नाइस मूव. आई थिंक अपना
Okay.
गोल तो वही है. किंग को कोने में
Bhai,
लेके जाना. um
nice. I
मेरे
actually
को
asked the chat what is more important, world
हम्म,
number one or being world champion? And I think a lot of them are saying world number one, which I'm very, very surprised with actually. Very, very surprising. Chat, I mean, if you're world number one ranked player, right? Like in terms of rating, like it's not कि आपका नेम लाइक एक हिस्ट्री में कहीं माना जाएगा. लाइक अब या यू कैन बी पार्ट ऑफ द रेटिंग लिस्ट, बट इफ यू आर अ वर्ल्ड चैंपियन देन you're always going to be remembered, right? In that sense. So historically speaking, 100 years from now, I think, of course, Magnus का example नहीं दे रहा हूँ क्योंकि वो world champion भी है. So I'm not giving Magnus as an example. I'm saying like 100 years from now, I think people will remember who the world champion was, but not really like, let's say, who are the top five players in the world. Like, we actually did this exercise many times. Like I've also done this with Sahil as well. I've done this with Rakesh as well. I've done this with Harshit as well. That do you know who the top five players were of chess in 2014 May, let's say? And you would be surprised. You can name some names, but I think you will miss out at least two or three. क्योंकि and that kind of proves the point कि जो वर्ल्ड चैंपियन का जो एक वो जो ऑरा होता है, at least for me, I think it's very very important.
I think that's a very good question to understand priorities. Also, I think there's a missing piece of information. Ki world number one for how long? Because when you become world champion, you're world champion for at least 2 years. That's a significant time period, I think. Ki 2 साल तक आप world champion हो, right? Because nobody can take it away. And world number one, you could be there for one day, for example. Like India number one, for example, kitne log reh chuke? There was this time period when so many people were India number one. So I think if you ask me ki world number one versus world champion for at least 2 years, then maybe I think world number one starts to gain
क्या
some
बात कर
emphasis,
रहे हो
right?
भाई?
Huh,
No.
like because if you're world number one for 2 years, that means it's very likely you're going to be world champion also, or at least play the candidates and good chances to win it. So you might become world champion very soon. But if you're world champion, not necessarily you will become world number one. As we can see, like it's a heavy crown to wear. So I think depends on how long. Let's say if I've been world number one for 2 years, maybe I'm going to likely become the world champion as well. Like it's very, very likely, like at some point.
Yeah,
ये
that's
दो
a
साल
fair
नवा
point.
बहुत मुश्किल है
That's
दो
a
साल के
fair
लिए
point.
बट अगर मैं 10 दिन के लिए हूँ भाई then of course like I think world champion even for like a couple of months I think world champion has too much aura. I think it's the most valuable title for sure, but
Yeah.
yeah I think
They
world
are
championship
saying
is not overrated भाई.
all past world number ones have been world champions, but by like when you say all past world number one, I mean पिछले 15 साल से मैग्नस ही है. So that's not a metric to like prove a point. Like that is just Magnus, and in that sense he's been a world champion as well for like since 2011, I believe. So it's like kind of the same, I think, argument there. So the yeah argument I wouldn't really accept, but overall I think the fact that world number ones have always been world champions is a very very strong argument there. And as I say, Rook G5 was just played with the intent of going king f8 and king g7. Now that the rook is active and the g file is more or less covered, black is more or less safe, and now Gukesh is definitely in some trouble, Tikubai.
Yeah, and you know what, now it's not even easy to play bishop f1 because at some point knight e4 is possible and then you might not even get king g2. So castling is gonna be very, very tough. And by the way, Gaurav Bhai in the chat, yo Gaurav Bhai, what's up? Thanks a lot for super chat. Whether you are world over a world championship, you should strive to be the best in the world. Here we have an unfortunate situation where world championship champion is not the best in the world. I think that's the goal, right? I think when people grow up, I think as kids, I think the goals are synonymous. Like being number one and the world champion feels the same because that's how Magnus has dominated for the last 15 years. He's been the world champion and been world number one. So that's the goal. But when Magnus left, basically, आपको world champion बनना है, you have to beat Magnus for that in a world
Yeah,
championship match, right? That was the
exactly.
trend when Gukesh and Pragg and Arjun, all these guys grew up. Now that's not the case. That's changed very recently. So I think they've reached a situation where you can become the world champion and still not be world number one. So I would say that's still the goal. That's still the goal for everyone. But maybe for Gukesh, it's like at least he achieved like a part of it. Like he's already the world champion. He's gotten so many accolades, so many sponsorships, so much recognition. Like he's become the face of chess for many, many in the country. And I think maybe other players also would love to taste of that. And याद है अनी से पूछा गया
Yeah.
था भाई in the light letter video कि भाई are you happy that Magnus walked away from the world championship title? He's like yes. Like he knows कि उनके chance world champion बनने के बढ़ गए and he knows कि Magnus को हराना is so much more difficult actually.
But I think that also makes it more poetic, right? Like it makes it more interesting as well. I mean, of course, it's good to have different perspectives on this, but I don't know. I feel like world champion, I think, is a very, very prestigious thing in my opinion. But yeah, world number one is as well. And Free Fire ji पूछ रहे हैं, let's just assume Sindarov won the world champ. He won the world championship and Gukesh dethroned Magnus in 2027 in classical rating. What would be considered a bigger thing? It's such an interesting thing to debate about. By I think it is I think your question is phrased in a way that it pushes bias towards your argument because जब आप सिंडारोव की बात कर रहे हो तब आपने मैग्नस का नाम नहीं लिया था. I mean, you can also say that if Sindarov defeats Magnus in the World Championship and Gukesh dethrones Magnus in ratings, what would be a bigger thing? Now, that's a fair question. And I'm not sure what the answer is there, but if you include Magnus's name, then it should be included in both scenarios because then it's not about being number one in the world. It's about taking down Magnus.
Actually, Super Chat, thanks a lot. By World One and World Championship are two different metrics to measure players' greatness. Being the best in the world to become a historically great player, one needs to be both number. I agree. I think, and I think उसपे कोई doubt ही नहीं है कि I think ideally in an ideal world number one should be world champion. There's no doubt about it, and I think it's very rare कि okay, it's not super rare, but it's rare कि ऐसा नहीं है. Because इसके लिए world number one would be the favorite in every single world championship, right? So he would likely be the one to win most of them. He would likely be the one to qualify to the candidates. He would likely be the one to win the candidates at some point. Maybe not in the first attempt, maybe the second attempt. First attempt, mein Magnus also barely qualified. Se yaad hai? Like there was a tie between him and I think Kramnik, and it was tie breaks to decide what the candidates, literally. And Magnus qualified by a whisker. So it wasn't easy for Magnus also to win the candidates, I think. But even if he had not qualified then, maybe would have been better for the world and कुछ लोग थोड़े normal रहते. But point is कि he would have likely done it next time. And then the point is कि overall I think he would still make it at some point and become the world champion. So yeah, I think in an ideal world, it should mean the same thing. It should mean the same thing. But right now it is not the case. And every player should strive for both, not just one.
Yeah.
We have a draw.
Yeah, I think it's a good debate though. It's a good
Yeah.
it's a good debate. Otherwise, it's nice to hear like different perspectives from other people, and I think I think that's a good thing. By the way, as we speak, Gukesh is still thinking, and he has 38 minutes now left to play 20 moves, Tikku bhai.
भाई गए डर लग रहा है मुझे. एंड मीनवाइल वी हैव अ ड्रॉ. वेस्ली एंड फिरोजा हैव ड्रॉन. सो पहला आर्मगेडन is being confirmed in front of our eyes. So दोनों players battle करेंगे. And इसका मतलब कि फिरोजा goes to 8.5 points now. Basically, nobody in the open section can catch him, even if they win in the classical. So he is guaranteed to be in the lead after round 4 of Norway chess. And meanwhile, chat update on all the results. Wesley and Firouzja have drawn. Gukesh Magnus is, let's say, equal. Vincent and Pragg is, let's say, slightly better for Vincent. Humpy is really worse against Zhu Jiner now. Bibisara is close to winning against Ju Wenjun and Divya is close to winning against Anna Muzychuk. So आज 1, 2, 3 काफी रिजल्ट आ सकते हैं. Just a couple of Armageddons today.
Bibisara just completely turned it around again. Yeah, or maybe it's just like वो Zhu Jiner का luck ऐसा है भाई, because she was actually better again. Zhu Jiner was much better in the opening, and now it's just completely, complete switcheroo.
And I love the move. Sehaj bhai, I think this would be a learning experience for chat if we show that position. Ki what is the best move in the Bibisara game, Sehaj bhai? If we go there quickly.
Oh, in the Bibisara game.
Chat, white to play, what is the best move? I was shocked by this move, Sehaj bhai. I was genuinely shocked. And it's so beautiful, chat. Chat, question to you. What is white's मेन थ्रेट? लाइक अगर आपको एक फ्री हैंड मिले, आप क्या करना चाहोगे अगली 2 चाल में? सोचो.
I'm really hoping my student is not watching this, because I will be showing this position as a puzzle for sure. For
Nice.
sure, because this is such a beautiful and great find there, Tikku bhai. Very hard to find this, I think. Okay, not hard, but difficult to understand the concept.
It's beautiful. Yes, Queen D3 and Queen H7 mate. But Queen D3 खेलते ही, the problem is black has Bishop F5. So basically, knight support कर रहा है, and then basically bishop trade हो गया, and there is no attack. You can basically shake hands. and go home. So bishop f5 खेलेंगे queen d3 पे. So what can I do ताकि black को bishop f5 ना मिले, and next I can play queen to d3. Chat, come on, let's go. What's the move? सहज मजा आ गया भाई
Chat
move
has
देख के
found
actually.
it, yeah.
Yeah, I see of you. Not bishop h7. वो तो black मार देगा free का bishop. Bishop चाहिए mate करने के लिए. It is g4. Yes, g4 to prevent bishop f5, and
Ooh.
she doesn't find it. She doesn't find it. It was tough though, Sejal. It was very tough. But bishop e3 also like a logical move to attack f7. Let's say.
Yeah, at least she still has some pressure in the game for sure. भाई
Hopefully.
चेस्को मंडे के चैट में किसी ने बोला कि they were watching a video of this Alapin video of Tanya, and apparently he mentioned one of my games against him, and I'm trying to remember which one it was in chat. I will definitely check this out after the commentary and which video it is and which game it was, and I'll get back to you on it because I would love to check it out. But thanks for
Meanwhile,
letting
we
me
have
know,
a
bhai.
move. Gukesh has found bishop to e2. It's not entirely clear कि भाई why is it such a good move, but he played it, Sahej bhai, on the board, and apparently the idea seems to be pawn to f3. Would you ever consider pushing the f pawn here?
Here you mean, or ever?
I mean, maybe here, yeah. Let's say, what does black do?
No,
Let's say king
I mean
f8.
ever में भी मैं no ही बोलता भाई वैसे.
हाँ, let's say king f8. Would you consider playing f3? Very
We
tough.
have a super chat from Akshar Bhai. Thank you so much for the super chat, Bhai. He said, "Agreed, Bhai. If someone remains number one for long and still fails to become WC, then he gets termed with names like you're a choker and stuff like that. Whereas if world champion fails to become number one, people question credibility of WC. But I'm not sure, भाई आप किस चीज से agree कर रहे हो?
कि दोनों
Like
दोनों
आपकी
होने चाहिए to become like
हाँ
a
हाँ
indisputed
दोनों होने
world
चाहिए.
champion. You need both. Otherwise, people will question your like
No.
whatever you achieved. People will question it to some degree.
Yeah, you are right. It's like they're both basically two pieces of the same puzzle, yeah, essentially.
Yeah.
Because I'll just be right back, yeah? BRB.
Yeah. By the way, bishop e2 is a nice move, but after king f8, you have to apparently find f3 and prepare the plan of e4. Now that plan is very deadly because rook on g5 के against चल रहा है वो plan. चैट ध्यान रखो, बिशप e2 जो है इट कंट्रोल्स b5. ध्यान से देखना, ठीक है? b5 कंट्रोल्ड है, c5 कंट्रोल्ड बाय द pawn. Once I play e4, d5, f5 will be controlled. E5 is already under my control, and I will also have f4 to control h5 with the bishop on e2. So the rook on g5 could just be trapped if I manage f3 and e4. So if Gukesh has actually seen this very risky plan, there might still be some venom in this position, and bishop e2 feels like a very weird move. It's not supernatural. Okay, supernatural sounds like ghost. It's not super comma natural to play bishop e2. Arrow दिखेगा अभी सहज आएंगे, arrow दिखेगा. Who do you think is the second best in classical? I think Fabi, has been the answer for the last 10 years. If you take out the average over the last decade or so, I think Fabiano Caruana has to be like the world's second best player in the world, like consistently. Maybe last 3 years you can debate, but last 10 years, definitely Fabi. Yep. The idea of credibility of world champion is to take any game and you'll find many times the best player ranking doesn't play in the World Cup. No, I think that's sure. Magnus, by the way, for the first time won the World Cup in 2023. He struggled to win the World Cup before that. It always happens. But I think Magnus still dominated chess for a decade. It was not a matter of if, but a matter of when. Ki kab jeetenge wo World Cup. People knew he's going to win at some point. So I think if you are world number one, and you maintain it for a long period of time, essentially at some point you're going to break through and get the title also. It's just a matter of time, I think. It's very hard to keep you away from that title. Magnus is him, absolutely. But is he him in this tournament? Why a world championship not celebrated based on top 10 round format? I think because these ratings fluctuate also, right? I mean, आज top 10 एक है, कल top 10 कोई और है. So कब का date देखोगे? You could take averages, but then some people will not simply play. They will get a rating and then sit tight for the next 8 months until the World Championship happens. I think I like the format we have currently, जहाँ पे different qualification paths हैं, and you get new people in every single time. जैसे Blue Balm खेले इस बार, Esipenko खेले इस बार, वो normally कभी qualify नहीं करते. And we saw some people have a chance to reach the candidates. Even Sindarov
You
like
mean
might
like
not have made
Nijat
it.
Tabasov?
कई बार हाँ मतलब हाँ अब्बासोव भी हाँ 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 हाँ
फाबी
हाँ
को क्लासिकल में हराया था उसने वर्ल्ड कप
हाँ
में,
हाँ
just so you
हाँ
know.
हाँ हाँ हाँ
Just so
हाँ
you know.
नहीं
Just putting it out there. Just putting it out there.
Jokes apart, I think I mean he
Nijat
played
OP
a
bhai,
beautiful
let's
World
go.
Cup.
Bhai, he had
Actually
I think like
VD
a spectacular. He beat VD, no? In
हाँ he beat
quarterfinals.
VD तभी दुख होता है वो गेम याद
हाँ
करके. That's the
हाँ,
only reason
विदित
actually it
वाला
hurts.
थोड़ा मुझे भी दुख होता है, बट ओके निजत, बट स्टिल भाई उसके बाद उसने फाबी को भी हराया भाई, उसने एक गेम हराया,
हाँ
बट फाबी को क्लासिकल में हराना, कम ऑन,
हाँ
दैट इज अ माइलस्टोन आई थिंक फॉर एनीवन.
Agreed. And Chad, by the way, as you know, हम 11 बज चुके हैं, 11:15. So this is the phase जहाँ पे time pressure gets real. Within the next half an hour, I can promise दोनों players के चेहरे पे, okay, already दिख रहा है मुझे tension, but it's gonna get even more tense. We know how the action heats up. Gukesh pulls up his chair. Bishop E2 Sahaj Bhai, he did play at the end, so that was a great find. But you know the plan is after King F8, you have to play F3 and E4, and maybe the Rook on G5 is almost trapped.
I mean, you can go back always, but yeah, nothing like not any future for this rook. This is why I wanted
Hmm.
that rook a5. Just as a last resort, I wanted just to put pressure on
Hmm.
the a3 pawn. But I'm seeing some crazy lines, Tiku bhai. Like after king f8, f3,
Hmm.
black can actually play c5 here. भाई
उसके आगे
थोड़ा
का
डर
देखा
तो
है.
लगेगा आपको इधर, थोड़ा सा
उसके
तो
आगे
डर
का देखा
लगेगा.
हमने. अगली चाल
हाँ,
देखी है डीसी
मैं
5 के
वो मैं
बाद.
दिखाना, मैं देख रहा था कि आप अभी डर रहे हो, तो नहीं तो मैं आपको फॉलो अप दिखाता इसके आगे का. द फॉलो, प्लीज टेक इट अवे टिकू भाई.
भाई DC5 के बाद जो क्वीन से मार नहीं सकते, रुक से क्वीन जाएगी, सो पॉन से मारेंगे, फ्री पॉन इन कोर्ट्स. एंड नाउ ब्लैक सेज भाई पॉन दिया है, घोड़ा भी देंगे. नाइट टू B5 इज द बेस्ट मूव सहज भाई. नाइट टू B5.
सूखा
एंड सहज
नाइट
भाई,
बेसिकली.
हाँ प्लीज टेक इट ओवर सहज भाई. हाउ इज दिस द बेस्ट मूव?
Bhai, okay, firstly, I think it's about gaining momentum, because if we try to understand from this moment onwards what is happening, right? White is playing bishop e2 and white is playing f3. f3 का plan is we already established is to play e4, to play king f2. White castle नहीं कर सकता क्योंकि bishop h3 पे बैठा हुआ है. तो white को at least let's say दो चालें चाहिए to be comfortable. एंड वो दो चालें मैग्नस नहीं दे सकता गुकेश को. दिस इज वाई यू हैव टू बिल्ड मोमेंटम, थ्रेट आफ्टर थ्रेट आफ्टर थ्रेट, ताकि व्हाइट का किंग सेफ ना फील करे. सो दैट्स वाई c5 attacking the pawn,
It's
dc5 knight b5 attacking the
yeah.
queen, bishop takes b5, rook takes c5, once again attacking the queen, and also some pressure on the e3 pawn because you played f3. If you played queen b3 here, keeping an eye on this and this would lose because of queen e5 attacking the rook, attacking the bishop, and very important fact here chat, that white cannot castle. castle से रुक बच सकता था, बट वो पॉसिबल नहीं है. तो इफ यू प्ले एंड इफ यू डिफेंडेड योर रुक एंड योर बिशप, देन रुक c3, एंड दिस इज, वो क्या था, एक सेकेंड, या लाइक दिस.
भाई मजाक में मत फेंको यार किंग. देख के स्ट्रेस हो रहा है. एंड
भाई ये
सो
तो नहीं होने वाला ना, ये थोड़ी ना होगा.
आई थिंक
But
दिस इज
I'm
वेरी
just
टफ
saying कि
फॉर
if it
या.
happens, like of course that is provided if Gukesh makes like 3 blunders in a row. Bhai, come on, that's not gonna happen.
And also, I think for Magnus to find it here is tough because C5 is something you don't consider, right? Like you will find play it if you're not satisfied with the other options, and that's not the case here. Black already has like a couple of logical moves, and C5 dekh ke hi, like you feel like okay, I mean this is very very tough to find. If Magnus finds, then of course we'll come to it. Meanwhile, कोई कह रहा है chat में, who won is the Armageddon? That's not started yet, chat. We'll have it we'll briefly cover it बीच में. But I think आज का star game has to be Gukesh and Magnus. And by the way, Rook C8, one of the best moves played. And he is preparing C5, Sahaj Bhai, without the drama of, what we saw earlier.
Yeah, I think बस King F8 की जगह उसने Rook C8 खेल दिया. Now F3 probably is not a good move anymore. No, because C5 is no longer giving a pawn, Tiku bhai.
Hmm.
So what do you do? Maybe Rook C1, perhaps?
Rook C1. Yeah, looks
उसके
logical,
बाद भी
but
सेम ही है भाई. King F8 फिर भी खेलना है, and then C5 फिर भी आना है.
wow.
Chat, what do you think is going to be the result? Like if you had to pick one result from your side. Like वेसल हूँ ना मैं आज के दिन के लिए, तो आई जस्ट वेसल को थोड़ी इन्फॉर्मेशन चाहिए फ्रॉम just gathering some data here. What do you think
मतलब
is going to happen here?
बेसिकली एलएलएम हो आप भाई आज.
क्या हो?
You're gathering a prompt from chat. आप LLM हो. You're gathering data from the chat. अब बताओगे भाई कि उसका लेके.
Exactly. Okay, I'm seeing Magnus wins, draw, Armageddon. That means a draw. एक बंदा अभी भी दिव्या's game. But I'm seeing like, okay, more people kind of leaning towards Magnus having a good result. And I would say like the next is a draw, and very few people saying Gukesh will win. By I mean, I think the position is hectic enough, complicated enough that it can be all three results are possible. But I do agree that maybe black is a bit more comfortable here, Tikubai.
Yep. And I think वो Bishop H3 in hindsight was a nice try by Magnus. Like, I thought Bishop G4 खेलेंगे. But it just shows his understanding of the game कि भाई कहाँ पे, what could my opponent play, right? How could he think in the future? And now that Bishop on H3 is a nuisance, if I could castle here, for example, like I'm pretty sure White's position improves, but I'm simply not allowed to do so. And Gukesh winning nowadays feels like a miracle. Yeah, I think that's a bit harsh. He's not had a bad event this time actually. It's a decent event. He's gaining a couple of rating points as well. We are having the best players of the world. He's putting pressure, at least is was putting push pressure on Magnus for majority of the game thus far, and still can win this. So, for example, Prague Kull went from winning to losing, but as long as you win at the end, you are a hero. And I think Gukesh can still pull that here in this game, and Magnus could be in last place. It's still possible. Gukesh will win. Let's hope so, bhai. Hikaru plays or not? What does Hikaru play? And by the chat, yes, Divya game में अभी नहीं घुसेंगे, I think, but yes, she is better and close to winning. Nothing much has changed. Basically, her rook is now on e7, bishop still on c3, and it feels like कि भाई ये तो, you know, I think it's going her way, and classical में ही जाएगा इस बार.
भाई वो तो मतलब I mean good thing, yeah. By the way, Divya is complete. Like she's almost winning, yeah. Do you want to go there?
We
Divya's
can check
game.
it out briefly for sure. And it feels
Why
like
this is
7th
the
rank पे रुक है भाई.
एक second. Why is it? Because I saw a different position. Yeah, I think it's a bit updated. We were here last. F6 खेला गया. Bishop C3. Rook F7. Rook भाई. This bishop is such a beautiful bishop, no? Like
Yeah.
it's defend such like completely defended by the pawns. कोई touch भी नहीं कर सकता इस bishop को. Like it's impossible. That's crazy. कोई knight भी touch नहीं कर सकता. That's
डायमंड है
insane.
भाई, हीरा है मेरा बिशप, हीरा.
हाँ, हीरा. He goes. So she goes knight g5 and now rook e7, rook on the 7th. भाई ये तो Divya is taking this.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
is
I
this is
think
gonna
I
be
think
tough
she's
for
taking
black.
this.
Yeah, tough for black. I think looks very very bad. So Divya likely to gain 3 points. The only problem is Bibisara is also likely to gain 3 points. So maybe she maintains her second place then.
Bibisara की उतनी अच्छी नहीं है अभी. Like Divya is like much like at least on the bar
Hmm.
she has a much better. But okay, still a long game.
Hmm.
Let's go back to Gukesh versus Magnus to see what are the updates. Gukesh still thinking. 31 minutes, 19 more moves to be played. भाई ये बार बार क्यों होता है? भाई अब तो मैं कहता हूँ इंक्रीमेंट दे ही दो.
भाई नहीं, अभी मैग्नस यॉन कर रहा था. अगर इंक्रीमेंट होता तो और यॉन करता भाई. एंड यू नो व्हाट, दे हैव टू स्टिल प्ले 19 मूव्स इन 31 मिनट्स. अभी 5-6 मूव के बाद दोनों के दोनों खतरनाक जब टाइम प्रेशर में होंगे ना, तो ये सारी यॉन्स खत्म हो जाएंगी भाई. And it's gonna be nerves all over the place. Chad, I mean, Gukesh ko dekho, by the way, yaar, he's locked in, and C5 is incoming Sage bhai. So Rook C1 is one move we thought of. Anything else that comes to mind, like apart from Rook C1, yahan pe?
Not really, because you cannot really stop c5 otherwise. I mean, not
Hmm.
like I'm stopping c5 anyways. I can still play c5. But like I'm out of, making good moves. Like there is no filler move I can play. Otherwise, I mean, I want to play f3, e4 because I want to get this king out of this mess. I want to get the rook into the play. But वो हो नहीं रहा है. तो let's make filler moves rather.
Hmm.
I think forced ही लग रहा है भाई, more or less. I mean, can I play rook g1 or g4 something like this, or is that too much, Tiku bhai?
By too much. Then I'm basically saying
Too
कि
much, yeah.
भाई I trap your bishop or you trap my king, and I don't like that trade actually.
Hmm.
It's a bit risky. Maybe f3 e4 का plan could still kind of make it doable, but I feel like c5 plan के बाद we are not in time for this. And Bishop e2 अच्छा idea था, but Magnus ने बिल्कुल correctly, like timing was very important. If you play king f8 first, I think maybe Gukesh gets the time to execute his f3 plan, and then c5 is not hitting as hard. तो perfect time पे rook c8 खेला Magnus Carlsen ने, तो he is also sensing opportunity for himself यहाँ पे. सहज भाई, आई थिंक
Still,
क्लासिकल में रिजल्ट तो आएगा. ड्रॉ नहीं लग रहा है. मैंने ड्रॉ पे जो उम्मीदें लगाई थी, ड्रॉ तो नहीं लग रहा है मुझे अभी एक्चुअली.
draw तो anything but draw, yeah. Anything but draw.
ड्रॉ लुक्स टफ बिकॉज इट इज टू कॉम्प्लिकेटेड चैट.
But I'm not sure like कौन सा player अभी ज़्यादा comfortable feel कर रहा है overall. Because I mean, yeah, white ka king is in the center, but black ka king also is in the center. Plus, these pawns have been bad for a while. But this bishop on h3 is super strong as well. So it's like so many nuances.
आई अग्री विद यू. आई थिंक दोनों किंग थोड़े नर्वस है. एंड टू बी ऑनेस्ट, ब्लैक का जो घर है वो पहले थोड़ा उजड़ा हुआ है. घर पे जाएगा भी तो बारिश सीधा सर पे गिरेगी सहज भाई. ऑन G7 ही इज नॉट सेफ. But the difference is free will, Sahaj bhai. Black king can choose at his own violation to just go to G7 whenever he wants. White king के पास वो free will ही नहीं है. उसको पहले ब्लैक बिशप के पैर पकड़ने, भाई प्लीज भाई थोड़ा साइड हो जाए भाई, प्लीज भाई थोड़ी मिन्नतें करनी है, थोड़ी घूस खिलानी पड़ेगी, तब जाके वो कैसे कर सकता है. सो दैट्स द डिफरेंस फॉर मी कि भाई ब्लैक किंग कैन गो टू G7 whenever he wants, बट व्हाइट किंग को पहले बिशप अभी E2 खेला है, मैं F1 तो खेलूंगा नहीं. तो how does he even castle?
That's a good question. And also by bishop e2 के बाद अब bishop f1 थोड़ी ना खेलोगे यार.
Exactly.
Maybe it's Kukesh who feels more uncomfortable than like how you described. Also, I'm looking at once again Sesi. I know I shouldn't, but besides rook c1, bhai, every other move is really bad for white. Like the eval is really dropping for Gukesh. So he's almost in only move territory, Tiku bhai. Like,
Yeah,
this doesn't look
exactly.
promising. Actually, the last position aa rahi hai. If I see this correctly, rook c1, king f8, f3, c5.
Let's have it over the board, Saj bhai.
So rook c1, king f. I'm not playing c5 like straight. I'll play king f8 first.
हाँ.
f3, c5, king f2, rook d5, pawn takes, rook takes, queen b2 and queen e5. Like ये इस ऐसा end game आ रहा है board पे, where you will trade one pair of queens, one pair of rook. Okay, the only pair of queens and one pair of rooks. And black has an outside pawn, which is the b pawn, and white का कुछ scope नहीं है king side पे. So
Can I
maybe
trap the
unless
bishop?
this bishop is getting
हाँ.
trapped, unless
हाँ.
which probably it's not, because let's say queen e5, f e5, rook c5, rook c5.
G4.
Up g4 is the only thing that I would be concerned about. That then h5 is like completely fine.
But maybe rook
Weird,
C2,
no?
yeah, and rook C2 maybe
Yeah.
also, like it's, you are also having your own problems actually. And F5, H5 के बाद
And
maybe
also
it's
b5,
equal.
b4 also looks kind of scary. Also, yeah, I think black will push here for sure. Yeah, going up back to the live board. Gukesh thinking, by the way, 26 minutes for the world champion.
भाई स्ट्रेस हो रहा है भाई. 19 सही. हाँ, 19 मूव खेल रहे हैं 26 मिनट में. Look at his hands. I think his hands are shaking. Sahaj bhai, thoda sa. Gukesh's hands were shaking a little bit, I think, there. So,
You think
he's
nerves?
about to play. He's about
It
to play.
happens.
भाई वो F3 खेलने वाला है भाई.
f3 सही है क्या? f3 सही नहीं है भाई. अरे f3 सही is not good. That's a mistake. That's a mistake. Not a big one, but it's a mistake. Yeah,
Maybe
that's a mistake,
transpose,
bhai.
yeah? Maybe it will transpose like
नो
वो
नो
rook.
भाई, रुक्सी वन में रुक्सी वन किंग एफ एट पे था ना, तो रुक्सी
हाँ
वन जो एक्स्ट्रा मूव थी वो नहीं है आपके पास अब.
हाँ, तो
So
आई एम
let's
नॉट
say I
टेलिंग ऑफ द
play
पीसेस.
c5, you go king f2, I go rook d5, same plan as usual. Pawn takes, rook takes, and remember when you were playing queen b2 here, because the rook was already on c1. But now if you play queen b2, there's rook c2.
भाई तो रुक
So
क्वीन D4 खेलना पड़ेगा यार.
yeah, the game continues. But knight f5 kind of looks scary. e3 के pawn पे इतना pressure है. No?
Bhai, I mean, this is so complicated. First of all, at first glance, I have to be honest, Sej, bhai, if I saw this position, if you just remove the double rooks, I would say white is doing okay. I mean, like the black king is on
Of
e8,
course,
pawns are
without the rooks,
doubled.
White's king has no danger. So it's only the pawns
Ha.
that matter. So अभी पोजीशन खराब इसलिए लग रही है गुकेश की, बिकॉज किंग थोड़ा डेंजर में है, क्योंकि बहुत सारे पीसेस है बोर्ड पे. तो यू आर राइट, इफ वी गो इनटू एन एंड गेम while keeping the same set of pawns, then I think Gukesh will feel more comfortable. I think that's your point, yeah?
Yeah, somehow, like if I could just exchange a pair of rooks, keep the queens, like I'm not worried as Gukesh, but somehow he doubled up rooks are such a force in this position, and that tells you what a great plan by Magnus Carlsen. Yeah, like to play rook g5 first, even before kind of putting king of an f8, then playing rook c8 and planning c5, and that's the only active plan right now. That's the kind of the formation that's giving me an edge. सो मैग्नस
Hmm.
कार्लसन इज एब्सोल्युटली ऑन पॉइंट कि भाई इस मूव का ये सटलिटी है, अभी ये खेलना चाहिए, ये करेक्ट मूव ऑर्डर है. दिस इज गोना पुट मैक्सिमम प्रेशर ऑन माय ओपोनेंट. एंड लुक एट गुकेश विद हिज हेड इन हैंड्स.
I'm so glad you mentioned this, this momentum that Magnus took, because I feel from this moment onwards after Queen B4, this could be like a very tough positional exercise, like, that you can do, like how to gain counterplay as black. Your king is in the center. I think a lot of people will say, "Bhai, black ne castle nahi kiya, let's go long castle." But like playing a5, rook g5, as you mentioned, then switching your plan to rook c8, and then going for c5 is very very hard to play. But yeah, some great moves by the goat of chess.
Agreed. Agreed. Looks very interesting right now. And
Se- Sessi is just zero, guys. It's 0 0 0 right now, but I think it's gonna switch, because if it's 0 0 0, because Gukesh has to play like some really precise moves. So I think it's slightly worse for Gukesh right now, maybe.
today I saw this video just now. So before coming for the game, Magnus shook hands with Sindarov.
Sorry?
Before coming for the game today, on the street, Magnus shook hands with Sindarov. ऐसे वो रास्ते में मिल रहे थे. Sindarov was going back and Magnus was arriving for the to the tournament hall. So he shook hands with Sindarov there in the morning today.
Interesting.
Not saying anything. I'm just kind of saying what I
Interesting.
saw in the video. Like
I didn't say it.
Raju. By the way, C5 on the board, and now chat King F2 is what White has to find. Otherwise, Gukesh could be much, much worse. He has to find King F2. Continue with the plan he played that he started with F3 and Bishop E2.
Yeah, King F2 is basically forced. By the way, anything besides King F2, he's lost. Like not just worth by, it's like lost. Okay, G4 is one move which is not lost, but besides that, like borderline lost basically. So
Chat,
King
I
F2
know
तो
Armageddon
automatic है.
Armageddon started, but we look at it maybe in the final few moves. Like I think this game is more important from our perspective, right? Because Gukesh Magnus hai. I mean, Wesley and Firouzja from our perspective is not as crazy as Magnus and Gukesh. Meanwhile, I said by chat carrier ki Gukesh's accuracy is now below Magnus. So 97.9 for Gukesh and 98.3 for Magnus. So he's kind of taken over there on the accuracy as well.
Also, he's taken over on the clock as well. 6 मिनट का
Wow.
डिफरेंस इज अ लॉट ऑफ डिफरेंस भाई, स्पेशली कंसिडरिंग 18 मूव्स खेलने हैं भाई 24 मिनट में विदाउट एनी इंक्रीमेंट. वो भी तब जब आपका किंग डेंजर में है. दिस इज नॉट लुकिंग गुड फॉर गुकेश भाई. दिस इज
Hmm.
रियली रियली नॉट लुकिंग गुड फॉर गुकेश.
Can we have the board in the middle? Chat करिए वहां कोने में दिख नहीं रहा है. I don't know if it's. I think there's enough, just enough space where we can squeeze it between both the players. हाँ ये लो chat भाई, तुम्हारे लिए, सिर्फ तुम्हारे लिए. हाँ वो chat हम रखते इसलिए नहीं है because देखो मुकेश बोर्ड के छुप रहा है, so people players often hide behind the board. So okay, what does Gukesh do now? Sahaj bhai, does he find king f2?
I mean, I think it's forced. So, but I think he's looking on the queen's side somehow. No,
क्या बात कर रहे हो भाई?
queen side की
Don't tell
तरफ नहीं
me.
लग रहा आपको उसके नजर?
भाई क्वीन ए5 तो नहीं मार देगा ना भाई, लाइक e3
No, no,
हैंगिंग है
come
भाई.
on. But queen side पे कोई चाल ही नहीं है. Maybe unless he wants to play rook b1 or something. But then takes knight f5 should be dangerous.
भाई टेक्स रुक d5 आ रहा है. सॉरी रुक
Rook
e5, रुक
d5,
d5.
rook
Yeah,
e5.
sorry.
Yeah. Oh, there it
It
is.
was.
Thank you so much, Samay bhai.
अरे
Amazing.
crazy.
Now we can see both of the games. Samay OP bhai. Let's go. ये French है ना? By the way, in Firouzja's board, for sure this is French, yeah. Ah,
हाँ
okay.
हाँ. Awesome.
Awesome. Thanks, bhai.
Gukesh will turn 20 in 23 minutes. Bye. He literally has 23 minutes on the clock also. So ऐसा ना हो क्लॉक ही खत्म हो जाए बर्थडे मनाते मनाते सहज भाई. जीरो ना हो जाए.
एक्चुअली उसी का ही काउंटडाउन चल रहा है शायद.
हाँ उसकी क्लॉक पे उसके बर्थडे का काउंटडाउन चल रहा है भाई. दैट्स क्रेजी.
क्रेजी. Like whatever Gukesh does, he has to play fast by because 22, like below 20 is already, yeah, that's not a good sign.
By the way, Magnus, जीतेंगे तो बहुत कॉन्फिडेंस मिलेगा उनको. लाइक ही रियली नीड्स दैट. आई सॉ दिस इंटरव्यू वंस जहां पे वो कहते हैं इफ आई एवर लूज अ गेम व्हिच इज वेरी रेयर आई इंस्टेंटली वांट टू विन द नेक्स्ट वन. इट्स वेरी टफ फॉर मी टू हैंडल अ लॉस. तो अगर वो जीत गए सहज भाई देन वी नो व्हाट हैपेंस. या देन बेसिकली ही गोस ऑन अ विनिंग स्प्री एंड जस्ट विंस द इवेंट आउटराइट. सो it's a crucial round for the
This would give
goat
him
of
a lot
chess.
of confidence, that is for sure. Yeah. Yeah, that is for sure. Magnus is showing us a positional masterpiece. I think we'll see. It's looking very dynamic right now, actually. The king looks super dangerous.
You know, Sejbhai, positional masterpiece was what we said about the last Norway chess game, जहाँ पे table banging हुई थी. क्या grind किया था ना? There was this bishop that Gukesh had, like which had no purpose on b5 or a6 or d7 or somewhere, c6, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
And Magnus just kind of avoided the bishop and brought his knight and just kind of got this winning position. And then वो suddenly things happened, yeah. So hoping कि ऐसा कुछ यहाँ पे भी हो, और यहाँ पे तो हम worse भी नहीं है. Like I think Gukesh has played good chess so far. But this is the crucial moment. 20 minutes left for Gukesh and his birthday. Come on, Gukesh.
भाई पता है, I think maybe he is not sure because he looked at king f2 and I think there is rook d5 apparently, pawn takes, rook takes, and इसके बाद if you go queen d4 and I play knight f5, right? Your only, this is a bad move by the way, just putting it out there, but your only move is queen f4. Like, chat, question for you. If the queen goes to d3, black to play and win. And please यार, मतलब थोड़ा फैंसी मूव बताना. इसमें एक सिंपल आंसर है और एक फैंसी आंसर है.
Are you
But
sure
actually
fancy
it's
answer है
fine. We
सहज भाई?
can, actually दोनों ही सिंपल हैं to be honest. दोनों ही simple in that sense. By the way, he did play king f2, so we're getting this. By the way,
Let's
the move is
go.
rook d8 chat, because there's queen e3 and which is kind of hanging, and rook d2 भी मर रहा है साथ में, तो some problems there. But yeah, Gukesh has played king f2 after 6
Yep.
minutes and 19 seconds of thought.
I'm
मुझे रे
glad.
मिस्टीरियो की याद आ गई.
I'm glad कि इसके birthday तक game
Tikku,
चलेगी
why did you
confirmed,
get
yeah?
that reference? Please tell me you got that
कौन सा
reference.
reference?
Ray Mysterio. Come on, you
Ray
should know
Mysterio.
this, Tikku bhai. Come on.
कैसे कैसे?
अरे 619 था ना उसका मूव.
अच्छा, अच्छा भाई,
That the signature move.
I'm bombarded by 6-7 now. By 619 याद करना बड़ा मुश्किल है. Come on. 29 minutes for Magnus. उनके पास भी ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं है. 29 मिनट में उनको 18 मूव खेलनी है. Still better than Gukesh, of course. But यहाँ पे any other move apart from Rook D5, because Rook D5 is also not easy to play, Sehaj bhai. It's like a weird move, right? Rook right in the middle of the board. I would say maybe something else he might play, like King F8 to me. Maybe something Magnus might play here. राकेश भाई आएंगे तो ड्रामा बढ़ जाएगा भाई. Then I think
भाई
Bal is
राकेश
gonna
भाई,
start.
हाँ, I was waiting for राकेश भाई.
Bhai, Bal is gonna start doing push-ups if Rakesh Bhai arrives. By the way,
भाई
completely winning for
Ruxit.
Wesley So there.
Yeah, Ruxit too looked kind of scary, but yeah, Firouzja is doing really well. Is 96? No, 96 is not possible. Never mind. So takes queen a3. Yeah, maybe that knight on b4 is pinned, more or less.
Okay. What does Magnus do? By the way, Wesley So, I think is in... Right now, he's in second place. So he's already taken over Prague. Of course, his game would be over after this one. But unless Prague or Gukesh win, I think Wesley So will finish in second place. What happened in Divya's game? Chad, I think just an update there. Nothing crazy. We have exactly the same position as we saw last time. बस एक queen c5 खेला है Anna Muzychuk ने. So no changes in that game whatsoever. Why should the game? Because आज we have a star clash, Chad, and that is Gukesh versus Carlsen. I think that's the game we're focusing on. Majority of our attention. Of course, we look at Divya and Praggnanandhaa Humpy as well.
We'll keep an eye on the critical moments, but I think this is a very, very important one because time crunch moment is also approaching, and why 17 more moves have to be played. This is blunder 100. एक side से blunder तो होगा ही भाई, दोनों side से ही होगा blunder, I think.
And Chad, second game of Firouzja has just 28 seconds now. So things collapsing for Firouzja, who still has to play 4 moves to gain a 1 second increment. Gukesh age depends. Are you asking me now or in 17 minutes? Where is Hikaru? At home, brother. And talking about trapping a rook, जो हश है rook on d2 का हुआ है, वही होना चाहिए rook और g5 का at some point, सहज भाई.
Maybe. So we're waiting. By the way, Rook D5. Wow, the best move played by the court of Chil.
Wow.
Crazy. I was thinking pawn takes D4 is also possible, but he realized, yeah, D takes C5, Rook C5 के बाद he's gonna gain a tempo because queen को तो D4 पे आना forced ही है. Tikku bhai, do you think it's possible that Gukesh may have overlooked Rook D5 earlier, like before going into this line?
Totally possible. I think it's not a move I would even consider for Gukesh. Might consider, but it just looks like a weird move, right? I mean, it's something which doesn't do anything. There's huge tension on the c file right now, and White is of course threatening to bring his rook on h1 into the game at some point. So you feel like Black will do something concrete rather than just move the rook to d5. So a move definitely he could have missed. But Sehaj bhai, I see an insane move here, and tell me if you see it, chat. Apparently, the DC5, the move we are looking at, is the second best move in the position. Sehaj bhai, do you see the best move?
No, bhai. Sessi also doesn't see it.
So, एक काम करते हैं सहज भाई. Let's just pick up the pawn on a. Okay, it's really bad, but apparently now my
Queen A5. क्या बात कर रहे हो भाई? No chance. भाई जिंदगी में कभी भाई Queen A5 के बाद Queen E3 चेक नहीं है मेरे पास. Like look at this, Queen A5, Queen takes E3. No, is that working?
That's
King
equal.
E3.
But there's C takes B4, the best move for Black.
Oh, C takes
Queen
D4.
D5.
Yo.
यो
and queen
यो
e3.
यो राकेश भाई, वेलकम
भाई लोग,
वेलकम,
can
आप
we
ही
भाई
का इंतजार था।
थैंक थैंक यू कैन वी गो फुल स्क्रीन ऑन फिरोजा, क्योंकि 2 सेकंड बचे भाई उसके पास,
अरे बाप रे,
क्योंकि
राकेश
तो
भाई आपके
खेलता रहेगा।
आपके आपके आधे ही रूक सैक्रिफाइस वाली लाइंस चालू हो गई भाई बोर्ड के ऊपर। ये क्या हो रहा है राकेश भाई?
वो सहज भाई ने बोला मैं देख के आता हूँ कभी ड्रामा और एक्शन हो रहा है। भाई फिरोजा अबाउट टू लूज हिज फर्स्ट मैच ऑफ नॉर्वे चेस।
यार ट्रू, बट तब भी नंबर वन रैंकिंग में ही रहेंगे कंफर्म 8.5 पॉइंट के साथ, इवन इफ ही लूजेस। सो आई थिंक ओवरऑल
या
स्टिल एन इम्प्रेसिव परफॉर्मेंस पहले 4 राउंड में।
Wow,
करेक्ट,
he's still
वेस्ली सो,
gaining time, yeah? He's still gaining time. That's crazy.
रिस्पेक्ट। And I don't know, Saj bhai, if you saw his interview, but he mentioned your point that clock ना दूर होता है मेरे लिए. So he said it
Ah,
yesterday.
really?
Oh
Yeah,
nice.
yeah.
Wow. I mean, it's kind of understandable. So they cannot make like changes, yeah? Or do you think they will make changes maybe after the rest day, or because in this
क्या
moment
क्या पता
specifically, it's so
सर.
hard for him to make a move, no?
But I think they
हाँ,
want the clock
exactly.
towards the
क्योंकि
camera. I
clock.
think it's very hard to get the
Correct.
clock on this side, and also like
No,
they
but you
can
can
switch
switch the
this.
players.
हाँ, बट टांग कहाँ रहेगी सहज भाई? फिर टांग भी तो
भाई भाई दूसरी साइड, अगर राइट साइड पे होगा तो टांग राइट साइड की तरफ जाएगी ना, दैट वुड बी टुवर्ड्स द
हाँ वो हो
क्लॉक।
सकता, अगर जगह है तो हाँ
वही
बहुत
तो मैं
पॉसिबल। बाय द वे ही
And
लॉस्ट
भाई
हिज
जगह।
Wesley
जगह।
So wins on the clock and on the time and on the board.
हाँ and भाई Wesley So जीतते हैं, he defeats the tournament leader and now is on 6 points in second place at Norway Chess. So that's yeah, and is 5.5 के 6.5, I don't know. Anyways, he's in second place now. 5.5 पे है, nice. And now of course Firouzja waiting for help to help him, outside the hall. But Rakesh bhai, Sahaj bhai, I mean that was an exciting game. But let's head back quickly to our star game for today.
Yeah, yeah, let's go, bhai.
Let's go, let's
And
go.
I was hearing the stream बीच में. सहज भाई, टिको भाई, क्या लगी है मतलब any Maggie bets on the line मतलब for this match?
नहीं वो
राकेश
कमेंट्री
भाई,
में नहीं डिस्कस हुआ था भाई, वो कहीं और डिस्कस हुआ था जहाँ पे आपको पता है
अच्छा वो
ऑलरेडी।
व्हाट्सएप था,
राकेश भाई,
हाँ
वो
हाँ, वो
व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप
व्हाट्सएप
था.
था
ओके
भाई,
ओके.
I
व्हाट्सएप
I
क्या था
wanna get
जिसमें
your
आप भी
opinion, Rakesh
इन्वॉल्व
भाई.
हो भाई, ऐसी बात नहीं है।
I
करेक्ट
I wanna
करेक्ट,
get
बोलो
Rakesh
टिको
भाई's
भाई.
opinion. राकेश भाई,
हम्म.
मुझे लगता है कि आप थोड़े वाइल्ड हो भाई थोड़ा सा ना, तो मतलब थोड़ा सवाल है. क्वीन A5, ठीक है, CD4 वेरिएशन देखना, क्वीन D5, रुक मार दिया एंड क्वीन E3. ये कैसा लग रहा है भाई? मतलब कुछ मजा आ रहा है देख के मतलब?
भाई it's a
भाई किसको
क्या
मजा
है,
आ रहा
it's
है
a
यहाँ पे?
rook sacrifice. मतलब
चेस फैन को
किंग
भाई.
ईव, किंग ईव 1
रुक C2
ओनली
नाउ.
मूव. रुक C2, रुक D1 सोच रहा था मैं, रुक से बचा
हाँ.
लो.
And you know what? Look at this. The best move is bishop F5, preparing bishop D3 and queen E2 mate. You know what
भाई
the
ऑल्सो
best move is
गिविंग
now?
दिस, like giving this also, yeah, and the knight on d6
Ha!
completely for free.
And the
By the way, look
best
at
move
this
is rook
queen
F1.
d6 bishop. Bhai queen d6 this is lost, it's mate in 4.
ऑफ
And
कोर्स
that's
भाई,
why you need
किंग.
rook F1. You need rook F1 now. एक rook
Oh,
D1, एक rook F1. भाई क्या funny position है भाई यहाँ पे.
and if you played bishop d3 then rook f2 and now knight c4,
अरे
bhai
बाप रे. अरे
भाई
बाप रे. ये
maximum,
क्या position है भाई?
एकदम maximum output, yeah, in black's position, basically maximum output.
भाई एक word दिमाग में आ रहा है, but I can't say it. And it feels like मतलब ऐसे मतलब
लिख दो भाई,
नहीं
हम तो
नहीं
हंस लेंगे
नहीं,
कम से कम।
आई फील लाइक सारे पीस ऐसे होते हैं, सेंटर ऑफ ग्रेविटी एक ब्लैक होल है चेस बोर्ड के ऊपर जिसके आसपास सारे पीस घूम रहे हैं, लाइक सारे एक ही जगह पे कन्वर्ज करे, एक ब्लैक व्हाइट क्वीन को बस बाहर छोड़ दिया इन्होंने भाई. शी इज
तो
नॉट अलाउड
कौन
टू
है वो,
आउट एंटर.
कौन सा वो ब्लैक, अच्छा क्वीन है वो e3 वाली, अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा।
But I think this is going to be crazy calculations with just 13 minutes for Guki. मुश्किल
भाई
लग रहा है भाई.
13 मिनट है टू प्ले 17 मूव्स.
Yeah, by Gookie is in
Yeah, and
trouble,
he's
big
invested
trouble.
6 minutes. Bhai, and is Queen A5 the only move, Tiku bhai?
नहीं,
There's
that's a risky move. DC5 मार सकते हैं जो सहज भाई I think has discussed before. But सहज भाई क्या लगता है क्या
But
होगा?
but I don't think he will go pawn takes c5 bhai, because Queen, I mean, even if he does, like he has that, I think, constant risk. Firstly, मैं rook c takes c5 भी मार सकता हूँ. I don't know why we haven't discussed this before. Like this also looks very dangerous. Knight f5 फिर भी आ रहा है because rook d5 के बाद queen d4 है
भाई
आपके पास, right?
he played queen b2. No d5, he
Oh,
What?
played queen b2.
that's a
That's
mistake.
a
He's given
mistake.
control of the e3 square.
Bhai, no Biono. Maggie about to do Magnus Carlsen things. Bhai, this is looking better and better the more I look at it for black.
Yeah. I mean, he's losing a pawn by force basically. Takes knight f5 के बाद. Like let's say takes and knight f5. Either queen e3 check is there or you sacrifice the pawn.
Sacrifice क्या भाई मर ही गया वो तो.
नहीं अब बट मरने के बाद तो हमेशा बोलते हैं ना सैक किया था मैंने,
Aha.
like
Bhai, you look at the almost double the amount of time for Maggie.
Tikku bhai, and Rakesh bhai, have you ever done this before where you obviously blundered something and आपका opponent बाद में बोलता है यार तुमने मतलब क्या हुआ था, कुछ मिस हुआ? तो नहीं भाई सैक किया था, ऐसा ऐसा कभी हुआ है?
बहुत बारी भाई, every time.
I think every single time.
Every single time.
भाई
And
भाई
Tikku bhai,
I
you?
just hope भाई मेरे साथ कम हुआ है. I don't know why. I'm thinking about it. Can't think of any
क्योंकि
reason.
वो
Maybe I
नॉर्मली
just
ब्लंडर ही होता है ना.
हाँ maybe I'm like just used to it at this point कि ये बहाना दोबारा मार नहीं कोई believe ही नहीं करेगा. So I think एक बार मुझे याद आ
भाई
रहा है but yeah.
निक्स और काफी लोग इन द चैट बोल रहे हैं टिकू भाई प्लीज पूजा गैम्बिट कर लो.
भाई
एंड दिस इज अ फेयर पोजीशन
yeah
है, ऐसा नहीं कि
fair
एकदम
ask.
लॉस्ट के बाद.
पता क्या है 2026 में काम ही नहीं करी भाई. We tried it. We
करिए
tried Mir
करिए काम.
Gambit. We tried Puja Gambit. It didn't work. The only thing that
But
worked is the
not with
Jersey
Gukesh.
Gambit, Rakesh
We
bhai.
didn't try it with Gukesh.
We tried भाई Tata Steel में we
When?
tried. It didn't work once. In fact उसने अब्दुल सर के साथ वो क्वीन दे दी रुक दे जरा फ्री का बदला है. याद है वो क्वीन
नहीं
टेक्स
नहीं
G6 चेक.
वहां पे कोई पूजा गैम्बिट नहीं करी थी हमने because Gukesh was not worse in that position. भाई क्या बोल रहे हो आप?
हाँ but नहीं चला भाई. I
Eh?
think we have to stick to. I think Gukesh should do it himself now भाई. मुझे लग रहा है he has to step up as the world champion and do it
तो
himself.
आपको लग रहा है गुकेश को अभी जस्ट स्टॉप अभी रोक के इस पूजा करनी चाहिए बोर्ड पे?
भाई वो कर रहा होगा मन में. I'm telling you कर रहा है मन में because the position is getting very dicey right now. And अगर c takes
Yeah,
d4 मार दिया and then knight f5, how are we controlling the e3 square here? Queen e3 आने वाला है.
this
That's a
looks
good point.
very risky. एंड भाई नसी पूजा गैम्बिट करने बोल रहा है, कान हिलाने लगा बोर्ड पे तो मैग्नस चौक जाएगा.
भाई लो भाई.
अरे भाई सहज भाई व्हाट अ स्पोर्ट. भाई कान हिल ही नहीं रहा है, ऐसा लग रहा है
हिल
कान
तो
बोल.
गया भाई. ओके
नहीं नहीं
भाई थोड़ा वो फुल स्क्रीन करो ना.
भाई
हुआ?
कान बोल रहा है शायद चलेगा नहीं इसके लिए,
चल तो
नहीं
रहा
नहीं दिख रहा है. देखो भाई
भाई
आपको
वॉचिंग
दिखता
कम हो
है
रही
क्या
है
सर?
है. बढ़ रही है भाई बढ़ रही है. एक्चुअली आई एम लुकिंग एट द नंबर्स बढ़ रही है भाई. But
अरे
hopefully
टिकू भाई.
भाई last time if you remember I don't know how many if you remember भाई you are a true fan but last time if you remember Gukesh versus Magnus, Gukesh was dead lost and
हम्म.
the chat demanded an ear gambit and Gukesh won that match. Just putting it out there.
हाँ 2025 it
Last
worked
time
like with
Yes.
this happened.
99.6% accuracy. 2025 it was
एंड
like a
आई
dream.
थिंक या दैट विन हैज मतलब चैट का क्रेडिट है उसमें बिकॉज दे फोर्स्ड यू सहज भाई ईयर गैम्बिट के लिए.
हाँ मैं अभी भी तो बोल रहे थे ना फोर्स नहीं किया था वो तो
कह रहा
बट
है
हाँ
सेल्फ
didn't
था.
know E in esports stands for ear. By the way, भाई Sej bhai, can we have c takes d4, e takes d4, knight f5 on the board because that's the best way for Magnus to approach this. And
एक्चुअली
now
नो.
queen नहीं क्या और क्या बेटर है यहाँ पे?
सेसी कुछ और कह रहा है भाई सेसी को देखना ही
अबे
बंद कर देना
यार ये
चाहिए मुझे बट इट्स
सेसी
सेइंग
की
किंग
यार
f8 इंस्टेड ऑफ
सेसी
नाइट
की
f5. सेसी
सेसी
एकदम
की
मूड खराब
सेसी
कर रहा है मेरा.
हाँ सेसी की ऐसी की सेसी भाई बंद कर दो
बट
भाई.
भाई अगर बट द फैक्ट दैट मैग्नस प्लेड दैट a5 रुक g5 वो सेसी ने निकाला था, वो स्टॉकफिश ने नहीं निकाला था. तो
मेरा
मैग्नस
पास
इज
दिखा था
एक्चुअली
a5 भाई.
फाइंडिंग दोस मूव्स सो देयर इज अ
Mine
गुड
showed
चांस ही
a5
माइट
only.
प्ले किंग f8.
Mine showed a5 only भाई. I think it's possible.
हाँ
But
रियली.
But c takes d4 looks tough, man, because chat queen b2 का point ही problem ही ये है कि e3 square पे control चला गया, and that means queen e3 अगर आ गया, we saw that, वो जो एक लेगो पीस के सारे पीस फिट हो रहे थे एक दूसरे में, like मतलब वो स्ट्रक्चर आ जाएगा तो then it gets very tough. So right now I think गुकेश के पास 13, Magnus also by the way 20 minutes now to play 17 moves, getting tough for him also, Rakesh bhai, now.
Right, tough. It's not an easy position, even though you are the world number one. But I would say Magnus is definitely in the driver's seat. एकदम आराम से वो खेल सकता है, वो मैन्यूवर कर सकता है, and he's basically playing for two positions, Sahaj bhai.
Yeah, two results, yeah, essentially. But let's see. 20 minutes. But Magnus time pressure में आ रहा है भाई. And you know,
Oh.
usually जब Magnus time pressure में आता है तो things it's not as clear anymore. So who knows? Who knows? He takes the pawn.
My
Now the moment of truth. Will Magnus play knight f5, or will Magnus go with Ceci's options, which is king f8 in this position, by the way?
Basically, is Magnus human या AI? ये दिख जाएगा, सहज
ये
भाई.
तो पता ही है हमें इसका आंसर, but watch him play king f8 now in like 1 second. Just wait. Just wait.
भाई
3, 2.
भाई either case गुकेश is worse, and I think rook h को जो h1 पे बैठा हुआ उसको गेम में लाना पड़ेगा. Ideally rook h e1 or rook h d1, because
What did I say?
लो भाई.
I said it. I told you.
भाई भाई
He's not
सेसे और
human.
मैग्नस आर इन सिंक. सेसे एंड मैग्नस आर इन सिंक भाई. अब डाउट करूंगा नहीं सेसे भाभी जी को. तो रुक
Not
एच
human.
वन
This guy is
इनकमिंग.
not human.
भाई,
वाओ.
रिस्पेक्ट. और हाँ, रुक, आई थिंक रुक एच इवन लाना ही चाहिए गुकेश को. रिमेंबर कार्लसन का भी रुक कल के गेम में प्राग के साथ कोने में पड़ा हुआ था. डोंट कीप योर रुक्स इन द कॉर्नर. दे वांट टू कम टू दीज ओपन फाइल्स, एंड गुकेश प्लीज ब्रिंग इट क्विकली.
भाई रुक c1 नहीं
नो.
जाना, क्योंकि रुक e8 के बाद क्वीन e3 यू आर वेरी क्लोज टू गेटिंग चेकमेटेड बेसिकली. तो रुक e1
इट्स
ओनली
मेट
मूव
भाई.
है क्या?
ब्लू
Rook
एरो,
c1 is
यस.
lost. It's +4. Rook c1 is +4 for black, so it's over if Rook
Yeah,
c1.
yeah,
So
yeah.
that's a game losing mistake. And the only move is Rook h e1 actually, or he's lost apparently. The only move is Rook h e1 for Gukesh, or he is lost. But I think he should find it. It's the most logical one in the position. You defend e2, control e3.
Yeah.
Played.
And now I think Magnus' ki next move is not so easy. Yeah? He has to play king g7. Like, I mean, realistically, this rook is kind of having this discover attack. Okay, it's not working because knight c4 hai mere paas. But I'm just saying the threat is there.
Hmm.
So, and it's hard to play a move like king g7, I think, when literally there is a discover attack. But that's what Magnus must
True, and
do.
even I like this idea also, Seth. Not going ahead with the bishop, but dropping it back and trading that with the h3 bishop, black wala. So king
Bishop
g7 को I'm
f1, yeah?
thinking bishop
पर उसमें
f1
तो सिर्फ
करके
king d7 ना.
हाँ, क्वीन डी. आई एम जस्ट थिंकिंग कि ट्रेड करके ना मेरा किंग सेफ हो रहा है कि नहीं. दैट्स माय इंटेंशन.
So let's play king g7,
वेट
bishop
वेट
f1.
वेट. दैट्स व्हाई मैग्नस ड्रॉप्स बैक विद हिज बिशप. क्या चांस बन रहा है गुकी का?
That was a slight error, by the way, from
स्लाइट
Maggie. And now
स्लाइट.
rook ad1.
Slight.
Slight.
And chat, by the way, 1 minute to Gukesh's birthday. He's gonna turn 20. Rakesh bhai, that's a big moment in everybody's life. Yeah, turning like 20 and 30, I think, and so on.
भाई, बेसिकली गुकेश इज नो लॉन्गर अ टीनेजर इन 30 seconds.
Yeah.
नहीं बुडापेस्ट में है अभी भी 3.5 घंटे हैं अभी भी.
अरे
हाँ.
भाई भाई भाई, इंडिया में पैदा हुआ था ना गुकी.
पर है तो
That's true.
नॉर्वे में
That's
ना.
true.
बट है
नहीं
तो
पर
नॉर्वे में.
उसके पैदा होने से तो हो गए ना भाई इतने वो, आई थिंक. बट या चैट, बाय द वे,
एंड
हैप्पी
अभी
बर्थडे. हैप्पी बर्थडे गुकेश बनता है भाई, स्पैम करके लाइक वंस
Yes,
वी
sir.
हिट. वी
Oh,
आर
it's
एट मिडनाइट
Sashi's
भाई.
birthday now.
लेट्स गो.
हैप्पी बर्थडे
Happy
गुकी.
birthday. Happy birthday, Gukesh. And I think he's brought smiles to all of our faces. And he's the Indian
Hey.
flag as well. Nice.
इंडियन वर्ल्ड चैंपियन भाई. लेट्स गो कुकी, कम ऑन भाई. क्या बर्थडे आते ही फॉर्च्यून्स चेंज होंगे, एंड विल गुकेश बी एबल टू सेव दिस और मे बी विन दिस? लेट्स सी.
Yeah. Turns 20 now. Like crazy
Sure,
man.
man.
अगर
I mean,
suddenly
imagine going back and being like, जब birthday celebrate हो रहा है, इस position में कितना deeply calculate कर रहा है, you know, how to how to save this. Like the king, he's not thinking about being 20. He's thinking about that king on F2. भाई, that's the all in his mind right now. 10 minutes.
True. And chat, thank you for spamming happy birthday Gukesh because our editors actually loved it when you spammed Divya OP yesterday. उसकी एक हमने reel भी बनाई है, shorts बनाई है. Check it out on our socials. And you know what? If you will get a chance to get featured on our socials, टिकू भाई. बढ़िया था वो.
हाँ बिल्कुल बिल्कुल एंड आई थिंक इंडियन फ्लैग्स के साथ स्पैम हो मजा आएगा भाई बिकॉज दिस गाय हैज ब्रॉट ही बिकम द फेस ऑफ इंडियन चेस फॉर सो मेनी पीपल अक्रॉस द कंट्री आई थिंक मतलब एंड इतना कुछ अकम्प्लिश किया है कि भाई मतलब द लिस्ट दिस इज टू 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 लॉन्ग एंड इज ओनली 20 भाई ही इज 20 नाउ बट इमेजिन भाई 30 तक कितना कुछ अकम्प्लिश कर लिया होगा राकेश एंड सहज लाइक 10 साल बाद फॉर एग्जाम्पल
सही में भाई, सही में.
But
9.5 minutes
पहले
though.
10 साल का पहले यार एक गेम सॉल्व करते हैं पहले, लाइक आई थिंक दैट्स अ बिगर वर्क, तो कि 10 साल तो है पर 10 मिनट भी हैं भाई इस गेम में, 10 मिनट से भी कम है एक्चुअली अब, एंड नो इंक्रीमेंट.
you know I
बाय द वे, यू
want
नो
या
व्हाट अ
14
रियली
moves
मेस्ड
के
अप
बाद
थिंग
ही
इज,
मिलेगा इंक्रीमेंट.
oh bhai, thank God he played Ruke. I was so worried that he would
What?
go Ruke C1 here, and that was like a big error in the game. Because I felt this is such a natural move, yeah, Ruke C1. You would play that in a second, but he went Ruke D1. That's the best move, by the way. Guki is still holding. Let's go. Birthday magic working.
by the way
On Guki.
exactly 10 साल पहले गुकेश की रेटिंग फिडे रेटिंग वाज 2061 एग्जैक्टली 10 साल पहले सेम टाइम सो 10 साल में भाई क्या क्या अचीव कर सकते हो यू कैन गो फ्रॉम 2000 रेटेड टू वर्ल्ड चैंपियन भाई सो या इफ यू हैव गोल्स आई थिंक दैट शुड बी क्लियर मोटिवेशन
So 2061 से 27, well, let's say 2761 because his peak rating was 2794. So we can give him that. 700 point in 10 साल. That's very impressive, no?
he actually got
700
more
point.
because he's been 2761 for like at least 1 year now if not more so I think it's technically 9 years let's say
नहीं, बट अब हम अभी की बात कर रहे हैं ना, 10 साल में 700 पॉइंट
हाँ
इज अ
हाँ
लॉट. आई
हाँ
थिंक हम
हाँ
ऐसे ऐसे तो हम अब एक करेक्ट टाइम पे अगर आप रोकोगे तो 2794 भी जा सकता है वो.
हाँ
करेक्ट टाइम तो अभी की
और
बात कर रहे हैं ना हम.
टिको भाई, ऑन दैट नोट, एग्जैक्टली 10 साल पहले इन मुंबई जीएम ओपन गुकेश की रेटिंग थी 2046 जब भी उसने मुझे हराया था. सो मेरा भी कहीं ना कहीं योगदान, थोड़ा सा
Oh,
योगदान है टुवर्ड्स गुकीज रेटिंग.
wow. Why? That is crazy, actually.
टिकू
Wow.
भाई,
Can we
आपका
give?
क्या योगदान है विद प्रग?
I think
कुछ था
जितना
ना, आप कुछ
आप
बता रहे थे.
आपका और दिव्या का था उससे थोड़ा क्या 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 क्या
भाई,
क्या क्या
लेट्स गो टू प्रग्स गेम. प्रग का नाम लेते मिस्टेक.
व्हाट?
एंड
ओह
या
नो,
लुक एट दैट, इट्स अ बिग वन. भाई हाँ हाँ. नहीं, ये बोर्ड तो
यही है
I
भाई,
think D5 was
विंसेंट
the last
प्रग.
move. Yeah.
भाई क्वीन
ओह
B6 वाला है ना.
ओह, आई थिंक इट्स, आई हैव टू जस्ट रिफ्रेश इट अगेन. या दिस
हाँ,
इज
Yep.
रिफ्रेश करो
करेक्ट ना.
भाई.
हाँ,
Look
so
at
that
that.
was
It's a
your
mistake by Prague. Hmm.
the idea is bishop b2, but I'm not sure why d5 is a mistake in the first place. Was the plan to not allow bishop b2 somehow, or?
I I think it's bishop E5 because D6 with pawn thought controls E5. And now that
Mm-hmm.
you've played D5, maybe E5 is now available. Maybe that's the problem, I'm guessing.
Could be. By the way, 12 मिनट ही हैं, और 12 चालें भी चलनी है दोनों को.
I think this
यहाँ
is
पे
also
आर्मा,
looking
yes और
tough.
नो?
Oof,
Tough by.
tough. He doesn't play
Wait,
it.
he
Wait,
did.
He
what?
doesn't play it though.
Yes. Let's
Wait,
go.
no,
Let's go,
better.
bhai.
He's better. Queen G6,
Did-
bishop
Bhai,
E4 incoming.
come on.
Take with the queen. Take with the queen.
Did he
घोड़े को
just
भूल
miss
जाओ.
queen? By queen g6, queen c7 मर रहा है. I think Vincent blundered something. Like bishop e4,
हाँ.
rook d2. No, bishop h, no, queen g6, queen c7, bishop h3, rook d2, and queen b1 check. Something around there.
भाई rook e8 is winning. Rook e8 is the move after bishop h3, rook
Ah.
d2.
Okay, so
Oh.
takes, Bishop
Let's show it.
h3, rook d2 and rook e8. And rook e1 check may just mate हो रही है. Or queen b1 check and queen e1 check is just gonna be a mate.
Bhai, but it's tough because there's bishop e7 here. And it feels like you're stopping all of it. So maybe Pragg will also miss it, I think.
Bhai, I really hope he takes back with the... Bhai, it's winning if he takes it.
Wow. Come on,
Wow,
Pragg. Can we go
huge
full screen for a
chance.
second? Full screen for a
Let's go,
second.
queen. Queen, come on,
Takes
Pragg.
it! Let's
Yes!
go!
Let's
Yes!
go.
Yes!
Right! Bhai, genuine chances. I
Bhai,
think
it's a
Vincent...
huge chance.
Wow.
Is
Vincent
Vincent
must be
going to take on
shocked.
c7 now? Surely not, right? 'Cause that would be a blunder immediately.
Bhai, you see his reaction. Vincent was like, kya? Free piece? He can't believe it. Look at her. Another smirk.
By the way, big update. If Pragg wins this, he will be world number 11, I think. So he's going to be at
Nice.
the door
Ooh.
of the world top 10 again.
And just 1 point behind Firouzja in this tournament.
Ooh.
Wow, that's actually a big one, yeah.
Wow.
Should I go back in or? या तो आप लाइव
हाँ.
बोर्ड लगा लो, मैं तब तक वो रीसेट
And-
करता हूँ, ठीक है?
Yeah.
दोनों बोर्ड
Chat,
लगा
I'll
दो
just be
समय
right
Chat.
back.
दोनों बोर्ड लगा दो
हाँ.
समय भाई. I think Pragg as the Gukesh. I think maybe that's perfect.
Yeah.
So Tiku, I'll just be right
Thank you,
back in a
chat,
minute, yeah?
हाँ, हाँ,
for
हाँ.
letting us know कि board lag हो रहा है. We are working on it. Thank you.
Let's have
Be right
boards,
back.
by the way, the boards. And chat, just keep in mind कि time pressure is real for all the 4 players here. Like Gukesh, Magnus, Vincent, Pragg. चारों के पास टाइम नहीं है. गुकेश का सबसे ज्यादा टाइम प्रेशर है. Rakesh bhai, he has to play 12 moves in 7 minutes. This is getting really tough, chat. Chat, like the stream. Let's get more people in because this is going to get tense. अगले 15 मिनट में दिल दहला देने वाला एक्शन मिलेगा राकेश भाई.
बिल्कुल. और last time we saw the table banging from Magnus Carlsen. क्या पता इस साल क्या दिखेगा हमको. But you are right. गुकेश की पोजीशन सबसे खतरनाक. Whereas Pragg का गेम ना, I don't mind the 11 minutes because pieces कम है. So calculation would be a little easier on that board.
And उसने queen c6 खेला है, मतलब he has seen all of it, right? That's a big positive. Otherwise you are just lost after queen c7. So he's seen it and Vincent time इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं. He's going to use at least 2, 3, 4 minutes more. And अब time पे भी हार रहे होंगे and position पे भी worse होंगे. So Pragg in the driver's seat, but वहां से Magnus in the driver's seat. दोनों black pieces are the ones pushing.
I agree. Very well put, Tiku bhai. इसका मतलब इंडिया का almost 50% chance, very similar to 50% off on our spring sale, chat. Last day to get your memberships if you have it at 50% off. Let's go, फटाफट.
भाई इंडिया में वैलिड है क्या? 12 बज गए.
हाँ भाई, यूएस टाइम पे ना अपना कंपनी, तो यूएस टाइम के हिसाब से चल रहा है.
ओ
क्या?
भाई कुछ crazy मतलब घंटे बाकी. And chat, by the way, we have some crazy merch from Soul Store that you can get, by the way, from the description. And bishop d3, best move played by Gukesh Rakesh bhai. So the bishop comes out, opens the rook towards the queen, and the bishop on e6 is now pinned.
भाई he is fighting. Like you see last के कुछ moves after queen b2 एक हल्की सी mistake थी, but Gukesh has played the best engine moves after that. And I think वो कहीं ना कहीं that was the moment जब भी chat ने और हम सब ने गुकेश को बर्थडे विश किया. सो बर्थडे बॉय का लक हो सकता है टिक्कू भाई.
Absolutely. Birthday पे most chess players will tell you they play better than normal. I think बहुत wins आते हैं. And beating Magnus here could mean something huge. Not only for Gukesh, but even for Magnus. By what happens if he loses 3 out of 4 games at Norway chess? At the bottom of the standings, will that inspire a rejuvenated Magnus to take up classical chess more seriously? Will that, kind of stop him from playing classical chess? Actually, it could mean huge things for Magnus's career.
100%. He brings the queen up to f6, which is not the best move.
But look at this. After queen f6, rook e5, only move for Gukesh Dommaraju, or he is lost because d4 is hanging right now.
Oh. बाजू का जो रुक है उसको उठा के सेंटर ऑफ द बोर्ड में डाल दो, नेक्स्ट टू ब्लैक्स रुक, बिकॉज यू वांट टू प्रोटेक्ट दैट स्ट्रॉन्ग एंड ओनली सेंट्रल पॉन दैट यू हैव.
Yeah, if you play bishop b1 for example, rook से pawn को defend करने के लिए black can just play rook b5 and suddenly rooks are getting in on the back 7th and the 8th rank, so you have to play rook e5. वो rook b5 भी रोकना है साथ में. If he doesn't play rook e5, he's busted. Chat, do you think he finds rook e5? Yes or no? Rakesh bhai, what do you think?
I think yes. I think he finds it, but I'm only worried about his time. He's going under 5 minutes now, Tiku. That's not a good sign with 10 moves to go.
Ooh, this is getting really tough, chat. Critical moments. Yahin pe the stars shine. Yes, Divya has made a minor error, but she's still much better. Let's stick to this game for now. This is very tough. This is, I would say, what, like more than 2 minutes a move. Yeah, like 2.25 moves per minute now.
Correct, correct. And chat, don't worry. Divya's made an inaccuracy, not a blunder. So advantage अभी भी बना हुआ है, but
He blunders. Gukesh has blundered. He's officially losing now to Magnus Carlsen. If Magnus finds any of these two moves, rook to b5 or rook to g5, and Rakesh bhai, the worst part is he's literally forcing the rook to move by playing bishop e4.
हाँ, ऐसे मतलब it's literally saying कि भाई, and this is a blunder, official blunder. You see the red question marks there, and भाई, it's like rook is attacked. Of course, Magnus will move the rook.
By the only hope is he takes the bishop with the knight. Then I think rook takes and Gukesh is holding. Okay, it's still not over. It's tricky because after all, like it's a complicated position. But right now, objectively, Magnus is winning.
Yeah, Magnus भाई फटाफट बुलाओ सहज भाई को. We need the team, the dream team. Some support chat, please. Birthday पे हाराना नहीं है गोल्ड चैंपियन को. Let's push the support. भाई क्या लगती को भाई डर लग रहा है, to be very honest.
बहुत डर लग रहा है भाई, बहुत डर लग रहा है एक्चुअली. चैट बाय द वे, विंसेंट काइमर वापस चले गए f2 पे. दैट्स अ ब्लंडर बिकॉज c6 पॉन को गुड बाय. नाउ प्रग इज आल्सो विनिंग और क्लोज टू विनिंग.
Yeah, that's good news. भाई ऐसा क्यों, दोनों इंडियंस क्यों नहीं जीत रहे हैं? एक इंडियन ब्लंडर करता है तो दूसरा विनिंग हो जाता है.
भाई खुशी मतलब पूरी नहीं मिलेगी, दुख भी पूरा नहीं मिलेगा. यही है भाई हमारा फिलॉसफी.
सही है.
Pragg drinking water, that's a good sign by the way. And Pragg की गेम में देखो
For
टाइम पे भी
sure.
आगे हैं, पोजीशन पे भी आगे हैं. There's a lot of threats. White का एक ही एसेट था, the pawn on c6, that will be captured very soon. But black भाई, white king on f2. राकेश भाई, ये f3 का प्लान 7th rank ओपन करने का is backfiring now. Do you see any hope for Gukesh or is it just over? No hope, I guess. राकेश भाई भी अटक गए क्या भाई? राकेश भाई और सहज भाई दोनों अटक गए. कमेंटेटर डाउन. आई रिपीट, वी आर 2 commentators डाउन. भाई अकेला रह गया हूं मैं. चैट भाई, प्लेयर 2 बचा नहीं, कमेंटेटर 2 उठ चुके हैं भाई. क्या चल रहा है चैट? कम ऑन गुकेश, and rook b5 played by Magnus. There it is.
Yo, भाई, I'm back.
सहज भाई, लिटरली 2 कमेंटेटर्स क्रैश हो गए भाई. वेलकम
अरे
वेलकम.
अरे ओहो भाई, ये गुकेश की पोजीशन को क्या हुआ?
भाई लग गए भाई. एंड होपफुली यू आर कमिंग विद सम
Oh.
रीइंफोर्समेंट सहज एंड राकेश भाई, बिकॉज ही इज स्ट्रगलिंग. रुक b3 इनकमिंग, बिशप b3 इनकमिंग.
भाई यार, एक सेकंड के लिए इंटरनेट गया. वाओ, सो मेनी अपडेट्स. सो बिशप e4 वाज द एरर, या? Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm just trying to catch up and not miss anything. But bishop e4 was a mistake. I'm sure you've covered it. But rook b5, queen d2. Is it lost yet? Does he still have some chance? Oh, by rook b3, rook a3 is hanging.
I would say
But what if I go queen f?
सहज
Yeah.
भाई, I would say chances है in terms of the time. But the problem is कोई active plan नहीं है white के पास. What is the active plan? Because even if you trade queens and save the king, अगर a3 गया, I have 2 connected passed pawns. Magnus will win that in his sleep.
Yeah, agreed. Agreed. As long as वो 40 moves हो जाती हैं तो, we can never count that out.
Yeah,
Also,
true.
Magnus का king अभी भी f8 पे है, Last time वो king वो march किया था पूरा e3 पे, which was kind of crazy.
And by the way, chat, look at Pragg. By the way, he has taken that pawn on c6. Seems to be in a great position. So can Gukesh somehow offer some resistance here is the question.
For
भाई
sure,
ये
I think there is an I don't think the game is completely clear. Plus, 10 minutes for Magnus in a complicated position is not easy. By think about it, one like wrong move, F takes G3 for example, feels a bit, but he plays the best move. He goes Bishop B3, attacking the Rook, forcing Rook C1, and uske saath saath. By if you go Rook takes C1, look what a clever move this is. Queen is defending this pawn, Rook is defending the Bishop. तो रुक C1 आप नहीं खेल सकते बिकॉज रुक टेक C1 के बाद एक चीज को छोड़ना पड़ेगा आपको. दैट्स सो
भाई
क्लेवर.
पर रुक C1 तो फोर्स्ड है ना, मतलब रुक C2 आ रहा है एंड क्वीन गई.
अरे हाँ, नाइट E4 एंड रुक C2. ओह नो, दिस इज लॉस्ट देन. या दिस इज लॉस्ट.
Uh-oh.
या
Wow,
रुक टेक
and
I
C1
do
takes.
wonder Sessi saying minus 3.5.
बाय 5 हो गया मेरा, -5 पे चला गया अब. That
Oh
is if he goes
no.
knight takes sorry, queen takes D4 check now, not knight takes C4 anymore because he left this pawn. And yeah,
So
that's just
I
a
have
free
a
pawn.
question.
Yeah.
I have a question. क्वीन D4 किंग G2 के बाद क्या कुछ क्वीन F4 क्वीन H6 ड्रामा हो सकता है? It reminds me of the last game they played भाई, वो किंग मार्च हुआ था and then white got some counter play. कुछ है possibility क्या यहाँ पे? Because black
भाई
king is
that's a
also weak.
great question. It's a great question, but एक sad news है भाई. That is
हाँ.
कि I can go bishop E6, blocking this H3 square where the
अबे
king can potentially
यार.
escape, and rook B2 check आ रहा है उसके बाद. And I think that's
Yeah.
what's going to happen. He played king G2 just now. Moment of truth. Does Magnus find bishop? Bishop E6, by the way, like, okay, there are other moves which are, like, let's say better for Magnus, but bishop E6 is clearly winning. That's the one. That's the key move.
मैग्नस
Does
भाई थोड़ा
Magnus find
बिशप.
it, Tiku bhai?
हाँ बिशप भाई मत थोड़ा नहीं हिलाएंगे थोड़ा सा, मतलब बिशप आंदोलन के लिए प्लीज भाई थोड़ा सा कुछ और चेक चेक दीजिए. चेक्स कैप्चर्स थ्रेड्स मैग्नस भाई, थोड़ा बिशप नहीं हिलाएंगे तो अच्छा रहेगा. दुआएं लगी 150 करोड़ लोगों की भाई प्लीज.
By the way, is the board a bit better now? Chat, please let me know. Tiku bhai, please let me know.
I think it looks better. I
Yeah,
think so
yeah,
far
much
it looks
better,
better.
man.
Yes.
Oh, amazing, bhai, amazing.
Chat, by the way,
भाई
on
मैग्नस
the
अंडर 9 minutes, तो जल्दी करना पड़ेगा उनको.
पता है मैग्नस का प्रेशर हमने देखा है टाइम प्रेशर में, बट अगर वो टाइम यहाँ 2 मिनट होता ना, आई वुड एक्सपेक्ट मैग्नस टू नॉट प्ले बिशप E6, बट विद दैट 8 minutes टू प्ले 7 moves, he still I think
Hmm.
has enough time to not panic. I think that's very important, and I think अभी के लिए बिशप E6 very very likely to happen सहज भाई over the board, and गुकेश के चांसेस हर मूव से कम हो रहे हैं.
Bhai, actually, you might have raised a very interesting point because I actually did some calculation just now, and you are technically thinking कि वो check आ सकती है, but okay, he has played bishop E6, so never mind. Yeah, rook B2 check incoming, and I think Magnus is taking this one.
maybe rook E2, like I avoid this rook B2 check because that's the plan, no? Like at
Rook
least I'm
E2
offering
is
some resistance here.
ये मर रहा है क्या?
I'll take it. I'll take with the
With what?
मैं उठा के रख दो, साइड में रख दो उठा के यार. क्यों मजबूरी क्यों है पॉन या रुक को हिलाने की?
ये चेस
ऐसे
पे एक
उठा के
ऐसा
साइड
रूल
रख दो.
होना चाहिए, लाइक एक ऐसा वेरिएंट होना चाहिए कि अगर आप कुछ रिकैप्चर कर रहे हो ना, तो आपका ऑप्शन है कि जस्ट पीस उठा के आप साइड में रख दो. यू डोंट हैव टू पुट
हाँ
योर पीस देयर. शुड बी अ वेरिएंट
हाँ.
लाइक दैट. दैट वुड बी
क्यों
अमेजिंग है बिकॉज़ रूक E2 पे चाहिए भाई फॉर श्योर. पॉन भी F3 पे चाहिए.
हाँ क्यों आराम से उठा के, वैसे मर तो रही है ना भाई, उठा के रख दो, उसमें क्या है? And by the way,
या
Divya's game is now completely equal. She blundered and now it's dead
अरे
equal. Let's stay here, but just an update chat. And Pragg is the
या
only one
बिबिसारा
right
आल्सो
now
ब्लंडर्ड
who's
बाय द.
winning.
बिबिसारा का भी इक्वली है. दोनों
Wow.
आर probably gonna go into Arma.
By the best part is the Pragg game right now for us. I think Pragg is close to winning. That is the only nice, thing to say about today so far. Humpy, by the way, is also equal, but that's a complicated position right now. We'll come to it at the end. But Rakesh bhai, Rakesh bhai आ गए ना वापस?
हाँ हाँ बोलो.
राकेश भाई क्या लग रहा है भाई, मतलब गुकेश इज इट ओवर?
It's close to over, I would say. Plus 2 ही minute बाकी है भाई. गुकेश के पास just 2 minutes to figure something out. And yeah, you're right. Prague is the only silver lining today, especially after Divya का mistake.
भाई और आज तो वाइट पीसेस है सहज भाई, अगली गेम में तो ब्लैक होंगे. क्या कुछ पिछली गेम की तरह कुछ ड्रामा होगा? कुछ किंग वॉक कुछ करेंगे मैग्नस, कुछ तो करेंगे गलत, लाइक ही विल फाइंड अ वे टू कॉम्प्लिकेट मैटर्स एंड गिव गुकेश सम होप, और इज इट जस्ट
भाई
one
उस
and a
होप
half
के लिए
minutes.
आपके पास 2 मिनट से ज्यादा होने चाहिए भाई. He has 1 minute 10:35 seconds. Come on, like that's way too less.
By 1.5 minute, yaar, 6 move. I mean, that is 15 seconds per move. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. Oh, too little time.
Hi, and it's
Kitne
still
bhuje?
going down. I think it's probably time for us to go full screen on Gookie because, bhai,
Hmm.
he has no time. खेल
No, I think I mean, he has
सहज भाई,
realized he's lost.
एक
Yeah.
दो परसेंट भी चांस है, 1-2% भी चांस है गुकी का?
I mean, objectively no, but hoping,
Hmm.
hoping that it is true.
Look at him, by the way.
See,
Please,
bhai, I'm
Very
somebody
learning.
anxious.
magic.
I am learning, bhai. I'm learning.
True, true.
I am learning, bhai. I'm learning. Tanya OP. Tanya is so good, bhai.
Oh, he
Rook
takes.
B to check.
He allows Rugby to, yeah. So he's like, okay, this is my only hope now. This is my only counterplay possible. भाई मैग्नस को 3 पॉइंट मिल जाएंगे आज एंड एक ही गो में ही इज गोना क्रॉस विंसेंट गुकेश एंड गो टू फोर्थ प्लेस आई थिंक सो
बहुत अपन चिल्ला रहे थे ना, लास्ट प्लेस गोट
लास्ट
ये
प्लेस
वो
हाँ.
तब
नहीं नहीं,
कुछ
कल जो राकेश भाई ने कहा था वो सही कहा था कि भाई एक बार वो जो कल दिखाया आपने, एक भाई इसका स्क्रीनशॉट ले लो क्योंकि ये दोबारा नहीं होने वाला कभी जिंदगी
हाँ
में.
एग्जैक्टली
And
एग्जैक्टली
you were right.
Rumpy to check, king in the corner. I think multiple ways for Magnus to win this now, chat.
भाई you're supposed to
So,
sack your queen for the rook and knight essentially. So basically queen f2,
Yeah.
queen d6 check, king g7, and queen e5 and queen takes b2 essentially is the plan. And Sahaj bhai, you can tell us the best कि कोई fortress का chance वहां है कि नहीं है.
No, bhai. Because because of these two pawns. If you remove maybe even one pawn, actually even one pawn is too much. Both pawns are removed. Yes, it's a draw.
I
But
think if you go to the live position, Sahaj bhai, Carlsen calmly king g7 खेलेगा और बोलेगा कर लो जो करना है भाई, no checks to my king.
also like ऐसी किंग जी सेवन जैसी चालें ना बहुत अनोइंग होती हैं, स्पेशली व्हेन यू हैव लेस टाइम ऑन द क्लॉक, because you has
Exactly.
just spent your entire like whatever limited time you had, you spent analyzing queen f2, and आपका अपोनेंट ऐसे calmly king g7 खेलेगा और कोई sharp moves नहीं है बोर्ड पे, and that's when you panic. I think that's a great suggestion.
And
Yeah,
by
and
the
भाई वो
way,
आपने बोला था ना सेसी जैसे किंग f8, so I think किंग डायगोनली आगे आएगा कार्लसन काटी को, भाई क्या लगता है?
हाँ, agreed. And by the way, Divya is again better. So, bhai, maybe she can still pull that off. So, let's have hope
Come
that
on.
Divya and Pragg can give us 2 wins today. But Gukesh के कम chances. By the way, Carlsen had his glance at the clock. So, हल्का सा time pressure उनको feel हो रहा है भाई.
That's great news.
Come on. Gukesh match is over कह रहे हैं लोग. I think you might be right
Actually,
actually.
the
Oh. Yeah.
queen f2 played.
Yeah, and now king. Can I play king g8 though, or is
By
there
the
a
way,
difference or no? It's a
by
queen
the
b8
way,
check है आपके पास, same.
King
Yeah.
e8 would be a blunder, yeah. Bishop c6 check कर रहा था वहां पे. That was very nice,
Oh,
but
cute. But by
that
king
was
e8
very.
मैं जाऊंगा क्यों ना, queen b8 check तो तब भी है ना.
Of course. Yeah, but like it would have been very nice. But yeah,
Yeah.
Magnus
You
by
can
You
see
see,
Gukesh
Magnus
realizes
knows.
it.
Magnus knows. Push the golden pawn only when it's necessary. See?
भाई reminds me of Sadeh Karakin versus Magnus जब उसने वैसे क्वीन f2 रूक b2 लगाया था और मैग्नस ने कुछ क्वीन सैक कर दिया था, याद है? क्वीन h6. ब्लैक का
अरे
फॉर्मेशन वैसा
हाँ
ही है.
हाँ, वो रैपिड वाला गेम, वो जो टाई ब्रेक्स में था,
हाँ हाँ
वो तो
हाँ.
क्या
Correct.
गेम भाई.
Correct.
चैट, इफ यू हैव नॉट सीन दैट, दैट्स लाइक द ग्रेटेस्ट लाइक आई थिंक फिनिशेस इन एनी वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप एवर. क्वीन h6, व्हाट अ मूव इट वाज भाई.
Okay, Gukesh
ये
is now
रुबी trying to
aiming
chop
for
off one pawn.
aiming for a fortress, but maybe they could be a mistake here, Sahaj. But Bishop h3 आ रहा है यार. The knight on f1 is needed, I feel.
And
Um,
Magnus is very famous for saying that he doesn't believe in fortresses in the first place. Like, so I and also fortress को काम करने के लिए there are like multiple elements that have to work in your favor. Um, but those are not here. The position is too imbalanced for there to be a fortress right now.
Agreed. And the White King is too weak. UG Fortress का first principle होता है your king is safe. He takes the a3 pawn, takes on b7. भाई ये क्या आवाज है भाई?
Yeah, we are hearing something.
हाँ कुछ तो क्रेजी कर दिया राकेश भाई आपने.
राकेश भाई ने भी सेसी ऑन कर लिया लगता है.
राकेश भाई ने इंडक्शन मोड चालू कर दिया. बूम बूम.
अच्छा
Okay.
राकेश भाई, I know what happened. Is it what I think? एक बार हाँ कर दो.
ये क्या आवाज है भाई?
नहीं,
भाई अभी भी आ रही है?
हाँ
भाई वो जूम से कर दो ना, जूम से म्यूट कर सकते हो आप बैकग्राउंड ऑडियो. I know what happened.
चैट कैन
वो
यू हियर
ऑडियो सेटिंग
दैट
में जाके
एक
आप जूम का
नॉइज?
वो म्यूट कर सकते
हाँ,
हो. हाँ
बेटर.
या
हाँ हाँ हाँ
परफेक्ट.
परफेक्ट.
मैं जूम के ऑडियो सेटिंग से खेल रहा था.
बाय द वे बुरी
I
न्यूज
knew.
जब आती है तो छप्पड़ फाड़ के आती है. प्रग हैज ब्लंडर्ड. नाउ इट्स क्लोज टू इक्वल.
अरे यार.
अबे यार.
Okay, we'll go to that once this game is finished. Oh,
Oh,
there it
he
is.
resigns. Wow, Gukesh Dommaraju has resigned on his birthday against the goat of chess, who gets his first classical win at Norway Chess and gains 3 points by beating the world champion. By matlab, at the end, I think Magnus was the better player throughout.
Yeah, I think today he showed some real class, especially those moves a5, rook g5, transferring the king to f8, breaking the position with c5. I mean, he handled that pressure really, really well. Also, despite the fact that Gukesh won the opening battle, yeah, so Magnus clearly, looking to make that comeback for sure.
भाई
I
एंड
think
रिस्पेक्ट टू
he's
मैग्नस कार्लसन यार. 2 क्लासिकल गेम हारने के बाद he comes back, beats the world champion to the black pieces. Magnus Carlsen, respect, chat. Respect.
yeah. And he's of course discussing the game with Gukesh. I would love to see this as well, but वहां पे प्रग के पास सिर्फ 1 मिनट है और Keymer के
Let's go,
पास
let's
1 मिनट.
go.
So let's go full screen there because chat
Why Pragg is winning
they have just touched the 40th move, but the increment is just 1 second. So it's not a
10,
huge
10.
leap.
10 seconds.
10
भाई.
classical. Sorry, yes, classical 10 seconds. Okay, it's still
Yeah.
not a huge leap.
Bibisara
Bibisara
will
has
come
भाई
joined.
पर
there.
व्हाट्सएप पढ़ लेना दोनों के
Divya
दोनों.
also made a quick mistake. But सहज भाई क्या लगता है कि Pragg, I'm predicting Pragg wins this in classical.
Yeah.
Yes,
Wow,
sir.
man.
राकेश भाई सही है भाई. ओके. भाई इनका सही है भाई.
Yeah, you win, but does Pragg win here, Sahaj bhai? Tell us that because I'm predicting Pragg wins this in the classical. By the way, Divya's position, if you can go for 10 seconds, it's a perpetual incoming.
भाई कौन दे रहा परपेचुअल? दैट्स द क्वेश्चन.
हाँ वो नहीं पता. उसके लिए तो आपको
अरे
रखा है
यार.
सहज भाई.
But she was completely winning, man. She was completely winning, though. This is gonna hurt, yeah? Will
ये
not be
इस
easy.
राकेश भाई का फेवरेट कोट है. सहज भाई को इसलिए रखा है.
But yeah, but Tico bhai, it's. I know she was winning in classical. Would have loved to see her win, but 3 wins in an Armageddon. तो कहीं ना कहीं Divya would like to increase that streak.
Yeah. As long as she wins, it will not hurt too much. But momentum shift हो जाता है, right? Because Black is the one who's kind of had a
Yeah.
counter attack here. So
Guys.
maybe she'll have the psychological edge.
Guys,
And
Pragg has
Pragg
19 seconds. Let's go
Oh,
there.
let's go,
Yeah,
go, go,
it's
go,
like
go.
very, very
Let's go.
quickly.
go.
I think Divya will repeat, and I think most likely it's going to be a repetition. But here we
Yes.
could have a result in the classical itself. So let's stay here. Bishop d6 played, attacking the rook. If you move the rook, queen f5 is a check. So g6, nice intermezzo. Oh, he goes rook
Arey.
f6. Smart,
Nice
yeah,
one,
gaining
Bishop.
some time.
Yeah. If I rook f8, you can repeat once and gain some time on the clock. Pragg, by the way, has 23 seconds. Vincent has 1 minute 20 seconds. So clearly, Vincent right now has one longer think left, and he's using it right now.
Okay, they're going to repeat.
Nice.
But yeah, chat, Tico bhai, Sahaj bhai, quick predictions. I'm predicting Pragg takes this in the classical.
Oof.
I think draw hoga bhai. I'll tell you why. Because I think Pragg has very less time on the clock. Like and because Vincent has
Okay.
that extra minute and a half, it really, really counts here.
I also think a draw because I
And
think
you see
the.
the
अरे वो repeat
Oh,
ही कर रहा
he's
है यार.
repeating.
Yeah, वो repeat कर रहा है simple.
Bhai, now it's equal. He has to repeat now, actually. So he might be
No, but
worse
rook
if he
f8
doesn't.
bishop d6 just transposes, na Tikku bhai?
Ah, wait, but they have already had it twice, right? That position. So
Yeah.
he'll claim a draw now.
And if he plays g6, oh yeah, he
Wait,
claims
he
a
lost
draw.
in the clock?
No,
Right?
no. He
Ah,
claims a
thank God,
draw.
thank God.
no, no.
Bhai, he rose his hand like, I was like, oh my God. Bhai, he played with 2 seconds on the clock, by the way, I think.
But I'm guessing he's not happy with the result because he knows he has
Yeah,
an.
yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, clearly he has an extra pawn, yaar. Come on. He doesn't want to take a draw here.
Yeah.
But because of the time, I think he was just not comfortable. I think it's a smart decision. Very mature of Pragg.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think nice save by Vincent there.
Yeah. So that is a draw. इसका मतलब प्राग का tie break होगा. Yeah, there it is. It's a draw. Vincent has a smile on his face. I think a good defense at the end. At one point, he was completely lost. Yeah. So let's go to Divya Deshmukh now because she's still playing actually.
She's trying to win this actually in classical क्योंकि rook g2 check is the repetition and queen ये बड़ी smartly पकड़ के बैठी है. Can we go queen g5?
I would love to.
भाई
I
कहीं
hope it's
चेकमेट
working.
ना हो जाए. रुक E2, रुक H E2 आने के बाद.
हाँ.
You're right.
In most cases ना यहाँ पे if you allow this, then I think you end up losing with these two rooks. So best to just take that draw right now.
So एक Armageddon तो fix है. Pragg goes to 5.5 chat. Can go to 6. But we'll see if Divya manages to win or takes this to Armageddon.
Humpy, by the way.
आर्मा ही है जो चल रहा है चलने दे.
Humpy, by the way, is still drawing. Okay. Queen g5. She plays on. She doesn't want to draw. Bhai, rook c1, rook d1, दोनों में. Okay, she takes a draw now. Okay, fair enough.
I
दोनों
think
में क्या
she's
भाई?
just
No.
waiting to see. हाँ कोई चांस नहीं है ना अब तो rook c1 rook d1 double threat है भाई.
Queen e8 only move, by the way, or she
Oh
can
भाई
resign.
maybe queen e8 and queen e1 is possible. What about that?
It's resigns by Queen 1 is blunder. Khatam, resigns.
क्यों?
फिर.
हाँ rook g2 rook h2. Oh भाई she plays queen e1.
What? She plays it?
Oh,
But that's not a blunder, Tikku भाई.
It's not blunder.
आप डरा रहे हो
वही
यार.
तो.
आप डरा रहे हो.
यार
Queen e1 is
मतलब
not a blunder.
मैं डर रहा हूँ ना भाई मतलब पोजीशन देखो ना भाई कैसी सी है.
भाई ये डिस्टिंक्शन बताना चाहिए आपको पहले यार. आपने मुझे डरा दिया. मुझे लगा हार गई वो. और वो क्वीन e2 पे हैंग भी हुआ था तो आई थॉट के ब्लंडर हो गया.
Bhai, this is very tricky territory Divya is in right now. Like I would not be like rook h2 for example. What do you do? Queen h4 check ही दोगे ना? King g1 is lost by the way.
Played.
She has to give that check now. She has to repeat or she's done. Yup, two rooks on 7th rank is very annoying. It's very tough to because you cannot really do anything. Yeah, they have infinite number of checks.
True. By the way, Humpy ji also very likely going into the Armageddon as well against Zhu Jiner. So 3 Armas incoming from the Indian players.
Wow. भाई गुकेश का भी आर्मा होया था बट चलो कोई ना. Oh, I thought Queen e7 रुक गया एक सेकंड के लिए. Okay, she has to repeat. She can play King g1, but that just transposes, right? Come on,
नहीं
chat.
मतलब
Come on.
ले लो ड्रॉ अभी.
Yeah. I think you have to because time-wise also like who's more likely to blunder? Yeah, I mean even if you win the a6 pawn, like are you winning as white? I'm still not convinced.
But Divya is not going to be happy with the draw, right? Do you remember that position with the bishop था, diamond, वो जो pawns थे, इतना बढ़िया attack था king side पे. She knows at some point, she knows she was better. She knows at some point कुछ winning chance भी होगा, and now she has to repeat by herself. Yeah, that's not nice.
But it reminds me of her game against Lagno, like जहाँ पे she was simple pawn up in the end game and she messed it up. But I think it's what happened. It happens. Yeah, you have to repeat, and she has that practical mindset. So there it is. It's a draw, and at least she gets 1 point on the scoreboard. That's great. She's already, I think, in 3rd place now, I think, or 2nd place. She's already in 2nd place, I think, actually. So that's great. If she gets another half a point, it's amazing. So I think she still has good chances. Hard luck there, but I think you have to do what you have to do. So let's go to Humpy's game now, Sejbhai, maybe. She's still playing.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, this is a dead draw. Also, opposite colored bishops, absolute opposite colored bishops, nothing to be played. Yeah, I think Arma is confirmed by.
And Rakesh
So
bhai,
Pragg's
Three
Arma should be the
Armageddons?
first, right?
5 Armageddons
But Pragg
overall.
will be
Ah,
the first one, right?
yeah.
Yes. Pragg, then Divya, then Humpy, I think. But the crazy part is, हर दिन 5 Armageddon हुए हैं यार. Every day we had 5 Armageddons. We think आज नहीं होंगे, but हो ही जाते हैं. Wow. Okay, so राकेश भाई, सहज भाई, chat. प्रग की बात करते हैं पहले. प्रग अगेंस्ट काइमर कौन जीत रहा है?
Praggnanandhaa.
भाई प्रग
By
ने
Vin.
गुकेश को हराया था in that tie break in Tata Steel.
Yeah,
He has to
also, don't
channel some
forget,
of that
bhai.
energy.
Yeah, great point, Sahaj bhai. And just to top that, Vincent has lost all 3 Armageddons in this year, these 3 rounds.
क्या बात कर रहे हो really? I
हाँ,
didn't
देखो.
know that. तो
So,
मतलब दिव्या के लिए भी जैसा चल रहा है वैसा चलने दे, विंसेंट के लिए भी जैसा
हाँ
चल रहा है वैसा चलने दे.
हाँ.
bilkul. And draw there officially on Humpy versus Zhu Jiner. They will play the last Armageddon of the day. टिकू भाई, मतलब क्या लग रहा है 3 Armageddon में से इंडियंस कितने जीतेंगे?
भाई आई एम होपिंग ऑल 3 बिकॉज मुकेश का लॉस को ऑफसेट करने के लिए कुछ बड़ा चाहिए आज, है ना, टू फील गुड अबाउट दिस डे. एटलीस्ट 2 तो जीतने चाहिए. आई थिंक दैट विल मेक इट 50-50 एंड आई विल बी काइंड ऑफ सेटिस्फाइड कि चलो ठीक है. आई थिंक 2 विंस तो चाहिए एंड आई एम होपिंग इट कम्स फ्रॉम, आई डोंट नो हु इट कम्स फ्रॉम, बट 2 विन चाहिए भाई, तगड़े बढ़िया से, ऐसे क्लीन विंस.
बट
सहज
लेकिन
भाई?
सहज भाई, योर थॉट्स?
हम्पी जी के वाइट हैं, आई थिंक दिव्या के भी वाइट हैं. आई मीन दैट्स इन माय ओपिनियन दैट्स अ डिसएडवांटेज इन एन आर्मागेडन जो कि 3 मिनट का होता है. बट प्रग के ब्लैक है, राइट?
Yes.
Pragg के I think best chances are in that sense because I think तीन minute is not enough. That's just my personal thing. Maybe I don't know how to make it more fair to be honest, but I still feel it's more tilted towards the player who has black. So I'm not so sure by if this is gonna go our way, but let's keep our hopes up. Chat, आपको क्या लगता है? Vessel asking.
Yeah. Wait, is that Arohi? Anyways, by the way, is he Humpy and Zujina standing there? Why are they standing?
अरे वो आर्बिटर आके ना एग्जैक्ट टाइम बताता है आपको कि कितने बजे होगा आर्मेगेडन.
Ah, very
उसके लिए
interesting. So
शायद
they have to
ओके.
wait for the exact time. मेरे को लगा अभी ना कर दे आर्मर की, चलो भाई,
नहीं. Because
Generally, from
और
what I've seen in the past like 2-3 years, like arbiter पहले players को बताता है, फिर उसके बाद वो राकेश भाई को text करता है because somehow Rakesh bhai just knows the exact timings like within like 30 seconds, which is crazy to me. Like chat, this
वो
has
तो है
happened like
भाई.
many times. Even in this tournament, it has happened.
अभी आर्बिटर नहीं टेक्स्ट करता है बट समझ जाता है हमको.
लोग हैं.
सूत्र के हिसाब से. एंड
Oh, I
उसी से
see.
याद आया कि प्रग वर्सेस केमर का आर्मेगेडन स्टार्ट्स इन द नेक्स्ट 10 minutes चैट. सो
Ooh, wow.
So I would say not the most ideal day right before the rest day, especially for Gukesh, because I think it's never nice to lose a match before a rest day because then you are thinking about that game.
एंड द रेस्ट डे इज योर बर्थडे भाई. सोचो.
हाँ.
Oh,
But
हाँ.
लेकिन
Okay.
but लेकिन I would not say कि he lost on his birthday. Like I think because ये मैच पहले हुआ था. बर्थडे वाला जो चार्म होता है ना भाई, बर्थडे के दिन होता है वो. Like trust me, I know this. 6th
भाई
of
पर वहां
September
12
को
बजे,
मैं बहुत गेम्स हारा हूँ. 7th को
भाई पर
एक
अभी
भी नहीं हारा मैं आज तक.
12 बजे उसकी टीम केक लेके बैठी होगी ना भाई वहां पे, वो केक खाने का मन नहीं करेगा उसका उतना, बिकॉज ही लॉस्ट द गेम.
I mean, bhai, come on, like that's a different thing. But I'm saying that वो जो birthday का charm होता है, I think जो board पे दिखता है, I feel
हाँ.
that's only on the day, like not the
True, true,
like,
true,
ऐसे नहीं होता
true.
कि भाई पोजीशन -1 है पर लेकिन midnight मतलब 12 बज गए तो आपका बर्थडे हो गया अब. But the birthday charm has to exist from move 1, I feel.
By the way, we have Pragg's interview before the Armageddon. Let's see what he's thinking because it's a crucial clash and he missed out, on an opportunity with that repetition. देखते हैं क्या बोल रहे हैं वो.
There was some moves making quick query at the last moments. You repeated, but tell us please what were you going through during those moments?
Yeah, maybe I could have played it then, but I didn't see a proper way. I didn't want to play g6, and if not, I didn't really see a way for me. I think probably by that point it was, yeah, I messed up, but yeah, earlier I must have been in some trouble at some point, but it was not clear. I couldn't really see a direct way for him, but it looks really nice. And then, yeah, once I got the pawn, I thought I should be really good. It should be really good for me, but yeah, it's not easy when you're playing with 10-second increment.
Looking forward from again and best of luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, and that was Prag with his thoughts. Let's see क्या होगा. Sahaj bhai, मुझे लग रहा है कि Prag, as you mentioned, with the Armageddon black pieces, you said 3 minutes is not a difference enough. And also like because he was the one pushing, even though he might not be happy, I think that in game was much closer to a draw than an actual win for him, in the final position at least. So he should take it in
for
his
sure.
stride कि भाई एक point आ गया. I had momentum. I was pushing with the black pieces against Vincent. He can try to win in the Armageddon itself.
Bhai, if you remember, like I think this is one of the most difficult and one of the most mature decisions you can make as a chess player. Because bhai, I think there have been many moments.
One of
क्या
these
हुआ
is
टिप्पू
in
भाई?
front of us, Sahaj bhai, because now Gukesh is in last place. जो मुझे देख के अच्छा नहीं लग रहा
नहीं,
है.
ये नहीं देखना था मुझे भाई. I didn't want to see this भाई.
अरे यार. We're talking
But
about
okay,
Magnus in
I think still 3 ही राउंड हुए हैं, तो 3 ही राउंड हुए हैं, तो I think still will
चार भाई चार
of course
चार
it's
चार
also
चार
sorry
चार हो
4 ही
गए
राउंड हुए हैं, but like
हमारे.
like still 6 rounds are remaining. ठीक है, आधे से
हाँ
भी
हाँ.
ज्यादा टूर्नामेंट बचा हुआ है भाई, तो let's support our boys. Let's go.
Yeah, and also I think वो difference आधे point का ही है. Like आधा point ऊपर एक बंदा है, उसकी आधा point ऊपर एक बंदा है. So Magnus is only 1 point ahead. So by the way, we are having the tiebreak for Bibisara. So let's start looking at it. And जैसे ही चालू होगा Prag का, then we can also add that board. So let's look at the tiebreak. Bibisara, of course, by the way, the leader in the women's section. So I think she's playing some fascinating chess here.
It's already live. I'm not able to see it.
No, not yet, not yet.
Not yet, yeah. So okay, got it.
Wesley, by the way, won the first Armageddon that happened very early in the day today. And now we are looking at first it will be Bibisara against Ju Wenjun, then it will be Vincent against Pragg, then it will be Divya against Anna, and finally Humpy against Zhu Jiner. So ye order rahega. For us, I think, of course, the Indian games matter more, but while the Pragg game begins, we can look at this one as well.
Yeah, for sure. And chat में कोई लिख रहा है कि like do I remember the last time Gukesh won an classical game? But I don't think he has played a lot, yeah. Because Menorca was not classical, and then उसके बाद एक और खेला था ना वो one
Pragg
where
ही
he
played
beat
उससे
Duda.
पहले.
नहीं, डूडा जो जहाँ पे उसको हराया था कहाँ वॉर्सो में जो था जिसे
वो
टी
रैपिड ब्लिट्ज था वो.
रैपिड एंड ब्लिट्स था वो भी. बट ही बीट that guy from Spain, the number one player of Spain, Anton. He defeated Anton Gujaro David with black. Which tournament was it? Prague Masters, I
Bundesliga.
think it was. Last round.
अच्छा Pragg Masters. Last time was
Prague
Arvind.
Masters last round Gukesh won with black pieces against Anton. भाई इतना भी
Last
टाइम
was-
नहीं हुआ है, वो भी लास्ट
last was
क्लासिकल
Arvind,
इवेंट था
no?
उसका.
Last was Arvind round, no? Like when he lost that game.
No, that was second last. I think
Second
last, yeah, last था कि first था, I'm not sure, but लेकिन it was like it was at the end, I think. हाँ, last round जीता था वो, I think. और मतलब I think if you think about it, like Gukesh, after Prague Masters, I'm just gonna take a look. After Prague Masters, he played Menorca. फिर उसके बाद he played Warsaw. Like, and उसके बाद he's playing Norway chess. Like this, after Prague Masters, this is his only classical tournament, and he won there as well. So I mean, like let's keep supporting our guys in that sense. एक loss की वजह से ऐसा नहीं होता भाई कि we start questioning the world champion. That's not right.
Meanwhile, we see the women's world champion in front of us, जो वैशाली के साथ world championship खेलेगी. I think most likely in April next year, that's going to happen. So another potential Indian world champion, and we have liftoff in the game, Sahaj bhai.
Yep. She plays d4 and c4. By the way, क्या preparation हो गई यहाँ पे Bibisara की, by the way, considering that Sindaro is there. It's crazy, भाई.
Yeah, like
We
her
have
own
Queens
candidates
Indian.
prep first of all, and then
Mhm.
adding that Sindarov's help on top. Like it's crazy.
भाई मतलब सेकंड हो तो ऐसा।
True, true. But okay, Vishali will also have that second, right? She will have Prague, I think, to support her during her World Championship. So
True.
I think that's amazing. But
Oh,
D5 played.
bhai, love this from Bibisara and chat. I have faced this exact move before against one of the commentators that you might know. Can you guess who that commentator is, Tiku bhai?
Harshit.
No, close. It was a classical game, by the way. This D5
तानिया,
move I faced with that. Yes,
DQ.
it was
भाई
bhai, bhai,
भाई भाई भाई
bhai,
ये क्या
bhai,
बोल
bhai.
रहे हो मतलब?
कौन है भाई कमेंटर सर जिसका तुम खेले हो सहज भाई याद है
तान्या
तुम्हें?
भाई
तानिया।
और कौन है?
अच्छा तान्या ओह सॉरी माय बैड
Yes, the same thing happened where she pushed d5 and like sacked a pawn and like it was pure suffering. So this is like a very dangerous line for black. Let's see how it progresses. Bhai, who do you think is a favorite here, Bibisara or Ju Wenjun?
100% बिबिसारा भाई,
hmm
because she's the three-time women's world blitz champion and Ju Wenjun गेम ही नहीं जीती है in Norway. So we were
Hmm.
talking about this सहज भाई कि दोनों वर्ल्ड चैंपियन या वर्ल्ड नंबर वन नीचे अटके हुए हैं. Magnus has won. Can Ju Wenjun also win?
I think Human always should have a chance, but I don't see her playing that often. Sahaj Bhai Rakhi Bhai. Do you see her playing a lot of events nowadays? Like she plays less and less. So kahin na kahin pe, I
Yeah,
think maybe Armageddon mein like it might be a problem, right? As we saw with Magnus, like time pressure mein thoda pressure feel hota hoga maybe. It's not easy to play.
I'm just checking Ju
correct.
Wenjun like recent. Yeah, I mean she's playing a lot in China. She played in Qatar as well. And uske baad, no, not really. But she has played classical events, I think, in Shenzhen, and then she played in Shanghai as well. I'm guessing they were like league events or like the
हाँ
Chinese championship events. So she has played.
वो तो डिंग भी खेलता था and I think again like Ding gained a few rating points
नहीं नहीं
there
भाई,
but
she's played like a lot of games. Yeah, she's played like at
no,
least
what I
20
mean is
games.
like Ding gained a few rating points while playing in China, but like when he's played these top level events, he struggled. So it's like the rating difference there is too much. I think they can cover it up, but right now maybe it's like Vashali genuinely will have a chance against Ju Wenjun in the World Championship. There's no doubt.
100% भाई, very very big chance, golden chance in fact.
I hope दोनों वर्ल्ड चैंपियन इंडियन है भाई. That will be like a historic moment for Indian chess. गुकेश जीत जाए, वैशाली जीत जाए भाई. अगले अप्रैल मई में जो पार्टी करेंगे ना भाई, सारे इंडियन चेस फैंस विल बी इनसेन.
भाई सही में मतलब मेंबरशिप्स की नदियां बहा सकते हैं हम अगर ये इंडिया में चैट के लिए.
सही में. Chat by the way,
Right?
Prag's
I
game
would love to
begins.
play this position with white. टिको
हाँ
भाई, मतलब
मतलब
मजा आ रहा है white का पोजीशन देख के.
E5 looks so strong, फिर C5 impossible हो जाएगा, and also knight on A6 looks stupid right now. And by the time Praki game starts in exactly 1.5 minutes from now, so it's very very soon.
Yeah,
And Rakesh bhai, I think यहाँ पे F4 F5 could be a plan. Completely launching H4 H5 could also be a plan to create some weaknesses. Black
100%.
D5 खेल नहीं सकता आसानी से. So tough to be black here, and time difference almost 4 minutes now.
भाई 3 मिनट्स का डिफरेंस था, उसको अभी ऑलमोस्ट दुगना कर दिया बिबिसारा ने. जू वेंजुन अंडर बिग प्रेशर्स. तेज भाई,
By also on the clock as well, yeah, on the position as well. Like कितना, it's like एक भी piece fourth rank पे भी नहीं है भाई. The third, I think
हाँ
the space is so bad and the king safety is so bad. It looks really bad भाई.
और थर्ड रैंक वाले भी डिसअपॉइंटिंग पीस ही है भाई. नाइट ऑन
एंड
एसिस क्या ही है, मतलब वो
ये
C7 में
नाइट
जाएगा आई
ए6 खेल
थिंक.
के सिर्फ मैग्नस जीत सकता है. We know this. 2 बार.
सहज भाई, रिमाइंड अस ऑफ द रिजल्ट बिटवीन यू एंड तानिया.
I'm very happy to say that it was a draw भाई. वो जो कर्स है मेरा, वो जो
ओह
फीमेल
ओके.
कर्स की जो मैं बात कर रहा था, थैंकफुली तब तक वो
फीमेल
कर्स
कर्स
एक्टिवेट नहीं हुआ था भाई.
भाई.
अच्छा,
फीमेल
आपके
कर्स
ऊपर
साउंड्स
फीमेल कर्स है.
भाई whenever,
व्हाट.
and भाई टाटा स्टील में ही शुरू हुआ था वो. Like if I can go back in it, and I played this against Tanya
सहज
in
भाई,
round 2. Then उसके बाद it was like I started losing so many
आप वो
games.
एक खड्डा खोद रहे हो. लेट्स क्लैरिफाई फीमेल कर्स है क्या पहले एक बार. कई लोगों को चैट जो नहीं
Oh,
थे
I
उस
meant
दिन.
to say like whenever I have played like, and this is like all across, yeah. Like whenever I play against, let's say, any female chess player, like I just, I don't know, I can play a very good game, but somehow at the end it doesn't go my way at all.
Hmm.
And it started at Tata Steel. By the way, I played Tanya Tata Steel as well, but this was like 2 rounds before that curse started for me.
Hmm. So who was the player who started it, Saj bhai?
I'm not gonna say who, भाई. जो जिनको देखना है भाई वो रिसर्च
भाई
कर
chat is
सकते हैं, उनको
right.
समझ आ जाएगा
भाई
कि कहाँ पे शुरू
chat is
होता
right.
है.
Chat is right. Chat is right. Chat is right. Chat is right. Okay, Prag का game started. Let's
Let's
go.
go,
Let's go.
let's go,
Let's go.
let's go.
मतलब चैट राइट थी क्या?
हाँ, I
ओ
think I
अच्छा
didn't get
अच्छा.
it for the first time, but
समझा
seventh
नहीं
time,
भाई.
eighth time में समझ आ गया
Wait,
था.
बिशप E6, हेलो व्हाट? डिड ही जस्ट प्ले बिशप E6? नाइट D3 चेक खेलते हैं यहाँ पे. व्हाट इज बिशप E6? टेक्स एंड
भाई
वेट, some like queen D3 or something. Please tell me no, no.
भाई
This
Vaibhav
is some
Suri
crazy idea.
is smiling
Yeah.
somewhere after Bishop E6. Prag के second है, नॉर्वे में है उनके साथ. Look at that. Draw करना है, draw चलेगा.
Why Vincent was maybe a bit surprised. Yeah, he took his time to respond to that. And also, by the way, थोड़ा 1 minute उन्होंने chop off कर दिया है time difference में. Like it's already just 2 minutes for Prague. So
Yeah.
good start for Prague in the Armageddon. What happens now? We have Bishop D7. अगर exchange करोगे, that's in Black's favor clearly. I can develop my queen or my knight. Okay, why Prague looks very calm, yeah? Like Vincent के हाथ
क्योंकि
बहुत
प्रेप
हिल
है
रहे
ना
हैं
अभी
लेकिन.
भी. अभी भी प्रेप है ना
Yeah.
इसलिए.
He knows the moves, and Vincent के 2 minute chop off हो चुके हैं. This is fantastic opening prep by Praggnanandhaa, because like Sahaj said, knight D3 was the move in the last position. Yeah.
Yeah,
Novelty हो
lots.
सकता है.
Yeah, lots and lots of games in that knight D3 check. By the king E2 करके king F1 आता है, and it's like a very crazy position which Vincent I think would have known as well. So bishop E6 kind of threw him off. Yeah, and also you can see 1 minute का difference है now instead of 3. Pragg is really making progress
Wow.
here.
And shout out to Sahaj bhai, जिन्होंने बोला था Pragg का highest chances है among the 3 Indians playing the Armageddon. And this is the first one. Beautiful start, I would say, so far.
Absolutely. And Vincent's still not making a choice. Apparently, best moves bishop c4, but in that case, Prague will play the bishop back to e6. So he has to find a3. That's the move here. a3 निकालना है उनको.
Hi. A3 is tough, if you don't know the position, Tiku bhai. A3 is tough.
Very tough.
Because you want to
Very
play
tough.
D4 straight away, I guess. No?
D4.
Oh, he takes on D7. भाई knight, अच्छा queen D7 and knight D3 check, yeah, simple. हाँ भाई, he missed something. Queen D7 D4 के बाद there's CD4 knight D4 quick chat. Black to play and win.
ये हुआ नहीं on the
Very,
profile
very
chat.
Sir, me,
Puzzle
sir.
rush. Puzzle rush.
Sir, me. Me. Queen D4, sir. Queen D4.
Yes, Rakesh. Well done, Rakesh bhai. Well done. By the way, he doesn't go for it. He plays 95. And now knight D3 check. खत्म भाई.
By the way, Rakesh bhai को मिलेगी टॉफी और बिबिसारा को मिलेगा full point because she's winning against Ju Wenjun, so she's gonna gain
नहीं
another
भाई,
half a
राकेश
point.
भाई को मिलेगी मैगी भाई, मैगी.
Yes.
एक मेरी तरफ से. Let's go.
By the way, knight d3 check is the best move. Let's trade off knights. बढ़िया लग रही है Pragg की position. Already it feels like he's even slightly better.
Yeah, Pragg having his first think of the game, मतलब शायद prep खत्म हो गई है.
इसमें सोचने वाला क्या है? Knight d3 looks automatic, no? Like you are forced to take. There's no other move.
Actually, yes, I agree with you. Queen C7 also, like I would discard because you have Queen A4 check. Oh, he plays Queen D4. Okay. Queen A4 check
he
से क्या हो
wants
रहा है?
to he wants to force the knight back and then give this check. And F2 में mate हो रही है.
Wow. It's a great weapon, yeah, by Pragg.
Yeah,
This
A3
completely took Vincent by surprise.
By Vincent
And
3 Armageddon हार चुका है.
Exactly. Will this be his fourth win, a loss in a row?
A3 is the move Vincent has to find, which is not easy actually. Okay, let's have Pragg and Divya both, I think. Okay, Vincent has, I think, played A3. He found the best move.
And now 93 check आ रहा है by the way Pragg के board पे.
Yes, Vyom Agarwal, you're right. Yeah, black, like Pragg needs just a draw to win the Armageddon. Win is great. Whereas Divya is in a must-win situation as she's starting out with 3 extra minutes, chat.
And look at this knight f3 b3 by Divya.
Yeah, and जब हम्पी का आर्मगेडन आएगा तो उसको 3D में लगाएंगे हम लोग कि मतलब कहाँ लगाने वाले हैं मतलब
नहीं नहीं, जब तक हम्पी जी का स्टार्ट होगा तब तक Pragg खत्म कर देगा, you know.
होपफुली
या
विंसेंट भाई थोड़ा
भरोसा
जल्दी
रखो भाई
करना,
Pragg पे.
जल्दी करना विंसेंट भाई, थोड़ा मतलब एक और गेम चालू होने वाली है भाई. Okay, he gives that check. Ooh, interesting.
चैट में कोई लिख रहा है आई एम 500 इन ब्लिट्स बट आई कैन बीट यू. भाई ऐसी चीजें ना सिर्फ जिनकी 500 रेटिंग होती है ना वही बोलते हैं. जस्ट पुटिंग इट आउट देयर.
He's saying beat you by like not in chess.
Oh, that's a good distinction. Good distinction. Good distinction.
चैट बाद में लाइक करो स्ट्रीम भाई. प्राग और दिव्या दोनों आर्मगेडन खेल रहे हैं. कहाँ हैं लोग? Let's go. Bishop E7 played by the way Muzychuk there. अब देखते हैं कैसे E3 D4 break करेगी दिव्या on the left. Meanwhile, Vincent is already lost almost all his time advantage. 30 सेकंड 40 सेकंड का advantage बचा है राकेश भाई.
Queen b3 then. Wait, Rakesh भाई. Oh. So Queen b3 forced हो गया टिकू भाई. I think. और Queen e2 में तो मतलब यहीं पे अगर Pragg ड्रॉ पूछ लेगा तो मान ही लेगा ना. Queen e2 के बाद क्या ही खेलोगे आप? Okay, do you realistically think that Vincent has any chance to win this? I think the answer is no.
Agreed. I think light squares मेरे हाथ में, आपके पास dark square bishop है. I mean, it's just very tough. Queen b3 is the only way I see. जहाँ पे you're avoiding the queen trade, आप risk ले रहे हो कि भाई castle bye bye, and I will try to attack your b7 pawn. He has to play queen b3, otherwise there's no chance, I think.
Yeah.
But I have an interesting choice. Sorry, Tiku bhai, to cut you. But queen को लात मारने के लिए I'm thinking h4 करके rook h3. आर्या पार.
तो भाई आप एक बात बताओ, आपको क्वीन को क्यों हटाना है? क्योंकि आपको कासल करना है. तो उस कासल करने से पहले आप रुक हटा रहे हो. तो फिर क्वीन
Annoying है वो
क्वीन क्यों
queen.
हटा रहे हो? तो फिर क्वीन क्यों हटा रहे हो?
That's a good question.
That's a very good question. Queen सहज भाई आप ऐसे लॉजिक लाओगे ना मतलब फिर मजा नहीं आएगा. देखो
सॉरी भाई, सॉरी.
Queens have been trade. भाई this is super comfortable for Pragg.
भाई क्या मस्त लॉजिक था यार. But okay, I mean, this is very hard, yeah? Very hard. I mean, it will take some miraculous performance from Vincent to win this one. Pragg time पे आ गया, by the way, by 30 seconds. That's
wow.
just crazy.
Though on the other board, left side पे, दिव्या के चांसेस कैसे लग रहे हैं सहज भाई टिको भाई?
थोड़े से like it looks a bit scary now for Divya because those double bishops. I mean, I know she also has double bishop, but somehow Anna के double bishops looks much stronger to me. And that knight on d4 is such a boss, bhai.
Yeah.
Look at that. Like, look at that. I mean, that backing it has. Like, वो जो pawn chain है, bhai, that is ridiculous. Oh, Pragg is completely winning. Pragg has just
Let's
won.
go!
Let's go full screen. He
Let's
resigned.
go.
He resigns. He resigns. He resigns.
Wow.
Pragg won. Pragg जीत गया भाई.
By one move blunder by Vincent Keymer. And like a beginner blunder, yeah? मतलब rook c2 खत्म. Knight d4 check.
भाई मतलब वो नहीं भी खेलता तो पोजीशन तो खराब ही थी ना विंसेंट की वैसे भी.
हाँ, but can we show that once? एक बार?
Yeah. Let's see that.
He played this rook c2, knight d4 check, and if you take pawn takes and ये rook pin हो गया भाई क्योंकि knight हिल नहीं सकता. Simple.
भाई भारत का first win Praggnanandhaa. What a play. He goes to 6 points and he's in sole second place. Divya Deshmukh Vincent चारों के चारों गेम हारा है Armageddon में. Can Divya win all her 4 games in the Armageddon?
जैसा चल रहा है वैसा चलने दें. I just
ये
wanna
3
repeat
Idiots का
that.
डायलॉग है ना? 3 Idiots.
हाँ हाँ
भाई
जैसा चल
यही
रहा है
मैग्नस बोलेगा अगली गेम से, जैसा चल रहा है वैसा चलने दे, उस टाइम पे हम लोग कहेंगे
भाई। नहीं
भाई
नहीं
जरा
जैसा चल
रुको
रहा
भाई,
है।
जरा रुको।
ओए बिशप एच, वेट बिशप H3, बिशप H3 नाइट F3 चेक।
Yeah,
हेलो। नहीं
that's why
नहीं चल
she's
क्वीन,
better.
नहीं नहीं क्वीन मर रही है भाई पीछे।
नहीं, but eval तो गिर
हाँ,
गया ना. Anna is but much better.
हम्म।
अपनी B5 is the move she has to find. but
भाई प्रग का विन मतलब खुशी सेलिब्रेट भी नहीं करने में टाइम मिलता है. नहीं, फटाफट गेम्स है यहाँ पे.
यार दिव्या का हार्ट ब्रेकिंग हो जाएगा, बिकॉज आई थिंक शी वाज सो विनिंग इन द क्लासिकल कि पूरे 2 पॉइंट जाएंगे। आई थिंक शी कुड हैव गॉट 3 एंड नाउ शी विल गेट
अरे
1.
अरे भाई C4 is crazy. That's a very good move because pawn D takes C4 is not possible क्योंकि knight की discovered check and queen takes queen would just be GG. I think again like black का ना बहुत एक वो रहता है I think, और
यू नो,
white के ऊपर थोड़ा एक pressure भी होता है to you know to win the game. I feel like that you know Arma is always tricky in this sense.
चैट में एक बंदा लिखता है कि विंसेंट बाकी लोगों से कमजोर है स्पीड चेस में। अभी वहां पे जर्मन जो चेस कॉम या कोई भी स्ट्रीम कर रहे होंगे यही कह रहे होंगे, यार हमारे प्लेयर्स ना मतलब क्लासिकल में अच्छे हैं मगर स्पीड चेस में बेकार है। मतलब हाउ व्हेन विल दे कैच अप, लाइक मतलब ब्लिट्ज एंड रैपिड आल्सो, लाइक ये हमारा डिस्कशन अभी जर्मन वाले उसमें चल रहा होगा।
I'm sorry, but did Divya just play A3 here?
वेट व्हाट, कैन वी
Did
गो
she
फुल
Why
just
स्क्रीन?
play
knight takes
A3 here?
pawn is.
But why did
वेट
she
कैन वी
play
गो
A3
फुल
now?
स्क्रीन? वेट
What?
व्हाट?
You,
She just played A. And I know bishop B4, but like you could have gone. But A3 is like CB3 भी मर रहा था सीधा. By Divya, I don't think she's saving this one, bhai. But she has more time on the clock though.
बट गया गया भाई, आई
yeah,
थिंक दिस इज गॉन।
that's the only hope.
Apparently knight d5 is the hope here, but very tough to play this. अब प्रग कितने नंबर पे है? He's second in the standings actually, so he's doing pretty well overall. He first of all, I think he defeated Wesley in the tie breaks, right? He defeated Wesley in the tie breaks. He defeated Magnus in the classical. He defeated Vincent in the tie breaks and lost Firouzja in the classical, basically.
Yeah.
ये तो सूखा
Divya trying to open up some files in the center. By the way, Humpy ji ka bhi game has started. Sej bhai, if you want to
Wow.
put
but
have a brief look
yeah,
there.
for sure. This is the game.
Let's have both the
Still
games, no? I
opening
think.
phase, but apparently Rukji 1 was a mistake by Hampeji, but I refuse to believe that it's a mistake because G4 is there and there is kingside attack. Let's go. But Hampeji का time 7 minutes क्यों है भाई?
That's a very good question, actually. That's a very, very good question.
भाई अब 10 मिनट होने मतलब 9 मिनट तो होने चाहिए ना? But maybe she was thinking a bit before playing Rukji 1.
Yeah, but okay, that's already a like a. I think you know what happened. I think Rook G1 like maybe she didn't remember the correct move order or something, and she realized Rook G1 was like a wrong move in that position, particular position, and she might have thought afterwards. But anyways, she's all in now. Anyways, we king side to जाने नहीं वाले अब king. अब attack तो करना ही पड़ेगा. Why Humpy ji but not Divya ji? Because I don't know why. Because Divya is younger, I guess. I don't know. Magnus won against Gukesh. Yes, he did. Convincingly.
Sej bhai,
Yes, bhai.
Sej bhai, pardon
Yes,
my
bhai.
French, but isn't this Humpy's line the same that Prague played to beat Wesley the other day? 2 दिन पहले.
Yes, it is. It is. It is. It's kind of similar, but I think a slight change in the position because I think pawn already A3 पे था, if I'm not mistaken.
Aha, okay.
Or I'm not
Okay.
100% sure though, but yeah, kind of similar.
भाई दोनों हार रहे हैं यार.
So
White
एक
है
विन
ना
आ
भाई
गया इंडिया
इसलिए.
का. इफ भाई, हाँ यू आर राइट भाई. ब्लैक ले
White है
लो
ना
यार
भाई.
आर्मेगेडन में कुछ करके.
हाँ. अरमा में आई थिंक लाइक यू नो यू कैन से कि भाई 6 मिनट ले लो 7 मिनट की जगह, बट देन आई थिंक इट बिकम्स अनफेयर फॉर ब्लैक. एंड आप 6.5 बोल सकते हो देन आई मीन आई डोंट नो, लाइक इट्स वेरी हार्ड टू क्वांटिफाई दिस, बट आई थिंक लाइक I mean, Rakesh bhai Tikuba, you know this, like पहले जब Armageddon होते थे हमेशा, like our coaches used to tell us, if you have a choice, choose black. Like I'm sure your coach in the past has told you this before, yeah?
भाई इतने देर पे कभी खेला ही नहीं मैं कि कोच को ये बोलने का नौबत मिले, बट नाइट c3 was a blunder by the
Yeah.
way, and now you can just pick up the g5 pawn. Divya G will win, don't worry. Wow. I hope so, because time pay, maybe there's some hope, yeah, for Divya.
Divya is actually fighting back now.
High time is
Kinda.
a huge factor actually.
Also, एक ही second. Knight f3 check अगर उसने दे दिया ऐसा कुछ तो simplify हो गया तो then maybe it's a bit difficult. But yeah, she's not actually simplifying even.
By the bishop
Look
c3,
at that
only move for
f5
Divya.
on the right side of the board.
Bishop c3, the only move for Divya on the left. She needs to avoid that knight f3 and block the queen's path, and then maybe aim for that f4 move.
f4 सीधा नहीं आ रहा क्या?
सीधा f4 पे कुछ होगा, I'm guessing. c3, oh, that's the
Humpy
point.
is back. Zhu Jiner just made a mistake. Knight c6.
Oh, let's go.
Pawn takes pawn.
Let's
Humpy
go.
can make a comeback. Because by cd, ed के बाद, there is knight takes d5. And bishop c4 में queen trap हो रही है भाई. There is a trap on the board. Hopefully Humpy will see it. Let's see.
Bhai, chance ban raha hai. Come on, chat. Need your support. Divya also making a decent comeback and a half. Bhai, look at that bar increasing.
Oh, bhai, she takes. Humpy takes on d5. Okay, now. Knight c3. She's like much better now, yeah?
Yeah,
go
at
to
least she
g4,
has a chance.
Yeah, for sure.
I lost नहीं है, that's a huge improvement already. मतलब you're
So
playing
Humpy is
on.
better now, bhai, much better.
But queen b2 only move for Humpy, by the way. Queen b2 is the only move, or she's again much worse.
But that's to stop
Oh,
d4
Divya
from
made a
black, I guess.
mistake. Divya made a mistake. She allowed bishop f2. That's a big blunder from Divya.
But why, like Divya? I mean, Divya has to win. I mean, this, yeah. I mean, there is no way that you can win this. Like, I can just,
But good
I can play
news.
queen b6. I can just trade the queens. आप क्या कर लोगे?
Queen a2 खेलना था basically. Just avoid rook f, bishop f2 basically. Like, but queen a6
Queen
के
d6.
बाद,
I mean,
think.
so hard to make progress, no? Here for
But
Divya.
just drag the game longer, right? Because अपने 50 second है. The longer you drag the game, the more chances you might get actually here.
I mean, that's what she's doing now. Look
Correct.
at that queen a2
हाँ,
played now.
Queen a2 is
43
nice.
seconds for Anna.
And Divya h4 करके bishop h3 भी डाल सकती है to put the bishop on that e6 square. So maybe we go full screen. Divya का chance बन रहा है. 30 seconds for Anna. क्या लगता है टिको भाई, जाए full screen?
Yeah, we can go. We can go. I think h pawn push. Oh, now bishop e4 also makes a lot of sense, right? Because you can really use that back rank. And I would say
Yeah.
Divya's even better now. Why? I love White's position actually.
सच में दिव्या
Bhai,
का
I'm
बोर्ड
going
लगा
to
दो.
Divya's board full screen जाते हैं भाई हाँ.
Let's go भाई. Big mistake h6.
Oof.
16
Lights.
seconds.
Yeah, light squares are very weak.
Why
Come
would
on.
you play h6 there as an
Rook on the
that
7th.
move made-
Why
that move made
h6
no
क्यों
sense.
खेलोगे? मतलब it's
सच में?
like आपके lights yeah, h6 is such a strange move here. Oh, but
Why?
this is very
Oh,
smart from her. Very smart because now queen f2 मर रहा है सीधा and the queens are traded basically. You cannot win
Yeah,
this.
rook c7 was a mistake, I think.
Very clever.
नहीं दे दो f2 और h4 खेलो सहज भाई. दे दो queen f2 और
अरे
h
बाप
pawn
रे.
ढकल दो आगे.
भाई वो
किंग को
बहुत risky
ऊपर
हो
ढक
जाएगा.
लेंगे.
Oh,
अरे
भाई,
आया
what?
What? Queen a2. What? She thought
What?
queen was defended. Oh, she thought queen was defended. I thought of this move. I am not kidding. I thought d6 check. There is a queen hanging here. अबे यार.
Oh. Oh, that was sad actually. That was a bit anticlimactic, but yeah, that's a bit sad.
And chat,
Okay, let's
that's
be
what
real.
happens.
There wasn't like a lot of chance in this game anyways to like win. But yeah, okay, d6 is just.
Okay, let's go to Humpy's game quickly. I think वहाँ पे
But
चल
this
रहा है
was
अभी.
crazy actually. What?
क्वीन ब्लंडर भाई. मतलब टिको भाई के दिमाग में आई ये मूव सोचो.
मेरे में आया था. Genuinely आया. D6 check. I want to play, but I just why queen hanging? I cannot play this. So damn.
And chat होता है. Like it happens. Like blind spots होते हैं, black spots होते हैं कभी-कभी. Like you are. It's normal because in Divya's mind, her opponent had 11 seconds and she wanted to surprise her, like by playing something that she has not thought about before and she made a very wrong call there. Yeah, of course. होता है भाई, but होता है.
Yeah. But why also she took it smilingly, like she had a smile on her face
Hmm.
when she resigned. But will Humpy G have a smile on her face at the end of this game?
By
Let's
the
see.
fact that she was smiling is actually a very good sign, because she knows like this is so ridiculous that it's funny, that she's not even sad about it, which is how you would feel. Okay, come on, this is something she would know,
Correct,
like
correct.
after first day of learning chess. Yeah, she would know this.
Okay, now question: who's better here? Because I think
Wait.
the White King is on E1, but the Black King's dial is completely open है. हाँ, मतलब उसका घर का दरवाजा खुला है. हवा आ रही है
Yes,
उसको भाई.
Dhaklo. Dhaklo H5, G6, Rook H1 or mate.
Oh wow.
I
Rook
love
h1 थोड़ा
H5. सहज भाई
प्रॉब्लम.
चांस बस नहीं रुक H1 ज्यादा हो गया बट H5 करके फाइल्स तो खोलो नियर द ब्लैक किंग.
Hmm.
By the way, Humpy is in last place right now. Uh, so she needs as many points as possible. Crucial game for Humpy to kind of stage a comeback in this tournament, actually.
Even GM's blunder, of course, yes. I mean, I think we have seen a lot of blunders in this event alone, and even in Tata Steel, in Menorca. I mean, it happens whenever you remove the element of this time increment, which is 30 seconds, and if you make that 10 seconds or 0 seconds, and you put the Grandmaster in under 1 minute, of course, there will be blunders.
Bishop
भाई
C4
हम्पी
is
जी
not
ऑल्सो
winning over
कमिंग
chat.
अंडर.
That's Bishop D5, I
या
think.
बिशप D5 है. Black can block it with his own bishop. What? Long castle.
By
सहज भाई क्या था
respect,
Bishop
ये?
E4? Why Bishop E4 should be killing, no?
by respect, but respect for trying this. Come on, this takes a lot of guts to do. Come on.
Why? H5 is the only move. Who on earth would play H5?
You
Why?
know why she played long castle? Because she listened to Rakesh bhai. After h5, hg6, rook h1 is possible.
Ah. Are
भाई
Bishop
but
A3?
भाई
Arey no.
oh no.
She plays it by. She plays it. Okay, this is gonna be lost now. Yeah, it's completely
भाई
done actually.
And now queen d4. Yeah, this was just a big mess.
भाई मतलब 1 win and 3 losses on the cards. ऐसा लग रहा है इंडियंस के लिए आज.
Yeah, yeah.
और भाई जो
Not the
जीता
best
वो
day.
ब्लैक से जीता, जो हारे वो व्हाइट से हारे. क्लासिकल में
तीनों
भी
you're
मतलब
right.
गुकेश व्हाइट से हारा ना.
करेक्ट
Which is
करेक्ट.
strange. Usually उल्टा होता है.
Agreed. Zoo is a beast in rapid. I mean, not really. I mean, she's very good in all formats. But ऐसा नहीं है कुछ मतलब कि she's like a favorite against Humpy.
Hmm.
I think वो opening में कुछ issue हो गया था. I think it was very neck to neck. Like the Black
You know,
King on
speaking
G8.
of colors, like we,
हाँ.
we always think like, white is a favorite because it gets to play the first move. Question to both of you and question to Chad as well. Chad, do you like to play, like, what's your favorite color, like overall? Is it,
Blue bhai.
I mean, has it changed after today and for anyone? Just wondering.
Still blue bhai. Favorite color. So if you're gonna buy me something, buy it in blue bhai.
I'm asking in chess.
Chess. Okay, sorry. नहीं भाई, white bhai. Because we can
भाई
play London with white.
वाइट ही है क्योंकि ना मुझे आर्मागेडन नहीं खेलना है तो वाइट ही सही है भाई.
By the way, Rook C3
But
is just
white
over,
होके
yeah?
अगर आर्मागेडन खेलना पड़ा तो?
तो भी वाइट भाई ऑल डे
तो
लॉन्ग.
resign कर देंगे भाई. कोई चक्कर नहीं है. Okay, it's
या
resigned, yeah?
जैसे हम्पी जी अभी करने वाली है. एंड देयर वी गो.
Oh, that is a heartbreaking loss, I think. But I think Zoo definitely was better, I think, for majority of the game. And that means Zhu Jiner gets another half a point on the scoreboard. And that is it for Norway chess day number 4. Sahaj and Rakesh bhai. I think 4 दिन का एक्शन. अब कल है रेस्ट डे. आज की स्टैंडिंग्स देखनी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट इन बोथ द सेक्शंस.
Yeah, and tough day for India overall today. But day 3 बढ़िया था. Day 4 थोड़ा tough. Let's have a look at the standings here of the open section. Alireza Firouzja in the lead. Praggnanandhaa in second place. But कल एक फॉर्मर वर्ल्ड चैंपियन था लास्ट प्लेस पे. बट सहज भाई आज करंट वर्ल्ड चैंपियन है लास्ट प्लेस में.
अरे यार.
Why? You could have phrased this in any other way. क्यों तोड़ा भाई गुकेश को? But I think
I'm
still
saying it's-
only 4 rounds, and I don't think like it's fair to say like okay, tournament खराब है tournament भाई. He lost to Magnus, okay, it happens, but like still a huge event is like remaining, and let's not forget he will play Magnus again in the final round of Norway chess. जिसमें बहुत मजा आएगा भाई.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah. And by the way, chat, in the final, not final round, in the final round of the first half, he'll play Pragg now in the next round. Pragg against Gukesh, Pragg with the white pieces. So that's going to be exciting. In the women's section, however, Anna Muzychuk catches up with Divya Deshmukh and Zhu Jiner as well. So a three-way tie for second place, actually. Wow.
Wow. Yeah, only if Divya had won the Armageddon, yeah, कुछ थोड़े chances
Yeah.
रहते उधर, but okay, still.
भाई classically जीतना था भाई. She would be on what?
And she
7.5
was winning,
If
yeah.
Divya was correct,
She will be leading the event actually. But
yeah,
ठीक है, I think
she would be in first place अगर वो classical में ही जीत जाती तो.
हाँ. But ठीक है, चलो ठीक है. I think Divya will have good chances in the next round as well. She, by the way, she plays Zhu Jiner in the next round day after tomorrow. So like her kryptonite.
भाई रेस्ट डे
It's
है,
not-
अच्छे से प्रिपरेशन होगी, डोंट वरी. लाइक अगेंस्ट जूजर अच्छे टाइम पे आया, आई थिंक रेस्ट डे इन दैट सेंस. जूजर इज डेंजरस.
Chat, this was Norway Chess Day number 4. राकेश भाई, सहज भाई, एक वर्ड में अगर समराइज करना होगा तो कैसे करोगे?
बिटर स्वीट.
Disappointed.
हाँ, I think unsatisfying है थोड़ा सा. Like last लगा था बहुत कुछ मिलेगा, but बहुत कम मिला.
हाँ.
है ना? So chat.
मतलब कार्लसन जीत के ऐसा थोड़ा सेलिब्रेट भी करता तो भी मजा आ जाता. कुछ तो वो मिसिंग था, वो एलिमेंट मिसिंग था आज.
हाँ, agreed.
वो कार्लसन
But
खुद ही
chat,
मतलब थोड़ा मूड ऑफ था ना उसका, लाइक आई गेस.
Correct.
वो
Yeah.
सो रहा था भाई, मतलब पहले तो लाइक बोर्ड पे अ बिट अर्लियर.
बट या क्या पोइट्री है, 2 रुपीस की पेप्सी. क्या ये कोई राइम भी नहीं कर रहा है. चैट, थैंक्स अ लॉट फॉर जॉइनिंग टुडे. वी आर गोना बी बैक आफ्टर हर रेस्ट डे टुमारो. एंड आज बड़ा मजा आया गेम्स देखने में. गुकेश मैग्नस वाज क्रेजी ऑफ कोर्स, एंड ऑफ कोर्स Pragg won against Vincent Keymer at the end, even though classical में वो repeat किए. And of course Divya and Humpy both drew in the classical but lost in the Armageddon. But चारों Indians are in the running right now. 6 round pending है, and अगले 4 गेम के सेक्शन के लिए हम आएंगे day after tomorrow. And thanks a lot Rakesh bhai and Sahaj bhai. It was amazing commentating with you and signing off with an amazing broadcast. We'll see you day after tomorrow. Take care and good night. Sahaj पहले से उंगली रख के रखा हुआ है यार.
Yes, there is actually a lot of similarities with the football as well. You need to plan your moves a bit ahead. You need to stay sharp. You can't lose 1 second of focus. If you do, you might get punished. You have to sometimes surprise the opponent. Chess, I have a lot to learn. In life, I have a lot to learn. So everything in life, you can always get better and you can always improve. Total chess can turn chess into an even bigger sport for new audiences.
Chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.